I think I broke it. Hold on. Ugh. Ugh. That's not me. That's not Amaya. Where the heck go? Sorry, it doesn't show me the preview sometimes, so I can't fix it until I go into out of studio mode. Hi chat, how are you today? Oh my god. Here, I need BGM. I can't be alone with my own thoughts. What did you guys get up to? Did you have a good day? It is now better, right? Now that I'm here. You never knew I had a beard? Well, it's magnificent, and you should appreciate it. I thought you would know me better than that. Actually, okay, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Why is there a black box at the bottom? The heck? You know what? Close enough. Good enough. Last day of work for the week? Oh yeah, I guess you don't work weekends. Touch the brick? Oh, you can't see my cursor. Aw, heck. Hold on. Also, thank you very much for all the gifted memberships. Please make sure to say thank you if you were gifted. Good manners, chat. Gotta say, this new 4K model looks pretty spiffy. Does it? Wait, 4K or 40k? Oh my gosh. I've lost track of my sanity in my life because I fell down a vintage store rabbit hole and I built 2 entire villages. Please send help. You're done. Actually, I saw this, have you guys ever seen those, like 100 days surviving in, like, Project Zomboid or whatever? I really love those videos, actually. And I think there is this creator, Mad Maxon, I think? Please say bugs. Well, I do like Zerglings, so maybe I will like bugs. Maybe. Let me just give you the wrench. You get the wrench. Blessed with the wrench. Frightened came on, we'd be able to see pores and hair follicles. Dude, okay. I've been really stressed out recently. And so I got a cold sore that, like, reactivated, right? This was last month. And then less than 2 weeks after I healed, I got another cold sore. I had a nightmare so bad that it actually triggered me getting another cold sore. Did I tell you guys about this nightmare I had? I should tell you so you feel sorry for me. Well, actually, wait, hold on. Someone remind me if I told you. I told a couple people. I remember. You don't think so? Okay. Salt and pepper beard. My tits do not have a beard. But okay, in this nightmare, right? So I'm in a room and I'm lying on my back. I already feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you too. For you being the way that you are. I'm so sorry, Homeless. Ah, damn it, I touched my mouth. Ah, fuck. You know what? If I cross-contaminate, I'm in my own little hovel, so whatever. Is it possible to get sick in a dream? I mean, I feel pain sensations in a dream. So, I feel pain, I feel pleasure, I feel taste, I smell things. I don't know if, you guys also have that, but for me, I feel it very, very vividly. So it's very unfortunate because I get a lot of nightmares where I'm being eaten alive or something, and that is not great. Whatever is wrong with me, please fix it. Please. Do you ever see me in my dreams? That's called a nightmare. Yup. Mimi went to the hunter stream that night after fighting with cleric beasts. Dude, like, okay, I saw this Silk song short and it had creepy eyes in it, and it had that music where it's like, and it's like the kind of like the choir music, like, dude, it was not great. But anyways, in my dream, right, I'm in the middle of a living room, and to the left of me is a door, and it's very spacious. It's almost kind of like a ritzy house, right? And it's in a tropical climate, so there's a lot of glass, and sometimes they leave the doors open, right? And I'm lying on a bed in the middle of the living room, and there's an L-shaped couch, like, directly behind me, like almost flush with the bed. And in the corner to my right, like the back corner behind me, there's a light source. That's the only light source in the room, right? And there's a bunch of silhouettes, just human shadows on the couch. I don't think anything of it, right? But they're all almost inboxing me, right? The only side that they aren't on are my feet and the right side, right? L-shaped couch for an L-shaped dream, so you can be funny sometimes. I'm shocked. But there are a bunch of silhouettes, like probably at least like 8, right? And they're just sitting there. And you know, you can tell something is watching you, but you can't see it, right? Because they don't have any facial features. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. I don't think it's weird, actually. In my dream, I just go outside and I go to my dream family. You know how you have a different family in dreams, right? And my dream family's like, that's not us. We're out here. We're celebrating, like a celebration of life. Because apparently in the dream, my dream grandmother died, right? Depending on your culture, you may have like a little bit of a party. Not because you're happy they're gone, but like celebration of life, right? And I'm like, okay, well, yeah, you're right. What you're saying checks out, right? I go back to bed. And then the same thing happens. I wake up. Mind you, in the dream, I'm going to bed and I'm waking up, right? Like a Mexican type thing. I mean, I'm Filipino and we do it. So I don't know. At least it's always been that way for me, where you have like a little bit of like a kind of party afterwards. No, not quite party, but like a get together and you eat and stuff. And you like talk about the deceased. But then it happens again. But this time there are less silhouettes. And I'm like, okay, whatever, man. I go back to sleep immediately with them watching over me. And then it happens again. And this time there's only one silhouette behind me. Just a human shadow, and I can feel it like staring at me, just like boring into me. And the gaze feels very intense. And for some reason, I'm angry about this. So I chase out the shadow. I'm like, get out of here. And I'm like yelling at it and I chase it out. And then I don't know what happens. I think I go back to sleep. And then I wake up again. When I say wake up, I'm waking up in the dream. I'm not waking up IRL, right? And I'm talking in a hallway to the left near, I guess near the right corner where there's a light source, right? I'm talking in a hallway there, and I think I'm talking to like a fake cousin, you know? And I'm talking to someone else, and they're like, yeah, I saw grandmother one more time after she passed. I'm like, oh, it's nice. You got to say goodbye to her, you know? And then for some reason, I'm like sleeping in the bed with my cousin, right? I don't even know who this person is, right? But I'm sleeping in the bed with my cousin underneath the one light source in the room, like deep set into the corner. Just imagine a bed in the corner. And then I'm lying on my back, and then to my left, there's a high floating shelf. And the only thing... No, this was all within a couple hours in the dream. It wasn't days. I was just waking up from my nap repeatedly. Realistic, by the way. But on the floating shelf is a doll. And it's a blonde doll with curly short hair and a red dress with white polka dots. This doll actually looks like a doll my grandmother had. My actual grandmother. And in my house, when you go downstairs and then you turn left, there's a kitchen, right? But then right as you're entering the kitchen, there's a hallway down towards a den. And then there's a fireplace, right? On the fireplace mantle, there would be dolls my grandmother had, and they would stare at you every time you went to go get a snack at night and shame you for being a fat ass. Okay? They would just look at you. And anyways, I don't know what happens, but I'm talking to my cousin, and then they turn around, and then they just say in like a panicked voice, they're like, don't look at it. And I look at it, and instantly I feel like this presence behind me, right? Like, you know when you feel someone breathing right on the back of your neck? Like, except there was also like a growl, something that like could not be human. And you know when someone breathes on you, there's a certain radius because their mouth is only so big, right? But this was very large. Like I could almost feel it down my entire back. And I just started praying. I started rapidly praying, dude. I was like, God, please. And then I woke up. And apparently the definition of a nightmare is that you have to actually wake up from fear. And this has only happened to me like a couple times in my life. Like technically I've had a lot of bad dreams, but waking up from fear is a little different, right? But like I know it doesn't seem that bad, right? But the thing is, I feel my dreams incredibly vividly. And it really fucked with me, dude. To the point where I phoned my mom. I was like, Mom, don't go out today. And then I'm like, I phoned my sister. Or like I texted her and I'm like, come straight home. Do not go out today. Just in case. I was like, I'm not fucking with whatever happened in my dream. It was not great. I call my mom when I have bad dreams too. Are you like, please, I had a bad dream. It could be like precognition. Don't do it. See, okay, my logic was, okay, there's a difference between feeling like something bad is going to happen and worrying that something bad is going to happen. You know what I mean? Like a gut feeling that something will go wrong versus I'm paranoid something will go wrong. For me, it was, I'm more paranoid that something would go wrong in this instance rather than a gut feeling. So I was like, I would rather tell them and then not have anything to regret. You know what I mean? But dude, that dream fucked me up. And then immediately within like a day of having that dream, I got a cold sore. There's no way it isn't stress related. I've had a few moments where I wake up out of a bad dream and I can never remember anything about them. Dude, I'm pissed because you know what happened in the first half of that dream? I got friend zoned by a Temu like Patrick Dempsey. I will say actually, that one was, he was kind of hotter than Patrick Dempsey. Yeah. Yeah. But he was like emotionally unavailable. And I was like, dude, you should just stay friends with this person that's pursuing you. It's better for your mental health, right? And then he was like hung up on his toxic ex. And I'm like, man, that's not good for you. You could do better than that. And I was like, I think it would be best if you cut this person out of your life. The cold sore was where the ghost touched you? Dude, it's on my lip. You think he was trying to give me a chew? That's fair, I'd be bummed by that too. The thing is, like, when I have dreams, they're often very long and sequential. Like, they will go in chapters, and what happens between the chapters is, like, totally different. Sometimes irrelevant, even, actually. I have a lot of weird dreams, but not really nightmares. Lucky bitch. Nightmares are really bad, actually. I can see how people go insane from nightmares, especially if you feel them vividly like I do. Yeah. But yeah. That was my dream. That was my story. You're welcome. I've never been in Twitch chat. Mistake corrected. Why have you never been in Twitch chat, huh? Your dreams are significantly more detailed than any that I've ever remembered. That's extremely interesting. It's a blessing and a curse, Ditter. It's like, sometimes it's very good. Like, for example, if, you know, I'm cuddling with someone. I had this dream where I was cuddling with Ryoji from Persona 3 when I was like, I don't know, 17 or something. Man, I miss that dream. I haven't had it since. It was so pleasant, guys. We were on the train going to the academy, and then he was just like, we were just like cuddling on the train, dude. Like, you know when you have like your head on someone's shoulder? Anyway, still single. So, at least I have dreams, right? Except they're usually bad. They're usually quite detailed, though. Ew, Ryoji, I hated that character. I drew so much fan art of Ryoji. I love that douche. I wrote so much fan fiction about Ryoji, dude. You may have theoretically read my fan fiction at some point. I don't have a dream so sad. You technically do have dreams from what I understand. You just don't remember them. I wake up pissed. I used to fight my nightmares, but they would laugh at me till I learn I can't hit it but touch it. So I grab the monster's ankles and proceed to slam it in every wall and start to feel fear. That's one way of taking control. You know, I respect that. The thing is, for me, right? Even if I fight back, they just respawn. It's cheating. Like, even if I beat the shit out of the whatever is attacking me, they have plot armor. It pisses me off. I will be like, it's a dream. I can do this. I can fight this. And then they'll just like somehow, I don't know. They'll somehow win. Or I guess like, well, we usually just stalemate, to be honest. Because I also have plot armor. Yeah. Your brain is very active in your sleep, right? Yeah. I think you would actually go insane if you did not sleep. Keeping a journal, even just a notes page on your phone where you write down your dreams, helps a ton with remembering. It's true. If you do it like immediately as you get up. I will say I generally remember a lot of my dreams, to be honest. Like where I could probably like write like a little book about it, but sometimes it's best to forget. But sometimes you get that warm, nice, fuzzy feeling in a dream and you're like, yeah, I want to stay here forever. I get it, guys. I get it. I'm gonna go to Pikakoni. Control your dreams so you can be OP. That's what I want to do, dude. I wish. Some people train themselves to lucid dream, but I don't think it's actually good to lucid dream that much because you're not really resting your brain, you know? Having done exactly that, got insane from not sleeping, yes, you will lose your mind if you do not sleep. I ran off caffeine, spite, and fumes back in 2011. Yup. Well, even if you didn't need to sleep and it didn't inhibit your bodily function, I think you would mentally go insane just because you need to decompress and you need to have time off. You know what I mean? You should write more? I probably should. Maybe one day. Romantic dreams I can remember would be nice. Well, I have the real thing now anyways. Boo! Everyone say boo! Death to all couples! Except Weki and Wiz. Boo! Sorry, nobody can be happy but me. Especially if you're in a relationship. Boo! Venom. I want a shirt that says death to all couples. You actually do begin to hallucinate, yeah. Dreaming does something that lets your brain recover, at least that's why I stopped training myself to lose a dream. It's something you really need to do in small amounts. Yeah, relationship boo. My nightmares used to be scary, but now they're just wistful, clever buggers. Oh, do you get emotional damage instead? I used to have bad nightmares, but I learned to change the channel through sometimes, although sometimes I still just have to wake up. Do you mean like becoming kind of conscious in your dream? Oh no, this isn't a safe space. Not a safe space for couples. Hey, if you want to make an orphan, come get me. Guys, you know my policy regarding orphans, right? Can someone illustrate my policy regarding orphans that I established in Baldur's Gate 3? Is there a safe space for singles? Yeah. Safe-ish. If you're single by choice. I have a policy regarding orphans, guys. No orphan gets left behind. So if you kill the family, right? If you kill the parents, make sure to also kill the child. So that kid doesn't come back for revenge. You're welcome. Man, I gave a thumbs up, but you couldn't see it. Also, I don't know if, like, the plumber is still here. My mom told me there was a plumber coming by, and I really hope they can't hear this. I hope not. What? Am I wrong? Why would you discriminate against the child? You bring them all together so they can be a family again, just in the afterlife. Nah, I go Naruto and tell them to find me one day and take me out. Dude, isn't that what happened in Kill Bill? No, Batman. Not on my watch, there won't be. Equal opportunity killing indeed. Thank you very much, Bob. And once again, make sure to say thank you if you were gifted. Your hate isn't strong enough. What do you mean? Amaya, are you ready for your glitchstars rite of passage? Actually, fun fact. I've been wanting to do this a long time, but I've actually been contracted under glitchstars so long, I was like, oh, wait until debut. So I waited like a long time, like months and months and months and months to do this stream, even though I've been wanting to do it for like a year. Good luck with the dreams getting into Warhammer 40k. I'm a Death Guard main, and when I was getting into 40k, I had a dream. I was one of the... too fast. Astartes suffering from a destroyer plague? Bricky is a VTuber Warhammer gateway drug, and it's hilarious. Actually, okay. So... Hi, if you're new here and you're a glitchstars fan or watcher or Warhammer fan, so for some context, hello, I'm Amaya, and I tend to like lore like Dark Souls or Elder Scrolls or stuff like Made in Abyss or Mass Effect. Basically, I really, really like lore that has very kind of alien cultures to them, right? I appreciate how dark Made in Abyss is, for example. It's like, I like completely alien rather than backwards. You know what I mean? And a lot of people aren't familiar with Elder Scrolls lore because they do a really shit job of explaining it, but Elder Scrolls lore is actually pretty fucked up. Like, actually really fucked up. You are new? There's so many J's. There are 3 J's, and some of them changed their name. And I'm like, are you the same J from like 4 months ago, or are you new J? I'm new here, found out about you thanks to one of Hiyori's posts. Welcome, Michelle. I hope you have a good time here. Gonna predict the Tyranid Enjoyer. Okay, you know what? We can take some predictions now. I'm not actually familiar with anything aside from Space Marine 2, and that's only a little bit, and a little bit of Dark Tide. That's it. So some factions I guess I like from the media I enjoy, so you guys can kind of get an idea of what I would be drawn to. Would be I really like the Zerg. I like... My favorite Daedric Prince is not technically a Daedric Prince, it's Malakath, because he's a Chad. Aside from that, maybe Azura. Maiden Abyss. My favorite things about Maiden Abyss are just how out of this world everything is. Everything can kill you. And nothing discriminates against you. It's also crazy how every single thing has its own ecosystem. The orphan thing reminded me of the idea of White Whistle Mei. I mean, technically... we don't know what happened to Liza, so... she's not an orphan yet. Just at the orphanage. The rest of them's, yeah. The rest of them, yeah, they're dead. The orcs. Orcs as in orcs, or orcs as in orcs? They're different. Oh, so Tyranids, Necrons, possibly Dark Elder. Certain Imperium factions might interest you as go deeper. I will say, actually, from what I played of Space Marine 2, I really enjoyed, I guess, the Empire thingy. I really like the Space Marines because I found the unification of humanity to be very interesting, as well as the formality of everything. I really like well thought out cultures and races. Like in Mass Effect, for example, what would be my favorite race in Mass Effect? Guys, never say favorite race out of context. In Mass Effect, honestly, I feel like the Asari are pretty basic. They're still interesting, you know, but let me take a quick look. Bam. Mass Effect for that ass effect. Haha. Mass Effect races. Probably... honestly, probably the Solarians. I think it's interesting in Mass Effect 2 because they put a lot of thought into how each race interacts with one another. They had generally established dynamics, but also subverted those dynamics in a very realistic way. That's one of the reasons I said the re-explain videos would be a good choice for you, because they string together a more cohesive narrative. We'll go through these ones first, and because this is definitely going to take multiple streams, right? And then we'll go through the re-explained ones, because I think those are actually much longer too. There's a bunch of chapters of Space Marines, 20 progenitor chapters like Ultramarines, etc. And then Emperor only knows how many successor chapters. That's a lot of chapters. My favorite one was what Tali was. Quarians? Quarians are also interesting, but the thing is, you know what they did? They took a stock photo of a human woman and they made her like purple. And that became a Quarian. So that that instantly dropped Quarians down on my list. You just get a stock photo of a human with a filter on it for Quarians. Let's see, aside from that, I actually really like the Elcor. The Elcor are adorable. I don't remember the races in Mass Effect, but whatever Garrus is wins my heart. He was a Turian. One of the big points to remember in 40k lore and canon is all from viewpoints of unreliable narrators with incomplete pictures, include the writers and runners of the media. Oh, is this why people say there are so many retcons? Question mark? Elcor are chill as fuck. Later, Soda. Have a good day. There's 18 existing legions. There are basically infinite number of chapters since the new ones get added a lot. Okay. Orcs are my favorite Warhammer race because if they collectively believe something, it's true. They think red things are faster, so vehicles painted red literally travel faster. That's actually so cool. That's kind of similar to how, like, the chaos functions, right? Oh, but okay, here. Before we spend a million years talking about it, let's actually watch it, guys. Are you ready? Boo, 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 boo. I'm not ready. It's right here. Okay. Bam. Bam. Wham, bam, banana jam. Let's see. This is a case of, in fact, Delulu is the Salulu. Alright, is there anything I should do or make note of before I get into this? Anything at all, chat? Or are we good? Also, this is my first time doing actual reaction content, so be kind to me. Just raw dog the video. Okay, woman, calm down. It's buffering.
In the kind brightness of the
Do you want captions
past,
or no?
there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet.
Oh, 1 second, sorry. I need to link Ricky's video. I have it linked in the description, but let me pin it here. There we go. There you go. Okay. Excellent. All right. Sorry. Now we are ready.
Species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars. Shortly thereafter, a new species began to arise. The Necron tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly
I relate
as
to the Necron for real.
with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from Mephetron, the Deceiver. The Necron tier accepted the Catan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse, a trick the Catan crafted.
No, they were deceived by the Deceiver of the Catan? This cannot be. Wow. I didn't see this coming. Also, I forgot to say thank you, Anon.
Gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remain.
Oh, so basically, I'm gonna have to do catch-ups at some point, right? Oh no, this is re-explained. I'm watching the wrong one. Silly me, chat. I should be watching the other one. I want to see the original first. Hehe. No, this is good, but I want to watch the other one. I want to see the other one. I think I linked the wrong video, guys. Ooh. This is timeline one. So I shouldn't watch the original? The other one's the same but worse. This one assumes you watched the original in the first place. Okay, well, honestly, I should probably watch the other one then. The timeline won't make sense to me because I don't know any of the people in it. Okay, 1 second. Bam. Got that one. Wham, bam, banana jam. Because I am someone who needs to know absolutely everything. Otherwise, it does not compute in my brain. So.
The Necron tier.
Nope. There you go.
Today's
it's not re-explained. It should be popular Warhammer. Okay.
As someone who does
There you go. Does it show up now? There you go. Blip. Now there you go. The original is funnier? Am I not funny enough for you, chat? Tell me the truth. Okay. What's Bricky's video? No, why did you say it with a period? That's so serious. There you go. Sorry about that. You know, it's fine. Actually, I learn better when there are mistakes to correct. Are you funny? Yeah, funnier than you. And you're pretty funny looking.
doesn't necessarily serve the Omnissiah, but someone who can appreciate them. You will not be getting my legs today.
Is the volume okay, by the way?
Replacing them with various things depending on which faction we are currently talking about to add a little bit more context and possible comedy to whatever the hell I am currently doing. So, hello everybody, my name is Bricky, and this is going to be a long video and a large project that has been going on for quite some time. This is, I need two hands for this. This is every single Warhammer 40k race in kind of a nutshell, explained, a little bit of explanation, a little bit of lore, a little bit of talking about the tabletop, but mostly lore, what they're all about, and also a little bit of background for those of you who just have no clue what Warhammer 40,000 is.
That's me.
Now you see, Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000 is a universe people hear plenty of, but don't know a whole lot about. They see, oh, there's these dudes in big power armor with chainsaw swords, and they got these big old green orcs, and there's some bugs over there, and everyone calls these guys weebs. And then there's these spiky bitches over here, and I don't get it. I don't understand. Where do I start? Well, this video is particularly for you, or for those of you who have a little bit of knowledge, but you're kind of curious about each of the different races and factions in Warhammer. So overall, the Warhammer universe is vast when it comes to lore and background, and each different faction is so different with the things that they believe in, and some are human, some are transhuman, like where they all have all these crazy ass electronics on them. You've got aliens, and you've got the chaos factions, and there's so much to entail.
Oh, wait. So transhuman would basically be like your consciousness is transplanted into an artificial body, basically. Or because a cyborg, you technically have to be partially human physically, right? But transhuman, I feel like, would be different. They're cyborgs. Is surpassing the human form is one method of transhumanism. Transhumanism is basically anything aiming to transcend humanity. Oh, so they do have... Oh, no, but like you can't have like... Would you still be accepted if you had your brain only, but you were in a completely robot body aside from your brain? Oh, so as long as your brain is physically part of it, then it's okay? So like uploading yourself to the cloud or cloning yourself a new body or upgrading yourself. Okay, we'll get into it. Okay, we'll see.
Decide to embark on this project to tell you what each and every single one of them is about, and what the Warhammer universe is about as well, to give at least a little bit of an intro to this extremely bloated but very, very enjoyable world that I and many others partake in. So, I will be explaining every single faction in the Warhammer 40k universe, at least all the factions you can play as, and some smaller factions here and there. I will not be discussing absolutely everything in it because that is a little bit much, and I'm not going to go too mega deep into the lore. I'm going to give you a pretty solid overview
for example.
of
Yes,
each
I
of the
know what
different
those are.
factions and have you learn a little bit about them, and we'll discuss a little bit of the tabletop as well in case you were curious about that. But for this episode entirely, we are discussing the Imperium of Man because that takes up a fat chunk of Warhammer lore.
This would be Space Marines, right?
What is Warhammer 40,000? Well, the 40,000 starts off is the year 40,000, the 41st millennium. That's where it takes place, is in the year 40,000, 41,000 AD. You're already more knowledgeable. Let me read you a quote, first of many quotes in this video. It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 years, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. To be a man in such times is to be amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods.
Question. So since this is 40,000 years after death, right? So do they ever explore how things got to this point for any of the factions? Because I know that there's some continuity and there's no continuity in other places. Like, for example, the fantasy Warhammer is completely separate from the, I guess, futuristic Warhammer. You know all about the AI uprising and Horus Heresy. That's why boo AI, right? You can't be completely a robot. There's more information about some eras than others. But typically things generally take place within 40k, as in like 40,000 years after death. Okay. In broad strokes, from the Imperium's perspective, anything that happened 20,000 years ago is basically mythological. That would make sense. They do some in more detail, some less. Horus Heresy takes place in 30k, and 40k is a fallout of the Horus Heresy in modern era of a setting. So modern as in this is what we typically experience when we get a Warhammer game. Okay. Oh, so you guys weren't joking when you said there's 40k or 30k. Okay, okay. We continue.
Everything blows. And it blows fucking hard.
So true, King.
Warhammer is probably the most dark and depressing universes ever in fiction, or at least like top 3.
Yeah, I heard about corpse
Everything
starch.
is so absurdly horrible, destructive, or overpowered that it all kind of ends up canceling itself out. It's like Dota. War rages across
I actually don't know
the
much about
galaxy.
Dota lore.
Interstellar travel is only possible due to sacrificing 1,000 souls a day to a rotting...
Chat, I do expect this of you, by the way. Oh, hi. Hi, welcome, Raiders. Hi, DK, how was your stream? Welcome in. We're just getting into the very beginning of every single Warhammer 40k faction explained, part 1. You know, I'll double down. Yeah, guys, sacrifice 1,000 souls to give me my youthful looks that I definitely have. Only 28, by the way. But welcome for those of you that do not know me. Hi, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here to bully you, and a member of glitchstars 4th generation Aerunia. Guys, crazy. Look how well I did my introduction. Typical me. I'm actually very bad at that, but just a light snack for the biggie. I wonder if they sacrifice like 1,000 souls every time to keep him alive. Is there no way to sacrifice more? I assume this is explored, but like logically, wouldn't you be able to sacrifice more to invigorate him? No? I don't know. My logic, I feel like you should be able to. Also, check out DK's channel. Give some love. Not any souls, it has to be psychers. Oh, like that that dude with the bird at the end of the campaign or the mission that we did yesterday in Space Marine 2. The tragic irony is that sacrificing 1,000 souls a day is justified. I'm not sure what the Emperor does, but if you say it's justified, I will take your word for it. 1,000 souls daily isn't that bad in 40k. The Imperium has 1 million worlds, so that's like one person every 3-ish years. That's what it is. It's all relative, guys. The word alive is doing some heavy lifting with the biggie. If this is the biggie, yeah.
Carcass of a man who you believe to be your god. Demonic gods and just demons tear open the fabric of reality on a whim. Other Xenos or even other humans end up killing each other in untold billions across the galaxy. It is a time of unending war, slaughter, and a bloodbath amongst everybody. Planets are deemed unrecoverable and are completely destroyed on a whim. Everything sucks, but that's like the charm of it. See, everything in Warhammer is evil, but being evil is kind of fun. Like humanity, it is—
Actually, I will say that this is something I very much enjoy with, I guess, dark fantasy. The morality scale of everything becomes so incredibly relative. It basically gets thrown out the window, and it just becomes, instead of something being good or bad, quote unquote, it just becomes something that is. You know what I mean? I like that sense of equalization that you have, in that actions are just actions. There's a lack of a moral high ground, almost, you know? Yeah, because survival is like the #1 choice. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah. Like, even the culture that I saw in Space Marine 2 is very interesting, because the #1 goal for everyone is survival. There's a lack of... It's not entirely not present, right? But there's a lack of self-interest. And I find that unity to be very, very interesting. Because, especially since people are so individualistic and selfish by nature, to see humanity act in a very, I guess, self-sacrificial and almost altruistic way is very interesting to me. That's part of why I like the Space Marines.
Its own right is a xenophobic, prejudice, and religious zealot group that kill each other just as much as they kill all of their enemies. And they're unrecoverable and are completely destroyed on a whim. Everything sucks, but that's like the charm of it. See, everything in Warhammer is evil, but being evil is kind of fun. Like humanity, in its own right, is a xenophobic, prejudice, and religious zealot group that kill each other just as much as they kill all of their enemies.
Oh, humanity.
And they're like mid to high tier evil on the evil scale of...
Guys, they bring food. Playing by intent. Playing low tier for fun. Tyranids. Tyranids are less evil than us? Really? I guess Tyranids are... Their only will is to survive, right? Not necessarily expand? I'm not sure. Tyranids, I imagine... They're top tier evil? What? Wait, so are these most evil? Oh, I thought that he said that these are higher. Tyranids are to consume. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Are Tyranids basically like the Flood from Halo? Is a tiger evil if it kills you and eats you? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's only survival, right? Yes-ish. Scarier, but yes. Oh. Ew. Okay.
Warhammer, nobody is good. No matter who you are, everyone is some flavor, some color of evil. Whoever you pick, you are going to be the bad guy. But that's the fun of it. Because being the bad guy is badass. Villains are cool. They look cool, they got cool outfits, they got cool weapons, they got cool armies. Villains are cool, man. And when everyone is a villain, everyone is pretty cool. That's what makes this so charming, is that everyone can be the bad guy. So
he gets me
let's
for
start off
real.
talking about the main bad guy, quote unquote, the Imperium of Man.
His hair, whack. His gear, whack.
The Imperium of Man is the main empire of the human race. All of humanity is under this one flag called the Imperium. And about 10,000 years
And that's
ago,
what the
there was a
Emperor
man.
leads.
He was the Emperor of mankind, a 10-foot tall psychic demigod who led humanity across the stars to colonize tons and tons of worlds, create superhuman
30K
soldiers, and really bring
he was
humanity
crowned.
to a new age. This man, the Emperor of Mankind, was a psyker. And a psyker is like a magician of sorts. In the world of 40k, there is the warp, the immaterium, kind of like hell, but sort of like a purgatory dimension of hell. And a psyker is someone who can take that power and manifest it through their mind to use it to do stuff, like witchcraft stuff, magician stuff, spells,
That's the stuff in Dark
lots of
Tide.
other things, but we don't want to get too into that. The Emperor, big boy psyker, top tier, A+, maybe even S. Now the Emperor created a bunch of sons. Yes, created a bunch of sons known as the Primarchs. He created 18 Primarchs.
18 Primarchs, 18 factions, question mark?
To have them lead all of the different legions of humanity to the different stars and plans to help colonize and bring it out. These Primarchs are basically like little versions of the Emperor. Not all of them are psychers, but a lot of them are very, very powerful, and they lead his special Space Marine legions.
When you say lost to history, does this mean like they don't have any records of them like at all? Or is it because they haven't written about them in lore? We don't talk about? Oh, so they've been basically stripped of all right to exist in history. Okay.
Then this
So they did something
big
bad.
clusterfuck happened called the Horus Heresy, where the Emperor's favorite son, the Primarch,
Okay.
Horus, ended up joining Chaos and
Is he
leading
number 2
nine
or
other,
11?
well, I guess 8, 9 of the 18, half of his Primarchs directly to Earth to fight down the Emperor himself. Now, if you want to know what Chaos is, remember what I mentioned earlier? The warp,
Neither.
that immaterium, the, I guess 8,
Okay, hold on.
9 of the 18, Horus Heresy, where the Emperor's favorite son, the Primarch, Horus, ended up joining Chaos and leading 9 other, well, I guess 8, 9 of the 18, half of his Primarchs directly to Earth to fight down the Emperor himself. Now, if you want to know what Chaos is, remember what I mentioned earlier? The warp, that immaterium, the hellish place? In there relies the 4 Chaos gods. Imagine like Satan and 3 other Satans. The warp being kind of evil, those Chaos gods, that's the reason. And so those Chaos gods manipulated Horus, and then Horus helped manipulate all 8 other Primarchs to lead this giant coup directly on the Emperor on Earth. And they fucked up shit. After this huge civil war, Horus died, but not before brutally wounding the Emperor. And right at the end of his life, they put the Emperor on this large golden throne on Earth, in which he is now alive, just barely, but slowly rotting away, powering something called the Astronomicon, so long as he stays alive, and is fed 1,000 people a day. The Astronomicon is like the North Star. If you want to do interstellar travel in 40k, you need to pass through that demonic warp I mentioned earlier. But how do you know where you're going? Well, the Emperor is there putting a nice little navigator right there. He helps navigate you to know where.
Oh, so if the Emperor dies, they're basically fucked in terms of accessing all other worlds that they have because they no longer have like a compass to navigate the warp. Okay, I see. I was wondering why they would keep him alive, and like there has to be like some reason. Okay.
Where you're going. If you want to go from Earth to some crazy solar system across the way, you need to
So
go
basically
through
their
that warp,
entire
and
empire
then
will
you
collapse.
need to know where you're going, go through there, and pop your way out. It's like doing nether travel in Minecraft, so you can shorten the distance between going to areas. So long as the Emperor is alive and being fed 1,000 people a day to stay alive, you can do that. The moment he dies, interstellar travel's gone for all of humanity. You're so boned. Now, since the Horus Heresy 10,000 years ago, the Imperium has fallen from grace substantially. All technology has started to dwindle and die. There is now giant fundamental religious extremists that now believe the Emperor of Mankind was a deity, a true living god, which is probably the last thing the Emperor would have wanted to be remembered for. So now you have this thing called the Ecclesiarchy, which is this giant church entirely devoted to spreading the good.
Why do they say that would be the last thing he would want to be remembered for? Sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions, but I'm not sure how much I need to know to understand effectively. He hated religion, but he was... So when they called him a demigod, was he basically a demigod in terms of power? He wasn't actually a demigod. Oh. Okay. So basically, he was very strong, basically took upon the role of leader and somewhat elected as leader. And because he was so much power, he had so much power, he was put in the position of basically a demigod. Okay. Now how do?
Word of the Emperor. He is now the Holy Emperor God, the God Emperor of mankind. And all of the Imperium has taken up worshiping him to the fullest extent and killing anything that isn't humanity in his name.
Oh, you
the Imperium has this futuristic gothic tone to it and a heft.
Oh my god, it all comes down to racism again. He has a position now because the other factions profit from that. So, question. The Imperium of Humanity, my understanding of an empire, right, would be, for example, you have, let's say you have country A, country B. Country A is a different species, right, from country B. Country A has, they take over country B and they make country B a country under them. Thus, empire, right? So, that's my understanding, at least from the fiction I've read. In fairness, is it xenophobia if every other race does want to kill or enslave you? That's true, it's equality. The Emperor is an immortal who has been... Those are words. Humanity is two countries, one following the Emperor and the other following true gods. Uh-huh. So, when they take over worlds, do they kill the entire population and then replace those with humans over time? Oh, I see. Okay. So it's an empire in size. Okay, I understand. I wasn't sure if they were taking over, but if they're super racist, it makes sense that they just kill them all. Usually yes. Because I was wondering, are there any non-human species that are like factions within the empire that worship the emperor or are affiliated? Okay.
Religious zealotry to them. If you think anything against the emperor, that's heresy and you deserve to die. That is called being a heretic.
Real quick, that is in fact how it works in this chat, by the way.
Heretics die in 40k. There is no such thing as freedom of religion. There is no such thing as freedom of speech, so long as you are against the emperor. There is no such thing as any kind of tolerance. Everyone is a religious zealot. Some more than others, but no matter what, you're preaching that good word. So right now, everyone in humanity is trying to expand their empire across the stars. If you are a heretic, someone who doesn't believe in the emperor, you are deserving of death. If you believe in the chaos gods, you are also a heretic and you deserve death. If you are an alien race of any kind, you are a filthy Xenos and you deserve death as well. So long as the murder continues and humanity expands, the Imperium of Man is very, very happy.
Guys, are we the problem? Are we possibly the problem here? We're kind of toxic. Nah, I can see what kind of people you guys are. The other species are just as bad. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, as you said, it's a very dark world. It's do or die, right? So that's the thing, though. Why people, I guess, like countries expand, right? Otherwise, you encounter something like this and you're not equipped to deal with it, especially in such a particularly brutal setting. You kind of are forced to go on the offensive in order to survive. The LOM has decentralized feudal control, and travel communications across the empire can take weeks/months/years. You can't have a centralized government. Yeah, well, I was thinking if the space, if the beacon or like the North Star goes down with the emperor, right? Then all communication is just fucked anyways. You're gonna lose colony after colony after colony. Well, I guess they're not colonies anymore, really. They're probably called like Planet 2 or something. Basically, at this point, everyone is past the good times, only bad times from here onward. So pick your poison. I have a couple of options. We are a problem, and the worst one is we're not the worst one. Oh, would the chaos be considered the worst one? Since basically just like believing in the chaos makes the chaos stronger, or even thinking of it. That's how it works, right? Definitely not the worst. Or dark elves? Wait, what? There are a lot of opinions here. I will ignore them.
However, the largest fighting force
well,
of
okay,
this
when I say worst, I mean like typically, I guess, the most aggressive and brutal. The guys who want me to be alive are the least bad ones, just saying. True. Bob knows what's up. Thank you. Okay, when I'm saying worst, I'm not talking about good or bad. I'm talking about which is the biggest threat. Because morality has been thrown out the window, basically. Morally or the Tau? And if we were going to base it off morality, we would have to have our own relative subjective morality as humanity. Yep. Still no, still no agreement. There's not even one, like, a sense of a homogenized opinion here. I'm mostly saying Tyranids and Chaos. Okay. They consume everything depending on if they've eaten everything else, they die out, there's nothing left. Oh, so the Necrons are different, right? From the Tyranids? I don't know why I thought they were the same. Not biased, but my faction is the only one that's looking to end suffering by bringing about a final end of rebirth for a new and better universe. Okay, well, let's continue.
It's my personal favorite faction, and the first faction we will discuss, the Astra Militarum, or also known as the Imperial Guard.
Okay.
Now, man. You finished?
So this is a faction within the Imperium.
The Imperial Guard is the main fighting force of the Imperium, and in a world of horrifying creatures, galactic monstrosities, the literal demons themselves breaking through the fabric of time to kill you, the Imperial Guard are untold billions of regular men and women wearing modern day like flak armor
also
with
like
a laser
infantry
rifle. This is the humble las gun, the main weapon of the Imperial Guard. It fires superheated plasma lasers at an extremely fast fire rate. It is reliable, never jams. It can blow off limbs, giant holes in concrete. It is overall an extremely devastating weapon in modern day. It is one of the weakest in the 40k universe. Yeah.
I will say, okay, these guys are Chads alone based off the fact that they're still alive and they haven't chosen to just end it all in a world where their weapons are considered flashlights and they're just thrown as bodies at the Empire's enemies. Many do. I would not be surprised. They're also hyper indoctrinated. That's actually one thing I was thinking. I'm like, what kind of education and how do they grow up? What are they being taught and that they can evolve, I guess, to live in this world? Okay, I'm just saying realistically, right? Do you think that if you take humanity over 10,000 years, I feel like this would be the case, right? But if you take humanity and you slowly develop a more and more indoctrinated kind of like cult, right? Do you think their tolerance for PTSD gets higher? Like, actually. Just because everything's horrific, right? So what is likely to traumatize you would be things seen as horrific and abnormal. But if it's already kind of normal for you, it's not gonna be as likely to give you PTSD, you know? Commissars exist, they absolutely do not. Absolutely do not what? If you get PTSD, you become a door. No. Scientifically less. If you believe you're serving a higher purpose, you're more resilient to trauma. That's true. That's a problem I have with overly grim scenarios. All too often it requires everyone to be dumb or indoctrinated beyond belief. I will say, I think there is an element of realism to it, though. Because the more normalized something is, the less you question it. You know? Sometimes you'll occasionally have like a shower thought where you're like, wait a second. You know? But if it's something that you are constantly dealing with on a regular basis, that everyone believes to be true, you're not really going to think about it. Manny is in decay for 10k years now, and most humans never encounter the other factions. It's more of a higher class information. Oh, that makes sense. Especially since they kill everyone on the planets, right? They have constant traumatic stress disorder. That checks out. When you're raised from childhood to be a soldier, PTSD is part of being human. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this would be kind of inherently built in. When you're built as a human, you're built with the trauma.
A laser rifle that never jams, it could blow off limbs, one of the weakest weapons.
Average lifespan for a guardsman once they enlist is 50 minutes. That's canon. That doesn't surprise me, actually, because even in real war, right? A lot of people don't even survive like an hour, which is horrific to think about.
That's the world we're in right now. But who cares? Because the Imperial Guard has, in each battle, 500,000 of these men and women, 30,000 large armored tanks, 10,000 artillery batteries.
15
the
hours?
Imperial
Oh,
Guard
that's longer than I
wins
thought, to
through
be honest.
sheer numbers and firepower. They kind of have this World War I, World War II style aesthetic with legions of guardsmen as well as high company commanders and generals on the field along with them, and multiple kinds of troops. A normal Imperial Guard.
Are women very different in this setting? I'm not seeing many women. Have they changed, like, reproduction to be more efficient? There are no women? Well, because I'm like, I saw women, right? The women are in the guard. Okay, I never see pictures of women here. Wasn't there one in the previous shot?
Artillery batteries. The Imperial Guard wins through sheer numbers and firepower. They kind of have this World War I, World War II style aesthetic with legions of guardsmen as well as high company commanders and generals.
How do they go about reproduction, though? Is there no way to make it more efficient? The latest miniatures have a lot of female heads on lots of the MCUs in recent Guard novels. Oh, cool. There are novels? Oh, yeah. I remember there's a book recommended at the beginning of chat. The real-time strategy game Dawn of the War Crusade showcases artillery power, but nope. Clothing is meant. Shut the fuck up. Normal reproduction, just a lot of people. Oh, I see. So, how do they treat pregnant women, though? Because it would be more efficient for women to, I guess, be safer during pregnancy, right? 50 plus novels? Wow. Do they all follow the same protagonist? They don't really talk about it. That seems very important, though. No? Oh, okay. They don't put a highlight on women. Yeah, women aren't real, guys. Sorry.
Generals on the field along with them, and multiple kinds of troops. A normal Imperial Guard battle starts off with artillery, long lines of artillery, cracking the crust of the planet underneath the enemy's feet. And as this barrage continues, hundreds of thousands of guardsmen, a sea of guardsmen surges.
Wait, they don't really talk about it in the lore, but there are so many people it doesn't matter how they would treat pregnant women in this universe. No, I'm asking because yeah, obviously there are a lot of people, right? But if you're constantly fighting war, you should constantly be fighting, or like you should also be focusing on making people grow up faster so that they can be in a position to fight, right? But also speeding up pregnancy so you can pop that shit out faster. Realistically, right? That, like, keeping up your numbers, especially when you're winning by sheer numbers, is very, very important. So I'm surprised that it's not really mentioned. There are civilians. Yeah, I know, but like even then. 9 months is a long time. Oh, okay, so was he wrong in saying that it's like they're just relying on sheer numbers, or is it just that's how this particular faction functions? Civilians live normal lives. Getting pregnant in the military means a few months of leave and then giving up your kid to the trainers. Oh, okay. See, I thought that I was wondering about civilians because he said that like everyone's getting fucked basically, right? So I was wondering if people were just trained in specific roles, similar to like, fuck, what is it? What are they called in Dragon Age? Not the Talvashok. The Kunari. If anyone has ever played Dragon Age, the Kunari, all the people have like set roles. And the Kun like categorize people into various roles, and they do that for like the rest of their life. Many jobs are hereditary. Okay. War factories. See, I figured that people were just sitting in factories doing whatever job they're told to do. Like, you make food, you farm, you do this. Okay. It's not quite the Kunari levels where you don't even have a name. That's surprising considering the population here is like 1 billion times more. Well, we never said the Kun were happy.
Forward, firing and charging at everything possible while the planet rumbles as tanks roll up behind them. Gunships block out the sun and tanks block out the dirt with the steps and hoofprints of millions of guardsmen. It is through numbers and sheer sundering firepower. They are the first and last line of defense for the Imperium and make up a huge bulk of the battles. The Imperial Guard is also made up of tons of different kinds of regiments. The Catachin jungle fighters live in a death world that's more hospitable than almost any firefight they'll ever get into. So they just have this steroid-looking, giant knife, Rambo predator-looking sons 80s. Of bitches, where nothing is anywhere near as scary as a simple knight on their home planet. You have the Valhallan winter soldiers who haven't felt their toes in 300 years, the Mordian Iron Guard who are more interested in making their shoes shine than actually fighting a battle, and then of course the big one, the Cadians from Cadia.
Oh, this is
the biggest,
the planet that we were talking about yesterday that blew up, right? And then Sib and Mina were like, yeah, I don't remember which one blew them up. Question mark. You see that at the beginning, I think, of Space Marine 2, or at least, what's his name? Titus? I think Titus is talking about it? Question mark.
Export of guardsmen in the entirety of the Imperium. You will fire your first gun at 5. You will disassemble the biggest export of guardsmen in the entirety of the Imperium. You will fire your first gun at 5. You will disassemble and reassemble it at 10. You will have pounding artillery drills day in and day out at 15, and you'll fight your first swarm lord at 16. And if you mention Cadia, you will burst into an unrelenting amount of tears and sadness like I do daily. To quote, I have at my command an entire battle group of the Imperial Guard, 50 regiments including specialized drop troops, stealthers, mechanized formations, armored companies, combat engineers, and mobile artillery. Over 500,000 fighting men and 30,000 tanks and artillery pieces are mine to command. Emperor, show mercy to the fool that stands against me, for I shall not.
That is a hard-ass line.
The Imperial Guard are my personal favorite faction in 40k. They're the army I collect the most, the ones I enjoy playing the most, and the one I enjoy in the lore sense a lot. There's something about just a regular man with a laser.
Okay, sorry if I'm pausing too much. I don't want to talk over him. I'm curious as to how sadness is viewed in this world. Because it feels, in situations like this, you never have time to feel sad, especially if you're constantly in like fight or flight, right? So I'm curious to see, like, culturally, how emotions are handled, you know? And like at what point they determine you a liability and they just like lobotomize you with a bullet. Well, I mean, yeah. Weakness down the line is a backdoor for chaos. So if you, I know this sounds really, how do I say this? Really, I guess, extreme, but I feel like it would make sense in this universe. If you cry, do you get like shot? I know that sounds stupid, but like actually. No? Okay. It depends. So I assume in this world, it's very normal to just be like, have tears streaming down your face, but you're speaking normally, basically. If you cry regularly, no. If you cry when there's chaos present, probably. They train to be tolerant on emotion. If you did show emotion, you get shot by a commissar. I want to see like a ranking chart of this. Think of it like this: civilians can cry if you're in the guard running away from enemies, you get shot. Well, I just mean like, if let's say it's after a battle and you get 5 minutes of reprieve, you know, or I guess like 5 minutes away from the firefight, and you just lost someone important to you. Do you just like sob? I'm really interested to see how human bonds form and how they're maintained in a world like this where people become numbers a lot of the time.
Being told to charge the horrors of this universe and willingly doing so for his god emperor. It's just poetic. They actually represent the main Imperial Guard tactics pretty well. Large amounts of artillery that doesn't require a line of sight, lots of tanks, tons of infantry, drop troops, and gunships. Overall, they're pretty similar to how they sound, though a little bit expensive to collect, unfortunately. And they don't hit a lot. They have a bit of a bad aim, but you don't really care because you're just drowning them in shots. However, if you...
No, I know that they have emotions, because I know that, what's that dude? That one dude got mad at Titus. I don't expect them to not have emotions. I'm just wondering what is socially acceptable, right? Because their social constructs are very different. If that makes sense. There are games that explore the more human side of 40k, not just the gigapower guys, like day-to-day humans in the cities in Rogue Trader. Oh yeah, I really wanted to play Rogue... Sorry, I did him dirty with that pause.
One more act.
I really want to play Rogue Trader. I saw this one dude in it, and I was watching the Salt Factory's videos because I really like his reviews, right? And I started watching a little bit of his Rogue Trader review. And one thing I was kind of disappointed by was the romance routes and like your interactions with party members are not fully voiced. And I was so sad. But anyways, the dialogue for the romance was really, really well written. And I was like, okay, I can't finish this video because I don't want to get spoiled. Rogue Trader and Dark Heresy is/will be amazing if you want to explore the intricacies of the Empyrean societies. That's what I personally find interesting. I mean, all of it's interesting, but I especially love seeing how humanity respond. You know, because I'm very much like psychology.
Accurate fire and specialization. We can move on to talk about Space
There's no way they
Marines.
don't have the money for VA.
The Angels of Death are up next. Space Marines are genetically engineered.
Are these the gay ones? Just asking. I know it's interesting to think about the realism lore, but 40k is marketed towards nerds who want to be macho, so things like women's roles and emotions inside are very rarely touched on. Oh, really? I mean, that kind of makes sense, but still. I'm asking because that's what they said in chat yesterday. Or is this... Oh, is this the femboy one? Maybe it was femboy. Sorry. It might have been femboy. Also, thank you very much, Nori. They lied. Guys, I was fed misinformation. Uh-oh. Was not actually... No, but like sometimes there's a basis for it, right? There's a femboy one. Oh, so there's one femboy. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm curious. Are people like homophobic in this universe? Can you still like only reproduce with biological women? Or have they expanded? Because you would think that you'd look into it, right? Wait, yes, isn't they're still homophobic or no? See, honestly, okay, realistically, I feel like in a world like this, you would just give up on having children the normal way. You just put them all in like test tubes or something. Oh, but you guys said cloning was bad because there's no soul, right? But I thought that there would be some sort of like artificial womb that they would develop that would be easier to raise children in. And it would be more efficient. Yeah, that's what the Emperor did. So it's not... I assume only he was kind of capable of that. Fair carriers are, how to put it kindly, character. That isn't, you know... So that's a different issue, that of lost technology. So that was after the Horus Heresy where they started to go into the Dark Ages, right? Because before Horus Heresy, it was considered the Golden Age. And then the Emperor got fucked by the Heresy and technology and everything started to go down. Also, keep in mind there are a lot of books with a lot of characters and lore. Pretty much nobody knows everything, which is why you might get mixed info. That's true, especially if that one thing has 50 plus books. To modify the human is heresy, the human is sacred. You know, at least that's consistent, I guess. Oh, Golden Age, Dark Age, 30k era, 40k era. I thought that the Emperor was elected in, or I guess he took over in 30k though. Oh. So when did the Emperor come into power then? 10k? $30k is a great crusade. He did take over in 30k? What? Okay. What year did the Emperor first come into power? And what year did the Horus Heresy happen and he got fucked and turned into a corpse? Dude. Horus Heresy is 30k. So that's when he got fucked. Oh, so he was only in power for like a year? As the Emperor? But I thought that he like led them to like a golden age for a long time. Oh, sorry, like I meant 1,000 years. Okay.
Super soldiers and superhumans.
All right, let's continue.
They're given extra organs, their skin tissue is toughened, their bones are stronger, they're taller than the average person. They're pretty massive people, and these are the specialized super soldiers.
This is where they get the organs added, right?
More specific tasks for the Imperium, and there's tons of legions of them. In fact, there's one per Primarch. Each Primarch, the Emperor's son, as I mentioned before, oversees their legion of Space Marines. The genetic upgrade they get is based on the genes of said Primarch. It's something called a gene seed. That's what brings...
Oh, that was the thing that we Mina transported in Space Marine 2 yesterday, right? Where we took it at the end to the mission, we got bonus points, right? The gene seed.
them up to this like superhuman level. As stated, each Primarch has their own legion. Robot Girly Man has the Ultramarines.
Wait, what?
Jagatai Khan has the White Scars. Rogel Dorn has the Imperial Fists. Corvus Corax has the Raven Guard. And there's a whole bunch of other side sections that are also extremely.
Oh, okay. So were Primarchs just like handed a world to control underneath the Emperor? No one could pronounce Kiaman's name, so we meme it. How do you pronounce it? Kiaman? That's how I would say it. They were handed a legion, multiple worlds. But this is the original one? Or I guess like these would be the main ones? Hmm. Oh yeah, what is this lion person I keep hearing mentioned? Their homeworlds. How do they have a homeworld if they were created? Gleeman? Dang, that's stupid. Sorry for anyone named Gleeman. The Legion, the Primarch, the Dark Angel, Space Marines. Oh, I see.
Interesting and have a little bit more of a twist on the average Space Marines, which we will discuss in a bit. Humorously enough, I don't have a whole lot to say about Imperial Fists. Corvus Corax has the Raven Guard, and there's a whole bunch of other side sections that are also extremely interesting and have a little bit more of a twist on the average Space Marines, which we will discuss in a bit. Humorously enough, I don't have a whole lot to say about Space Marines. They're superhumanly fast. In fact, it's been said that nothing that large should move that quick. These men in power armor moving at blazing fast speeds, their reflexes are faster, their skin is tougher. They are overall just
so they were forcibly displaced by
soldiers.
chaos, okay.
In fact, where they differ comes down to which Space Marine Legion we're talking about. For instance, the Ultramarines done by Robot Gilliman are the main blue boys. Strong in almost every way, the jack of all trades kind of group that are a little bit too strong, and that's a lore problem, but the White Scars by Jagatai Khan are all about speed trades kind of group that are a little bit too strong. Gilliman
It's Titus. I
are
like
the main
that guy.
blue boys. Strong in almost every way, the jack of all trades kind of group that are a little bit too strong, and that's a lore problem, but the White Scars by Jagatai Khan are all about speed freaks, go fast. We're talking attack bikes, we're talking land speeders. You want to go in quick, you want to hit them hard, you want them to be swarming around like buzzflies. Buzzsaws. With the speed of buzzsaws.
What?
Fuck you, Pale King. Salamanders love Pale King. Buzzsaws. You swarming. You want to hit them hard. You want them to be swarming around like buzzflies. Buzzsaws. With the speed of buzzsaws. Fuck you, Pale King. Salamanders love fire. Fire in the forge, fire in battle. Flamers, melta-guns, multi-meltas.
I had to register
Just
that
so
for a
long as
second.
something can be burning, that's big. And they're also actually some of the nicest of the Space Marines. A lot of Space Marines have this kind of like holier than thou thing because of their genetic strength. However, the Salamanders tend to put human lives above the lives of themselves, which is actually rather rare. They're also all black, but not like just regular black, like 2 a.m. line at a White Castle black. Like they have a charcoal, dark, ashy exterior and blazing red eyes.
That's a sick design.
Apparently
though.
something about living on their home planet of Nocturne, which I don't know if that makes much sense, but who cares? This is like fantasy land anyway. Overall, Salamanders are actually one of my personal favorite legions because they're just really cool. They're fun to play as because of all their flamer weapons, and they have a nice, like, more heartwarming lore as opposed to being super evil like everyone else is. Oh my god, we're not even a quarter of the way through the Space Marine legions. Imperial Fists believe in the power of the siege and defensive positions. Raven Guards, master of stealth and sabotage while having bird helmets.
How are you
Iron
that
Hands,
stealthy when
masters
you
of
look like that?
machines and vehicles while being really goddamn good at being sold on eBay after one nerf. Space Wolves, Vikings and wolves and tons of wolves and
Oh, this is the
axes,
Nordic
battle
one.
axes, fur everywhere. Space Wolves, angry, big teeth, blood angels.
This is the one that someone's talking about,
genetic
right?
defect to make them want to drink blood and go crazy called the Red Thirst. They have Cupid wings and stuff, which is a little bit strange, and they are all super gay for Sanguinius. Dark Angels are old school.
Oh, a second. Hold on a
super
second.
gay
That looks like the exact dude that they would be gay for.
for Sanguinius. Dark Angels are old school knights and inner circle theme and...
Are you a heretic?
Me? No, never. Once in a blue moon, I know.
Death Watch, a fancy-pantsy anti-Xenos group that nobody plays because...
What was the thing that Titus got put into? Because I assume that he did something at the end of the first Space Marine, because there's like a stigma against him, and yeah, I was like, this sounds like it, right? Death Watch? Oh. And they basically get relegated to not even like to kind of like a dishonorable duty, from what I remember. Yeah, from what he said, it didn't sound like he did anything wrong. He just got punished, and he's been taking that punishment for like 100 years or something. To serve him in Death Watch is usually a high honor, but he was a Black Shield. This reminds me of the heckin' thing in Game of Thrones. Sometimes Death Watch can also be punishment. Some do it for the honor of the region. So basically, if you're forced into it, it's a huge no-no. But if you chose to do it, then it's an honor. You can spoil. I'm not gonna understand shit if I don't get spoilers. Death Watch is typically considered an honor, and Space Marines are typically assigned there temporarily. Black Shields are those who left their chapter and are permanently there. Oh. So is Titus just such a Chad that he was kind of not temporarily reinstated, or what? Because he's not really supposed to talk about it, right? I think that Redhead said he shouldn't talk about it. I don't remember his name. It depends on why you got sent there. Sometimes it's dishonorable to get sent there. Other times you get sent there to go experience your share with your guys and come back. Oh, so it can be like training camp. Okay, I figured it was due to something in that he did in Space Marine 1. Ultramarines were ashamed for failing to protect Titus. I remember that because in Space Marine 2 there are some elevator conversations, right? And I tried to pay attention to the elevator conversations, and I remember that they had like mixed reactions. Like, I don't remember which dude it was, which one of the Ultramarines. It was the, I think, Asian looking one. And he was very upset with Titus for hiding that he was part of the Black Watch. And then Decimus was more chill about it, I think. Gadriel, yes. Gadriel, him. But I remember hearing him explain it. And I was like, oh, you didn't do anything wrong, bro. He wasn't supposed to be Black Shield. The Inquisitor had some sort of chaos thing going on and ignored all the calls of the chapter for him to be sent back to his boys. He felt dishonored, but they wanted him back the whole time. Aww. Poor Titus. He was weird. Oh yeah, I vaguely remember them saying something like they thought that like about chaos with him. Poor dude. Sorry, I'll continue now.
It's strange, and they are all super gay for Sanguinius. Dark Angels are old school knights and inner circle theme and...
Are you a heretic?
Me? No, never. Once in a blue moon, I know.
Death Watch, a fancy-pantsy anti-Xenos group that nobody plays because Death Watch, and they look cool though, but no one plays them. I don't know about Death Watch. They're there though. Black Templars, for the people who, if you haven't prayed at least 3 times a day, you're gonna start praying out that airlock. And I'm sure there's some other chapters I may have missed as well, like Crimson Fists and stuff, but those are the main ones right here. Here, quote from the Emperor himself. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war I shall forge them. They shall be of iron will and steely sinew. In great armor I shall clad them, and with the mightiest weapons shall they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease, no sickness shall blight them. They shall have such tactics, strategies, and machines that no foe will best them in battle. They are my bulwark against the terror. They are my defenders of humanity. They are my space marines, and they shall know no fear. And on the tabletop, they fuck. Oh, they fuck hard. As of making this video, Space Marines are laughably strong. That might change at some point, but overall, Space Marines just have it's like a Swiss Army knife, a tool for anything you need, except it's like a gold-plated Swiss Army knife. It is extremely strong. If you are actually getting into...
I just have to say, isn't gold actually a pretty soft metal? Is gold actually that strong? I thought it was pretty soft and malleable. Yeah, I got that one. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Tabletop of Warhammer, Space Marines are a great start. Also, whatever gameplay style you have, whether you want to be sit back with long range and heavy weaponry, go fast and run in, or even just full melee, all of these options are totally there for you. Space Marines are super badass, but unfortunately, it's time we start praying to our new god, the 2011 Honda Civic.
So is it any wonder people are afraid of technology?
Technology! The Adeptus Mechanicus. The Adeptus Mechanicus are a technophile cult on Mars. Now, these people are a little bit weird because they don't actually really believe in the Emperor of Mankind. And you might think, oh, whoa, Bricky, that sounds like some heresy.
That's heresy.
A little bit. They believe in the Emperor, they believe in his power, but they don't pray to him. They pray to something called the Omnissiah. And the Omnissiah is this kind of machine god that they believe permeates in all machines. And if you think, well, wait a minute, they believe in a different god as well? That sounds like super heresy. Well, yes-ish, but they also make all your guns, and they make all your tanks, and they make everything that you have, so you can't really tell them to fuck off, because you're not gonna win nothing if you don't got stuff to shoot people with. See, their Omnissiah at least makes sense from their standpoint. They believe it to be a deity that permeates through all machines. Your Honda Civic, your standard bolt gun, your Dune Strider Walker, your giant mechs, your huge ships. The Omnissiah is present through all. And the only...
I think I might change religions just so I can have my PC function when I want to stream. I feel like that would be a good idea. Plug another dreadnought artillery gun directly into my brainstem. So, okay. So it's kind of... Were these... the Adeptus... Were they... I'm trying to think of how to formulate this question. Pray for my RAM? But I went on a website once and they said that I could download RAM. It's not hard to get RAM, guys. You can just download RAM. God. So stupid. I can't believe this. But, question. For the Adeptus, were they originally kind of like... How did they come to be, I guess? If they kind of have like a symbiotic relationship with them. Are they they're under the Imperium, right? Engineers? Okay,
the reason your stuff works is because the machine's spirit in it says it works. If you want your gun to work, your tank to run, you must pray to it. And I mean full stop. You need to start chanting in high Gothic. You need to burn incense. You need to sit on your knees and pray to that car. You need to rub oil on your robes. And you need to go, ahomina, homina, 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 homina. Full stop. If you want your damn thing to work, if you want your gun to fire, you need to do that. They are very bizarre, and they actually have a bit of a point because it's obviously working. And if you look at them, I don't know how that works. so they obviously know something about what they're doing. The most notable member of the Adeptus Mechanicus is Archmagos, Magos, whatever.
This music is sick, by the way.
Belisarius Call. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Yeah, this is the group we're talking about. These are these weirdos. Here, the Omnissian Creed. The credo, Omnissia. There is no truth in flesh.
Hold on a second. I'm going back to see if there's an SSD. I don't see an SSD.
The credo, Omnissia. There is no truth in flesh, only betrayal. There is no strength in flesh, only weakness. There is no constancy in flesh, only decay. There is no certainty in flesh, but death. Flesh is weakness, flesh is death. The Omnissia is the god of the machines.
I mean, they do kind of have a point.
If you wish to be holy, if you wish to give unto him, you must saw down your limbs and remove your organs and replace them with mechanical parts, because that is what he wants, and that is how you will become enlightened. Hard technophiles mixed with religious extremism. Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, for their army side of things, they are with the Skitari.
If you're an Adeptus and you're like 90% like machinery, right? And you use like a vibrator, would that just be sex? Because you're kind of low-key similar. Yes, and okay.
Skitari operate with very bizarre weaponry and
it.
lots of different kinds of vehicles, tanks, and different people in between. They're very weird, but they have extremely wacky and
Do not question my thoughts, chat.
And in fact, quite effective both in the real game and in the lore, weaponry and gear. Overall, as an army on the tabletop, they're very weird and have a whole bunch of different shenanigans, but if you like kind of that quirky, wacky techno thing, I'd give them a pickup. Hell, they're so paranoid. I gotta keep going. They're so paranoid and crazy. These Dune Striders you see right here, one guy was able to make them work. One guy, and he died. And they're so scared they'll never work again that they keep them on and they never turn them off, and they run around in a circle the whole time until they need them, and then they corral it and they go into battle. Yep.
I'm sorry. To me, this is so funny because it reminds me of those memes where there's like the one like software developer, like computer engineer, right? And they're the one who made the system, and without them everything fucking breaks, so they can never fire that dude, and it just has to work in its own broken way, because if they try and fix it, it's going to be even more broken.
The Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, if you want to talk about faith, though,
yes, in your different time, we don't know. Basically that.
For an eagle in Lego City.
The Sisters of Battle of the Adeptus Sororitas, if that's how I pronounce it correctly, is an all-female group of battle sisters going through.
There's a Sister of Battle in Rogue Trader, right? As one of the romance interests and party members.
Through the ecclesiarchy section of the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy
Do you
is,
see
of
one
course,
in
the
Space Marine
church.
2, or
This
am I
is,
misremembering?
imagine a private army of the church, which is scary, and it is.
Wait a second. Sorry. Let me go back.
Let's talk about the Sisters of Battle.
Okay.
A simp has fallen for an eagle in Lego City.
The Sisters of Battle of the Adeptus Sororitas, if that's how I pronounce it correctly, is an all-female group of battle sisters going through the ecclesiarchy section of the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy is, of course, the church. This is, imagine a private army of the church, which is scary.
And this church worships the Emperor. Okay.
It is.
So
the
they're like holy
sisters are an
knights, kind of
extremely zealotous force, and they take this to a full extreme. They believe in three main things: faith, martyrdom, and fire. Through the bolter, the flamer, and the melta, the Sisters of Battle are extremely potent at taking out chaos and heretics. Mainly heretics, because as they are a fighting section of the Ecclesiarchy Church, that's the big thing they want to kill. Any form of heretic will face the Emperor's justice through those three main weapons, the bolter, the flamer, and the melta, and they will do so with extreme prejudice. Literally. They are the closest things we have to nuns in space, and I'm talking hardcore nuns. They carry holy fire on their backs. They have holy books and sigils all across their armor. Their main battle tank is a fucking pipe organ missile launcher. They have small babies that they have like removed their brain capacity to make them little.
Is this the thing I shot in the cage yesterday? The little cherub, the Uggo cherub. Oh, okay. I was like, I remember trying to shoot this because I thought it was child.
Servant cherubs to fly around and give them ammunition and shit.
Oh, they're useful. Never mind, you can live.
Churches from low orbit as mini drop pods onto battles. They drop churches.
This is so extra.
Battles,
I love this.
And they blare war hymns and holy music from their frigates in low atmosphere and shower holy water across the battlefield. These are the people.
I will say, in a very not even just talking about practicality, right? But the designs of everything in space or in like Warhammer are so extra, but I feel like it's acceptable if you take into account practicality, because think of how much more effort and like labor it would be to make these customized parts for aesthetic, right? But because so much of this everything runs on faith, the aesthetic is actually very important socially to have, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it helps reinforce the zealousness and the cult-like mentality. Well, I say cult-like, but it is a cult.
You are dealing with, and they're fucking awesome. They can literally stave off demons on the tabletop because their faith is that strong. Remember the warp, the demons from the warp? Power. Well, the warp also manifests in your mind. All of your emotions, negative and positive, go through the warp. It's the immaterium, the place of all things. So if you are that mentally fortified, that mentally strong, you can stave off horrifying demons. And all these girls, oh, not a crack. Not a crack in that mental armor. Now, as much as a meme as they are, and as much as their models look a lot like Ongo Bloglian, yeah, which I can't unsee anymore, I gotta say, I love their design. I think they're extremely cool. They're another army that I'm currently collecting. Cool. They just released a whole new line of figures very recently, and they
I will say, okay, before this, I didn't really understand why people spent so much money. I mean, I spend money on stupid shit too, right? Well, I'm not saying this is stupid, but I'm saying I spend money on things that other people would say are stupid. Mainly my other plastic figurines, right? Or like acrylic stands and stuff like that. Some people would call that stupid, right? But I can definitely see why people spend so much money on this, because there's actually a lot more to it. I'm saying this from an appreciative standpoint, okay? You get your figurines, you spend the time and effort and learning curve to paint them, and then you can also use them in your, I guess, your games, which it's actually way more useful than the plastic I have, which is solely decorative. But I can definitely see how it's a labor of love. And it's nice to see people be so passionate about it.
Wonderful. Everything from Celestine, the living, literally undying saint from the Triumph of St. Catherine, which is literally a funeral procession as a model. Those organ tanks I mentioned earlier. This shit is the most over-the-top badassery in a lot of the Warhammer universe, and goddamn it is it over the top. But Sisters of Battle are so cool. While I'm a guardsman at heart, this is such a cool faction. By Bolter Shell, Flamer Burst, and Melta Blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So it has been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. And speaking of burning demons,
I can see!
I can fight!
the Grey Knights are the first army I actually collected back in 7th edition. The Grey Knights are a super secretive and much more
Bricky, the real
old-school
MVP for
look
putting the music.
at power-armored knights, except they are all psychers. All of them have that crazy space magic magician shit. For every 100,000 guardsmen, there's 1 Grey Knight. For every 10,000 Sisters of Battle, there's 1 Grey Knight. For every 1,000 Space Marines, there's 1 Grey Knight. Grey Knights are the strongest of the strong,
they're
both in mental
elite.
will and absolute just strength. These are Space Marines that are all, there's 10,000. For every 100,000 guardsmen, there's 1 Grey Knight. For every 10,000 Sisters of Battle, there's 1 Grey Knight. For every 1,000 Space Marines, there's 1 Grey Knight.
I'm surprised that the ratio is so different for the Space Marines and the
Grey Knights are the
Sisters of Battle.
strongest of the strong, both in mental will and absolute just strength. These are Space Marines that are all high-level psychers, all of them able to specifically do one goal, and that is kill demons. The Emperor believed that the demons of chaos were the #1 threat to the Imperium, to specifically Space Marines that are one goal, and that is
Space Marines in general are not psychers, right? But do you have to be a psyker in order to be one of the gray ones? Some are. Psychers are rare. So do you have to be because they just inherently have more power? Okay, so it's not like a social prerequisite. It's entirely just because psychers are OP. I vaguely remember something about psychers not having great emotional regulation, but that doesn't seem to necessarily be the case. Or there's certain conditions where they get like out of control. Damn it, this book. Yeah. That's true, but Grey Knights are OP? Oh, okay. Practices that help with that? I'm curious as to what the practices are. Well, because I'm asking because when I was watching Salt Factory's review of Rogue Trader, he was talking about the Psyker in there, and the Psyker seemed pretty unstable from what I remember. Also, hi Hiko. Psychers can touch the warp, which is known as space hell. Yeah, I thought it was like kind of like a precursor to space hell, like a space limbo hell, kind of. Grey Knights very much think they are top dogs, which they can be, so they're very cocky. I mean, it seems like they're somewhat justified. So the second you mean Rogue Trader is unsanctioned, which is a thing. Basically, she's raw dogging the warp. Is this like the equivalent of being like not a proper citizen, like undocumented or something?
Psychers, all of them able to specifically do one goal, and that is kill demons. The Emperor believed that the demons of chaos were the #1 threat to the Imperium, and he probably is right. However, this group is entirely based on doing that through a myriad of tactics. Coming from the planet, or I guess the moon, of Titan in the Sol system, the Grey Knights are thrown through extremely rigorous training and are as clear of mind and soul as they possibly can be. Since the demons of the warp are the warp and your mind projects to the warp, people can go insane very fast, especially lower level psychers. These Grey Knights need to be able to harness
So if they find out that you are a psyker and have psyker abilities, you go through this Grey Knight training, and then if you don't succeed in the Grey Knight training, you don't become a Grey Knight, but you become something else, like maybe you become like a Space Marine, or like, I don't know how that works. Almost exactly. The Imperium does training for all the psychers to teach them not to kill everyone by accident. She just didn't get that training and just taught herself, which is obviously to a lower quality. Oh, okay. You get fed to the big emperor? Oh. But I thought psychers were valuable, so when you want to... Oh, but I guess they're more of a liability. It's kind of like how in Dragon Age you have... Mages have a connection to the Fade, which can also have a connection to demons. Right? Is that... Am I correct in that comparison? And that's part of why they're dangerous. Oh, right, because they can only eat psychers. The Emperor can only consume psyker souls. No, you have to become a Space Marine basically from childhood due to the surgeries. Oh, right, because it's based off the Primarch of each Space Marine region. Sorry, this is a lot, so I'm trying to register it all and take time to process it. It's pretty accurate? Okay.
The warp in the presence of demons and stay perfectly sane. One of their characters, one of my favorite characters, is named Castellan Crow. He has a demon blade, the black blade of Mahamahama, and he has to have it on him because it tempts everyone nearby, constantly beckoning them. Use my power, use my strength, suck my penis, whatever the possibility. And so he has to keep it on him all the time as this thing whispers to him consistently, and he has to stave it off forever, being alone in his chambers or on the battlefield, because anyone who gets too close to it might be tempted a little too hard. He is that pure of heart, close, being alone in it consistently, and he has to stave it off forever, being alone in his chambers or on the battlefield, because anyone who gets too close to it might be tempted a little too hard. He is that pure of heart and mind, and all the characters in the Grey Knights are basically like that. The only issue is that Grey Knights have a scorched earth policy, more ways than one. If they're fighting demons, demons corrupt and make people crazy. So if I'm a guardsman and I'm fighting demons and the Grey Knights arrive and they kill all the demons, I'm a risk. And so guess who's not making it out of there?
Oh, this is what you guys are talking about, where if you're even near, you're fighting chaos, you're near the chaos, and therefore you could be kind of contaminated by the chaos, so they put you down, kind of. Crow is a purifier, there's only 25 of them at any time, and they are times in Titan? Huh? 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 I see.
On the tabletop, they're very strike fast, strike hard kind of people. They teleport all around the place. They are fast strike groups, small amounts of models because they're so dang strong. You only have so many characters, but with it, you get in there, you're very tough, very tanky, you hit really hard, and you try to bounce around the battlefield quickly, but you don't have...
Okay, question. How does tabletop Warhammer work? Do you basically have an example, like you have 300 as a value, and each different unit is worth a different value, and you can only have that total? So for example, Grey Knight might be worth like 10, and then that limits how many you can have? Okay. See, I'm so smart. Praise me, chat. What the heck?
Numbers, and so every dead Grey Knight hits really damn hard. They're fun though if you like that kind of fast striking kind of army. Oh, and also Caldor Drago is a thing. We're not even gonna get into Caldor
I'm smart.
All right, that is oh my goodness.
Why'd you put in quotes?
I am the hammer. I am the mail about his fist. I am the spear in his hand. Though we are lost, I am
You're
the
not
shield
feeding
on
my
his
praise
arm.
kink. You're
I am
feeding
the
my
flight of his
self-esteem.
arrows. I am the hammer. I am the sword. I am the shield. I am a soldier at the battle at the end of time. Grey Knights are pretty hardcore. They are as holy as you can get for a Space Marine. If you like Space Marines and you want to, think they're holy enough, you want to be holier, Grey Knights. Now, if you want to be holier and big, let's talk Imperial Knights.
I saw one yesterday. Mia was playing a class that had the halo. What the halo? Is that any different? It looked cool and it was all glowy. They're cool, but they're kind of bad in the current meta. Imagine spending all that money. Actually, I'm sure some of you guys don't have to imagine spending all that money and then it gets fucking nerfed. Such is the life for TCG and tabletop players. Gravis Space Marine with an iron halo. Oh. I thought it'd be cooler. It's still cool, but...
Do you like gigantic walkers the size of homes or medium-sized buildings? Do you want to kill heretics,
I'll get to
but you want to kill like 40
lifetime.
of them
A figurine
per
of this.
turn? Do you want a gigantic old-school knight noble house style of walkers with giant chainsaw arms? Then you got Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights, it's not a whole lot to talk about them because they're just gigantic walkers, but they have this old-school like house feel to them, like literally like they're houses. Each Imperial Knight comes from a house, and each of them act in their own special way. These behemoth of walkers also destroy almost everything in their path, killing full swaths of squads in a couple shots.
Wait, hold on, let me go back. So are there many... let me go back.
Of them per turn. Do you... Do you like gigantic walkers the size of homes or medium-sized buildings? Do you want to kill heretics, but you want to kill like 40 of them per turn? Do you want a gigantic old-school knight noble house style of walkers with giant chainsaw arms? Then you got Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights, it's not a whole lot to talk about them because they're just gigantic walkers, but they have this old-school like house feel to them, like literally like they're houses. Each Imperial Knight comes from a house, and each of them act in their own special way. These behemoth of walkers also destroy almost everything in their path, killing full...
Sorry, dumb question. Are the knights in the walkers, or are the walkers the knights? Imagine if you were able to pilot a mech, but you had to be plugged into the souls of thousands of your ancestors as well as a mech soul. I would not want to imagine that. My first thought was that it was kind of like an orgy, but then there's the whole ancestor thing. Actually, how did I deal with inbreeding here? I guess your genetic pool is so varied it doesn't even matter, right? Because there's so many people. They're both? Also, thank you, Orlock. Oh, and I didn't see yours, Bob. They still fired me once. Jokes on them. Did that actually happen to you, Bob? And thank you. You have to pilot while your grandpa is telling you how he would do it. You're getting backseated? Nah, I go next. If I'm getting backseated constantly, Both knights and kings pilot the mech, and the mechs sometimes keep dead knights / kings inside them. Ha. Okay, I'm just gonna keep watching this section and then I'll ask.
Swaths of squads in a couple shots, stepping on legions of troops. Like, these things do not mess around. And they look so cool. Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights, actually, for that matter, don't have a whole lot to discuss. They're just super big, heavy walkers, and they look different depending on your house or Chaos God you currently believe in. And overall, these things...
Oh, so when he said house, he didn't mean a literal house. I thought there was like a whole ass ecosystem kind of inside of the mech because it was so big. All the previous knights are backseating you? Hell nah, dude. You would need the patience of a saint. Low-key be kind of funny to be in a giant mech battle and your grandfather's in the background like, no, Zoe, that's not how I taught you to pilot a giant cathedral robot. Oh, noble houses. House with its own crest. So are these kind of like human nobility with higher status? Kind of like little dukedoms and stuff? And it's your entire... Like you have... Your walker is like a tomb for your dukedom where your entire family are like ghosts in there telling you what the fuck you need to do? Imperial Knights so gigantic they have entire churches on their back. Those malls cost $2,000. That's fucking insane. So the Mechanicus has night worlds, which basically just have kingdoms on them. They use those to breed pilots. So they actually are kind of their own ecosystems. Those are Titans. Okay. My understanding is not satiated. That's okay.
It's just really cool if you want to murder everything in your path. They're the big, scary, big unit of Warhammer, and if you want to collect them, go to town. They make for a great painting project too. Getting more back down to earth. Let's talk something about a little bit different, a little more gold. If guardsmen are regular soldiers, Space Marines are super soldiers, Grey Knights are super
That's a
soldiers,
shit metal.
the Adeptus Custodes are super soldiers cubed. The Adeptus Custodes are the third major army I own. I know, three
Hold
are.
on a second. Sorry, I saw those pants and I instantly had Austin Powers
The
flashbacks.
Adeptus Custodes are the third major army I own. I know, three armies. I know, I got carried away,
These,
okay?
like, bayonets?
But that's all. I only have three, okay? They are our final brand of Space Marines, but these ones are super special, okay? If a guardsman is 6 foot, a Space Marine is 7 feet, a custodian is 8 feet. These are the giant defenders of Holy Terra, which is also Earth. Earth is Terra. Earth, Terra.
Oh wait, sorry, I'm trying to understand. So, Space Marines, they're the ones under the Primarchs, right? So Grey Knights are steroid Space Marines. And then these ones are under one that he didn't list here, right? They're just another Space Marine that wasn't listed here. Oh, these are like... Are these like the Emperor's personal kind of guard?
Themselves. These are the people that
Oh.
literally guard.
They answer directly to the Emperor. I don't think he answers
the
back.
Emperor's throne room, hence Custodes. These boys protect the Emperor's throne room at all times and are literally like handcrafted people. They're not humans brought up by a gene seer or something. These are all handcrafted super soldiers. I think from a tube. These behemoth of men are like 8 feet, 8.5 feet tall, and functionally immortal. They stand still, spear in hand, for hundreds of years without the need to sleep and barely even the need to eat, watching over the throne room and every other area of Holy Terra for their entire purpose in life. And oh my lord, are they terrifying. These custodians put Space Marines to shame. If you liked your super soldiers, these are your super...
Question. Okay, so they're showing... I know this probably seems like a weird question. I guess this is what is the interesting part about reacts, right? You can see what everybody thinks about when they see something. But if they're a standing guard over the Emperor, right? And the Emperor is kind of like a vegetable right now, like a really emaciated cucumber, then in these fights, are these depicting what might have happened during the Horus Heresy? Like, the first things that come to mind are, if they're just sitting in the throne room watching over the Emperor, how do they maintain muscle mass? How do they stay, how do they stay frosty? In this specific picture, yes. Okay. Because how are you gonna remain as an elite force when you don't have much combat experience, let alone from combat experience in a rapidly developing universe? Terra in general? Terra's Earth, yes. Earth equal Terra. No, but like, I'm actually wondering, how do you maintain muscle mass? How do you maintain your skill level? The blood games? Oh. 40k is too extreme to care about banal things like combat experience? I care. I care about the logic, guys. It depends. I used to do stuff before he was entombed on the throne. and they also have left Earth to help out in modern settings. So are some of them are like a percentage of are they are they custodes? Custodies, I think. Are a percentage of them occasionally like deployed to assist with really big missions, like to assist the other Space Marines? Custodies. Yes? Okay, so they do get some active combat experience every once in a while. As of late, they've been more mobilized. What would be the most recent lore reference? Or I guess like most recent setting in terms of, hey, this is maybe in 41k, you know? Would it be any of the games or would it be the books or something? Imperium just marks as a W as soon as they leave. M42? Nani kore? Books? 40k, like 300, 400 years in modern time. Second Battle of Terra had 6,000 of them. Battle 8 legions of corn demons. Oh. So, if the Emperor made them, right, does that mean no new ones are being made because the Emperor is a vegetable? Or no? No is in none are being made? New ones can be made, they just take a lot of time. Oh. Who makes the new ones since the Emperor can't do it right now? Adeptus custodies can make more Adeptus custodies, but it's really hard process and they also intentionally keep their numbers limited. Oh, okay. So like asexually produced, okay.
Mega soldiers. One of these men can take on probably 3 Space Marines and most likely win.
I think
there are many different
recipes.
groups
It's
of
like some Powerpuff
custodians as
Girl
well,
shit.
like the Solar Watch, or there's also one of my personal favorite, the Aquilan Shield. The Aquilan Shield go out to seemingly unimportant individuals and protect them because they believe that they are going to be doing something very important in their lives. For instance, let's say a regular guardsman gets the protection of this giant 8.5-foot tall golden god because that guardsman will end up becoming a general one day or something of that nature. The custodians work in mysterious ways and are
That's
almost
what we call
always
investment,
outnumbered,
guys.
but never outmatched. These people are pretty horrifying, both on the tabletop as well as in the lore. There are very few of them, however, and there's actually an extremely small amount of them, but that's kind of the point. There's only so many of these people that can have war gear this strong, weapons this powerful, and training this good. And the custodians have all 3 of it. For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue,
where the Emperor is?
but always ready. Always attuned to dangers unseen. Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I can tell you this, patience is a weapon.
I will say, actually, one thing I also find very fascinating about the Warhammer universe and the Imperium is that humans basically have transcended being human, you know? Like, it's an unrecognizable, unfeasible thing for what we know as humanity today. And it's not something that we think that we could achieve in any of our lifetimes. So it's cool to see, I don't know, I don't want to say necessarily potential, right? But like, this is something that people can envision humanity to be. I'm sure there are some people that like genuinely believe this. And who knows like what humanity will look like in like, I don't know, 1,000 years even, or if we'll even be around. Those who are in higher stats can extend their lifespan on the regular. Does it always cost lives? Or is that just a special thing with the Emperor? We still have 38,000 years to go. Yay! How miserable. Can you imagine living through all that? Welcome to the rabbit hole. I'm really trying to understand and doing my best, guys. Am I doing a good job? For me, I think about like the little things. A lot of like the logic behind some things. It's like a decayed version of humanity without humanity. Yeah, it's interesting how much was sacrificed to get to this point. The Emperor is this pretty specific case of we need to keep him alive, psychically juiced, not flatlining. I guess because he's basically... I assume since he's basically demigod level psyker, his connection to the warp or like the chaos is very different than everyone else's. You know?
Custodians are the
It is a lot of
dogs
info
of the Imperium, and they
look,
hurt
guys,
just that
we're not even through this one video. It's been 2 hours and we're not even through this video.
same way. Though I do want to discuss a little bit about the Sisters of Silence before we get out of here, because the Sisters of Silence I also have a few of, and they're really fun, but they don't get enough attention. These kind of bald plume ladies are a whole group of pariahs, or also known as blanks. We'll be referring to them as blanks from now on. So as every mind is somewhat connected to the warp, these blanks are a genetic mutation that has it suppressed heavily. Because of that mind suppression, normal people feel this weird, like, uncomfortable nature when around them. When a Sister of Silence walks past them, you feel ill. You feel just uncomfortable and strange. So most of them don't actually live past childhood, because once they are birthed, they're, well, you know, killed or something at a very young age, because they just emit a horrifying aura. These ladies, however, are guardians of the throne as well for more psychic threats. See, none of the custodians are psychers, so they have a difficult time dealing with major demons and other kinds of psychic phenomena. These sisters are extremely specialized in it, all of them taking a vow of silence as they don't speak, hence the term Sisters of Silence, but they communicate through hand gestures and things of that nature. But if there's a demon issue, if there's any kind of warp-based problem, the sisters are extremely adept at dealing with them, thanks to their blank gene. They normally work a lot of time with the custodians because they have to deal with both kinds of threats, but they're not represented that way on the tabletop. In fact, they only have like one real model for them, which is very unfortunate. I hope they'll get some like news soon, because I think they should really be working together as it is that way in the lore, but hopefully we'll get there soon. But if we're talking about blanks,
so basically they have a gene that makes them a lot less sensitive to any chaos, but humanity as a whole has a relative, I guess, level of sensitivity that you have on average. Doesn't that mean that you're kind of always influenced by chaos, no matter what? Just like inherently? And that's why people feel uncomfortable? Okay.
let's talk assassins.
My precious power ring, gone forever.
It's been a long video. We're about to round it out. We got this and one more human thing, and then we're done. The assassins, though, the Officio Assassinorum, ooh.
Immediately thought of Call of Duty. I didn't even play Call of Duty.
Boy, these people are deadly. Yeah, they're called assassins.
Oh, you know what this... Okay, so the Sisters of Silence, it kind of reminds me of, like, how some people might feel uncomfortable around, I guess, like, diagnosed sociopaths. Or something like that. That's the kind of equivalent I have. A quote around women? Yeah, true. Kind of everyone's mind is connected to warp, and blanks are like a hollow space in the warp. So take that feeling of comfort when you feel surrounded by friendly, like-minded people and invert it. You know the Dementors from Harry Potter? A little bit, yeah. They take your happiness, right? You have to think of the happy memories. Otherwise, they numb you. Souls are real in 40k. The bigger your soul, the more psychic you are. So do they have tiny souls? Psychic powers by gods and faith are real. If you believe, is this kind of similar to Honkai Star Rail, where belief, you can gaslight things into existence? Like, if you just believe in a god enough, it will come to fruition? Or what? The warp itself is vast and small, so although humans have a presence in the warp, they don't get affected too much because they could actually hide in the vastness of the warp. Huh. Yesn't. Okay.
Says they should be, but oh man, these people will mess you up. So these are from the Officio Assassinorum, a very special organization, and they are handpicked by the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum from the what was it called? Schola Progenium.
Scrotum.
It's basically an orphan school. Your parents got murdered by demons or something, you get sent to this and you get trained to be whatever. Tempestus Drop Troop, an Inquisitor maybe even.
Oh, that's sick.
Maybe you get a blank gene and you get thrown into the Sisters of Silence, or sometimes you just disappear. When you are taken, however, you go to one of 4 temples because the Assassinorum works in the temple style of things. These temples are the Vindicare, Caluxus, Calidus, and Eversor temples. Let's start with the Vindicare. I'm far away. I've been sitting here for 3 weeks. Poof! The Vindicare temple is the main sniper-based temple. Gigantic sniper rifles for all these assassins. Their whole point is to be able to be in a spot and sit there,
No, my
eye and
orphan
scope
policy.
for weeks, waiting for their perfect target, taking people out from literal miles away after extremely long time.
What is the counterplay, guys? You just don't go outside? What? Your parents are dead? Yeah, you're going to the ball sex school. Sorry, kiddo. That's their home now. Into the ball sack you go.
Periods. The Vindicare Temple is about precise, perfect aim. There have been reports of Vindicares being
Guys,
able
I'll
to
never get
single out
assassinated.
particular
Don't
body
leave my
parts
house.
from over 2-3 miles away. Temples in the head, the jugular, for instance, and been sitting there after weeks. And when they're ready, take that shot. Time is done. Packs them up. The Calidus Temple, however, is a lot more about shapeshifting.
One thing I kind of want to know is how each of these different factions came to be. Because whenever there's one authority, there's another authority above it, aside from the Emperor, right? So, like, who appointed, like, the Grand Assassin Aficionado dude? Was that the Emperor? And then he appointed everyone underneath him? Is that, like... Because for the Space Marines, they have the Primarchs, right? But I don't actually know the governing bodies for the other ones. The High Lords? Oh, okay.
And DeviantArt. It's mostly a female-based one, or at least it seems to be, and this allows a lot of body augmentation for certain individuals to be able to kind of transmorph themselves and infiltrate areas that are problems. These assassins will end up taking missions that take them years, 2-3 years, to infiltrate a heretical group and slowly work their way up, just to get enough time to put a bullet into the main target's head and then escape unharmed, or become the main target and sabotage it from within. These are all completely about deception, mind tricks, polymorphing, and everything in between. And lots of drawings. The Eversor
I'm not
Temple.
surprised.
Just kind of disturbing one. The Eversor Temple is about when you don't want anything to come back alive, friend or foe. You want it all dead. And Eversor is psychogenically conditioned with just psychotherapy and psychological torture to only feel violence, hatred, and anger. It does the Clockwork Orange style of thing of just making you forced to watch never-ending pain and misery and psycho conditioning,
Me when I watch League of
I guess
Legends.
is the term. And then they pump you.
So are these their actual faces, or are these masks that they're wearing? Masks? Oh, okay.
Full of tons
I
of
don't know why I'm
psychedelic
tired.
drugs,
Maybe it's
and
old
they
age, guys.
cryo-freeze you. And then they drop you in an area where they just want to make sure everything is dead. And then you defrost, full of just all this insane, mind-boggling psychotherapy and psychedelic drugs, and you just go to town.
So basically they activate roid rage.
You don't care if anyone comes back alive. You're like, all right, lost cause, send them in.
Do they typically send like one of these and then they, or, because if they send multiple, will they kill each other? It seems like a workplace hazard. Malkador? What Malkador? Usually one and enough. So how would these guys compare on a power scale to, for example, Grey Knights? Because when I imagine a dude like this fighting, I'm thinking of like Tatsuya from like Sentenced to Be Hero, where he just goes like ape shit. Vindicare and Calidus sometimes work together. I don't know what that is. Really weak versus Grey Knight? Is it because they're so tanky? He was a big E's number 2. Oh, he's one of the ones that number 2 and number 11 are the ones that are redacted, right? Grey Knight kills them, but they're usually for different jobs. So it's bad matchup, basically. Okay. So, new hand touches a brick. Yeah, that's actually what's happening here. I'm kind of like wondering, because there's also probably like a social hierarchy for this too, where each one is perceived as strong, right? But in order for me to understand that, I need to know the skill floor and the skill ceiling kind of what is expected for each faction, which I assume will be much later.
Finally, there's the most bizarre temple, the Caluxus Temple. The Caluxus assassins are feared even among the other temples. So that blank gene, the people will go to the Caluxus Temple with this as well. And this is where they can harness that to be massively anti-psyker, or even just anti-regular. Assassins are feared even among the other temples. The Caluxus assassins are feared even among the other temples. So that blank gene, the people will go to the Caluxus Temple with this as well. And this is where they can harness that to be massively anti-psyker, or even just anti-regular people. They're seen with extreme fear and distrust among many, many people. They are described by the Eldar by quote as being pure evil. Imagine that uncomfortable feeling from that blank gene I mentioned, and then imagine them being taught and given equipment to amplify it by 100.
How do they control them? Because they need something to keep these guys in check, right? Do they put like a chip in their brain or something? Everstar assassins have a mini nuke in them that blows up themselves and everyone. So are they like kamikaze, where they're just like a one and done? Lots and lots of indoctrination. Okay. Drugs and keeping them frozen. Oh. Okay. So when do they blow up? Is that just like a last ditch thing, kind of like a black box? Remember they're orphans? Yeah, that means they need to be finished off. Otherwise, you know, people get revenge. Actually, I'd be interested to see the concept of revenge executed on a higher level. If that's even something that can be done, because revenge is very self-serving, right? But okay, so basically, unless it's like a doom situation, they don't blow up, but they can. Okay.
If normally regular people feel uncomfortable, now they are basically akin to being a siren wailing directly in your ear. And if you're a psyker, oh no. The sheer presence of a Caluxus assassin is enough for you to tear your skin off. You will rather gouge your eyes out and rip your nails off than even being near this person. The Caluxus assassin is when you want psychers to literally lose their minds, and they will go on their knees and ask you to gun them down because it is a suitable choice over being anywhere near you. The motto of that temple is, "That which is unknown and unseen commands the greatest fear." Now, for the tabletop, assassins aren't that special. You can call them in no matter.
So, Is there like a general radius? And does it... I assume it gets worse as you get closer, right? It's not just like a flat type radius where it's as effective 500 meters as it is 1 meter away. There's a story about Assassin's Revenge in one of the Warhammer animations. There's animations. I think we all have pieces of lore, but not the full picture. I mean, as I said earlier, I think it's impossible to know every single thing about it. You know, even if you're like the creator of a lot of the lore, it's impossible to know just because other people are working on other things. Tons of animations, like official animations. Fun fact, having a Calyxus assassin will debuff your own psyker units if they're too close. That makes sense. Is it like hexagonal, by the way? The power scale in 40k is very fluid. It depends on the context and conditions of the battle. Because there's no fair fights in Warhammer, that makes sense. No? Okay. Interesting.
What Imperium faction you are, and they do a lot of work for themselves, but at the same time, they're very specialized and require a lot of finesse. And they work the way you generally want them to, though. You want to cause some distortion and weird stuff, you take a Calidus. You want to just murder swaths of infantry and then blow up Eversor. You want to kill that one guy, Vindicare, and if you have a lot of Psychers, Calyxus. It's a nice little, like, jack of all trades if you have a specific thing you want to kill. And you get to choose which is really fun.
So...
But now...
These ones are the ones with the blank genes, like the Sisters of Silence, but they get sent to this church, the Calyxus Church, or whatever, or Calyxus Church, and they become super anti-psyker human weapons. And then these ones are the Void Rage. These ones are the sniper dudes that camp you for 1,000,000 years, and then these ones are the infiltrators. Okay.
You have a specific thing you want to kill, and you get to choose which is
it's
really
centimeters,
fun.
by the way.
Let's talk about the last
Not
human
inches.
faction. We can round this video out before we do part 2.
Yay!
The Inquisition.
We're almost at part
We have
2.
a lot to talk about with them.
On the subject of heresy.
Oh boy. Where do I even begin with the Inquisition?
You don't
every
expect it,
secret
you know?
police you can think of. The KGB, the Gestapo, the CIA, FBI, any of these kinds of people. And then mark it up by about 10 and give them the most
This is why no
power
one ever expects the
in
Inquisition.
entire Imperium. No, you know what? How about this? This right here, it's not just a quote. This is the Imperial motto, the motto of the Inquisition. I apologize for my bad pronunciation. Innocentia nihil probat. Innocence proves nothing.
Is this what
The
happened
most
at Titus, bro?
powerful organization in the Imperium, the secret police, their #1 motto is innocence.
Wait, it's actually that's what happened to him? Like, actually? I was just guessing because I'm like, oh, this kind of seems like what you guys are talking about. But like, oh, it actually happened. Okay. So someone said they are one of the most powerful, but they're not actually the most powerful. So who would be above them if not the Emperor?
Proves nothing. The Inquisition goes around like the secret police
High
or like
Lords,
detectives to find issues in the Imperium. And they have different ordos depending on which one we're talking about. The Ordo
The
Hereticus,
Inquisition, yeah.
the Ordo Xenos, the Ordo Malleus, for instance, and a whole bunch of other ones. Hereticus is obvious, they deal with heretics. Xenos tries to find...
Wait, hold on, let me rewind time. He was innocent, but didn't mean that the chaos wasn't using it as a tool. Hence, innocence proves nothing. Oh, okay, so it's kind of being like complicit subconsciously. Well, I guess, is that an oxymoron? To be complicit no. Because you can be complicit with it. High Lords of Terra are basically the ones who run the Imperium. Oh, okay. And the Emperor appointed the High Lords of Terra? Their political power is theoretically infinite, but practically not infinite. So basically, if they wanted to do something, they could, but there would be big consequences, so they don't. So their hands are still tied. No. So how did the High Lords come to be put in their positions then? Were they originally from human nobility? I assume so. So the Imperium involves two coins, military and bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy and Inquisitor has authority over basically everyone but the highest guys, which would be High Lords. Power vacuum? Well. Kaliman appointed High Lords after the Emperor got zombied. And that was in 30k. Who is Kaliman again? High Lords were appointed by the Emperor. That's a lot of conflicting information I'm seeing. Primarch of the Ultramarines. Oh, okay. And then Lion is another Primarch, right? High Lords are mostly gone by the time Kaliman is back. They tried to overthrow him. He was ready for that. Damn, what a Chad. Okay.
Nothing. The Inquisition goes around like the secret police or like detectives to find issues in the Imperium. And they have different ordos depending on which one we're talking about. The Ordo Hereticus, the Ordo Xenos, the Ordo Malleus, for instance, and a whole bunch of other ones. Hereticus is obvious, they deal with heretics. Xenos tries to find alien threats, and Malleus is demons. They all have different specializations in what they're trying to go for as this Inquisitor. And that's what they're called, Inquisitors. Each of them, as an Inquisitor, has their own free reign to do.
Question. I assume that most art and culture has been like developed to I guess feed the what would the word be? I guess the zealousness of humanity and to encourage more faith, right? It's been kind of turned into a tool like that, I assume. So do they have any forms of like entertainment? I imagine they do, right? But these are twisted into other more practical uses, if that makes sense. It's entertainment, but the entertainment still ultimately feeds the faith that humanity follows. Okay. I was wondering because I imagined this dude. This dude rapping from his like little scripture book as he was shooting with his SMG.
Malleus, for instance, and a whole bunch of other ones. Hereticus is obvious.
He was spitting from the book, guys.
Xenos tries to find alien threats, and Malleus is demons. They all have different specializations in what they're trying to go for as this Inquisitor. And that's what they're called, Inquisitors. Each of them, as an Inquisitor, has their own free reign to do as they wish. They may have a ship and a crew, and they go out to find problems and interrogate people a lot.
What about rogue traders though? Because rogue traders are like the leaders of their own ship, and they kind of right? They kind of I don't remember what they do actually. But rogue traders are part of the Imperium too, no? They have a special merit? Oh, they're not covered here, yes. Are rogue traders newer? Rogue traders have a contract from the Imperium that says they can do things on their own. Yeah, I remember like you needing to get one of those or something. Rogue traders now have a representative in the High Lords. Officially, they expand the boundaries of the Empire by exploring new worlds. So they're kind of like diplomats. Scouting diplomats. Kind of. Because they're more, I guess, economic based. Rogue traders are traders and explorer. They have ridden their family, originally given by the Emperor, that preserved for 10k years. It gives, or 10,000 years, that gives them rights. Okay. Oh, what is I was thinking of the fucking what's his name? God told Rogue Trader they do what they want. I want to be told that. Dang it. Thanks, Warlock. Good to remember, Robot Guilty Gear is Papa Smurf, and him and all his little blueberries have plot armor. That's Gleeman, right? I had to translate it. Gleeman and all the Ultramarines have plot armor. Are they like the golden child of 40k? Also, thank you, Drippy. Main thing with road traders is that they're meant to operate independently most of the time, since they're not always going to be in communication with any central authority. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Especially since you guys said that the communication can take like weeks or years sometimes. Scouting diplomats fits. Also one of the few people that don't get shot on sight for being too friendly to Xenos. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Are above the law in every department over Space Marines. Now, the Space Marines might argue against them and stuff, and there might be a lot of blowback, but technically they are above them as Inquisitors. Space Marines. Now, the Space Marines might argue against them and stuff, and they're over. They are above the law in every department over Space Marines. Now, the Space Marines might argue against them and stuff.
Why does he say Space Marines as if, like, Space Marines are, like, the highest authority? I thought they were, like, soldiers under the Primarchs, right? Like, I know there's the Grey Knights, and I know there's the Custodes. But... I'm confused. They have a lot of authority? Space Marines also have their own ranks within them, right? Because in Space Marine 2, when you're Titus, you're answering to that dude, the redhead. Emperor is God, Primarch is Jesus, Space Marines are semi-angels. Oh, that's a good way of putting it. Thanks, Nicolarian. The Space Marines are kind of independent. Others can't really tell them what to do, even if they can't tell others what to do. But how do they have authority if they can't tell others what to do then? Is it more of a respect? Inquisitors are humans, Space Marines are superhumans. It's weird to have humans higher ranks than the Space Marines. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes sense, kind of. Okay. But since most Space Marine chapters have lost their Primarchs, they operate semi-independently and they can be asked to do things, but very rarely ordered. So a lot of it's just operating on years or like millennia of like century or like indoctrination and cults. Okay.
And there might be a lot of blowback, but technically they are above them as Inquisitors.
I'm hungry.
They are looking to investigate and figure out coups and cults and demonic incursions and possible Xenos issues like gene stealers or a new threat coming into an area. They're about learning that stuff and actually doing detective work. And memes aside, they're pretty good at it. The Inquisition having all of this power does make them a little bit power hungry and frantic sometimes. And yes, it is still a bad thing, but most of them are pretty good at their job. And they spend a lot of time being very diligent to make sure that all of these leads they follow are proper and correct. They're basically space detectives with just enormous power and sometimes a bit of a power complex. And we haven't even talked about Exterminatus yet. Exterminatus. Exterminatus is deeming a planet unfit to be saved. I deem that this planet is demon infested, and taking it back will cost too many resources and is not worth it. I have now committed Exterminatus on this planet. I will now sign the death warrant of an entire Imperium planet, as it is unfit to take and better to be destroyed than allow the enemy to hold it. This can mean saturation bombardment. This can mean cracking the planet's core and breaking it apart. Doesn't matter. Render this planet inhospitable to all life. Yes, the innocents proves nothing people are the only people who can choose this planet must die in its entirety. Yeah, You're playing the villain. Now, it is memed a lot, but most Inquisitors are very rare to do Exterminatus. Exterminatus is a very crazy thing. There's only so many worlds that you don't want to destroy all of them. Now, naturally, with the memes aside, there are some people who are a little bit rough on this one. But most Inquisitors generally don't like to do Exterminatus a ton, but it is an option they have. And it's a crazy option when you think about it. Secret Police Inquisition.
Ew, what?
They have. And it's a crazy option when you think about it. Secret Police Inquisition are unfortunately not represented on the tabletop very much. You generally kind of put one in your army if you feel like it. You have a couple special options there and some side content, but they're not really fleshed out very well, and personally they need a lot more stuff put in there. And they really need a lot more effort put into them, and they're not quite where I want them to.
I'm just curious. Chat, how many of you guys think that Thanos wasn't wrong? Just out of curiosity. Because I'm gonna be so real, I kind of get where Thanos is coming from. I actually really like Thanos. Will it actually solve the problems, really? Not truly, but I can understand where he was going with it, you know? I feel like the mentality wasn't terrible, but like the execution was kind of trash. Indiscriminate tap is true equality, but realistically, right? You could potentially be Thanos snapping people that could help solve the problem. I don't feel like it actually solved anything truly. It's just a temporary, we don't have to deal with this as much. And even then, there are so many like variables. Why not 90% true? Fuck you, Mandy. Oh, but I guess it was the entire gap. It wasn't the entire universe. Yeah, it was the entire universe. Thanos had snapped 10 times. What if you got... Oh, actually, you couldn't get snapped yourself, right? But I was just curious, considering the, I guess, mentality in the Warhammer universe. You guys just snap double resources and it would have the same effect? Yeah, I don't understand why you didn't do that. Why not just make more resources? I guess human greed knows no bounds. But I mean, it's not like it's gonna... Even if you do stuff like that, it's not gonna change humanity.
Overall, the Inquisition makes
other
for a lot of the best storytelling as well, because it's a little bit hard to talk about a big story of a whole bunch of space...
Wait, hold on, sorry. Didn't Thanos, like, go back in time and basically kill himself for being such a simp for death? Or am I thinking of someone else that did that? I feel like that was Thanos in the comics. I don't... That was Thanos? Okay. I haven't read the comics, but sometimes I'll watch videos on them. Because comic book universes are also very interesting. There's an army faction now that Bricky's videos don't cover that. It's called the Agents of the Imperium. They can field Grey Knights, Inquisitors, Assassins, and Depth Guards. Oh, so are they above them? Above all these? Dang. Oh, but not the Custies.
Marines killing something, right? It's just a big battle story. It's not as interesting. Having that intrigue
they are the
and
Inquisition?
that moral dilemma that an Inquisitor has makes for a lot better media. And honestly, the more people do it, I think it's better, because then it adds a little more humanity to the Warhammer horrible, horrible grimdarkness. And wow, we just finished the humans, all right? Come back for part 2 when we talk about
We're
Chaos
3 hours in,
Xenos,
guys. Don't worry. After 3 hours, we finished a 51-minute video.
We're going to talk about the 4 Chaos Gods and all the Chaos Marine Legions and the Tau and the Necrons and the Orcs, and oh boy. We got a lot.
Holy human slop is
I'll see you in
over.
part 2.
Heresy! Heretic right here! Oh my god, how could you say this? Tis, tis, tis. Okay, should we go over some of the things I've learned? Are there any misconceptions that you guys want to kind of clear up, I guess, going forward into the next video? Or no? Well, there's still some things that were like missed, right? Question mark? Or no? Only 3 hours heresy? I don't actually know how long it takes people on average to get through their first video. Because a lot of people react to it, right? Human slop, you only like it because you're human. Wow, sounding like a typical heretic. Thanks, Martin. Any outstanding questions? There's so much. It's hard to determine like a question. But I guess in terms of my favorite of humanities, or of like humanities factions, it would probably be the ones that I liked that stood out more to me are the Sisters of Battle, the Adeptus, and then the Inquisitors, probably. Those are the ones I preferred. I kind of prefer anything that has a little more flexibility or is super, super rigid. Well, I think it's cool to have a machine gun. This one. No. Where? No. This one.
Dude.
These dudes.
At least makes sense from their standpoint.
I forgot. There are other Adeptus ones, right? Oh, the Adeptus Custodies. I forgot they're also called that. Yeah, the Mechanicus, sorry. I like the Tech Priests. Nuns with guns are cool. I like the nuns with guns. They're very metal. The Every Legion explained gives a bit more detail on each Space Marine or Space Marine Legion as they get brushed over in this video. Oh, I see this was brushed over. Oh. Wow. Space Marines are also called Adepti, so you typically call them Mechanicus. Okay. Is Tech Priest actually like a term they use in universe? Am I truly bricked up now? No, I'm only half erect. I'm only half up the... Actually, not even. There's still like 3 more videos I need to watch, I think, at least. Oh, Tech Priest is used in universe. Oh, okay. Tech Marines for the Space Marines? The Ecclesiarchy is also called the Adeptus Ministorum. I don't remember what that one is. It's also what they were first called before they gave everybody funny fake Latin names. But Tech Priest is so cool. Oh, the church. They're the ones that the Sisters of Battle are directly under, right? The Ecclesiarchy. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna grab food and then I'll be back and then we can watch part 2. And we can learn about the non-human factions. Bye! Stay tuned. You miss me? Good. That's how it should be. You should be miserable without me. I'm back. Let's see. I need to watch part 2 now.
Today's video is
Hey all, this is
We get number 2. I got braised pork belly and rice. Bricky, cute girl. Yeah, true. True. Hold on. Heck. Can you alongside me? Also, if you want to talk to someone specifically in chat or like reply to their message, you can tag them. You go at and then their tag. It should be this one. Homo. There you go. Okay, I linked the new one. How are we feeling, chat? You ready to be here a long time? Yeah, it'll probably be a bit. If last one was like any indication, yeah.
This is part 2 in a 2-part series on the Warhammer races.
Eat the food.
If you
I
haven't seen
just
part
grabbed
1
it.
yet, we do the Imperium of Man. You can check that out in the description, and I would highly recommend you watch that to get context for
Tell
this
me if my chewing's
episode.
too loud.
If you already have, go ahead and keep on watching. So after an entire episode of nothing but humans, we can now talk about chaos, which involves humans again, but a little bit less. We also got demons and shit.
I just felt someone grab my ass.
What?
That looks like the thingy that we saw in Space Marine yesterday. The thing that was shooting balls of fire at us. I'm falling asleep in my chair. Are you saying I'm boring? It is? Oh, it's Armiwa who turns a sub 1 hour video into 4 hours. Yep, that's me too. Anything I do pretty much as slow as possible. Because I yap a lot. If you're new here and you're liking what you're seeing, I yap a lot. Like a lot. So if you like listening to yapping, and how do I describe some of my commentary, guys? I feel like a lot of my commentary is like shower thoughts. And you're just like, Amaya, why did you think of that? How did you think of that? Yeah. Anyways, if you're having fun, make sure to follow, subscribe.
Like hard, Nick.
So, as I've mentioned many times before, we've discussed the warp, the immaterium, the hellish landscape, the purgatory dimension realm between the material realm of our existence. Now, in the warp, it's terrifying, horrible. There are demons everywhere. Things are crazy. All your minds, thoughts, and emotions get projected there. It is both formless and empty. It is vast and tiny. It obeys the laws of time and physics while simultaneously does absolutely nothing of the sort. It is a hodgepodge and a culmination of just unknowable, eldritch, horrifying shit. And there are 4 gods that permeate in chaos and the warp. These are the 4 major chaos gods. And if we wish to learn about chaos, we need to learn about each and every single one of these chaos gods.
Okay, side note, this is unrelated. Or not that related. But actually, I think one of the best genre mishmashes is Eldritch Romance. My personal favorite combination of genres is actually horror romance.
First up, we have Khorne, and he is the easiest. Khorne is
Or like
your
dark comedies.
classic Satan. He is all about anger, murder, fighting, blood, guts, death. You ever heard the term blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne? That's Khorne. The whole idea is that he is all about the fury and strength of battle. He doesn't care where blood comes from, so long as blood is flowing. He wants to fight and murder.
Like romance with an eldritch god? Kind of, yes. In one of my favorite novels, Kneel Before Me, it's somewhat similar of a concept. And same with like this other novel where a cosmic horror and basically an eldritch god of all gods falls in love with her, or like becomes obsessed with her rather. His love is not something comparable to humanity's love on average, right? But yeah, I find that the way they love is very interesting. And I think that horror romance is a very good genre because it forces the darkest aspects of humanity on like a regular basis typically. Bloodborne got me feeling a certain way, if you know what I mean. I spent like 7 hours fighting cleric beasts 3 days ago, dude. I had a nightmare afterwards, and now I have a cold sore.
Murder and carnage and slaughter and death, 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 death. That is Khorne. Very simple to understand. Next up, you have Tzeentch, and Tzeentch is the god of change.
The bird dude.
However, the god of change, permeates in so many different other ways. He's the most eldritch of all the demon gods. He has this weird way to always be plucking at the strings of the universe. He's always conniving and scheming and doing his best to cause as much little bullshit as he can.
Is Valkia the purple one?
Is unknowable. Everything that makes sense, he will and won't do. Every future and setting and every type of destiny or fate is all foretold and also changeable. It is set in stone while also completely random. He knows what everything is going to happen and also that none of it's going to happen. You would ask Tzeentch a question. That question leads to 3 more questions. And those questions lead to the heat death of the universe, which asks 4 answers to those questions. And
it's basically an Amaya stream. Valkia is basically a Valkyrie, but with bat wings and horns. She's a chaos character in fantasy? Oh. It's okay, I'm used to RNG. How's the lore? I'm actually doing pretty good, I think. I think I'm doing pretty good. And my head doesn't hurt, so.
And then he thinks to himself, what are questions even really? And are you even asking the questions? Or are you simply giving paths
the god of hope, the god of life? I mean,
other horseshit.
If it doesn't come true, then it's a god of lie.
I'm gonna fuck with stuff. He is yes and he is no. He is the understanding and he is complexity. He is unknowable. And that's what the god of change is about. Very bizarre. And he likes birds a lot. I don't know why. Next up we got Papa Nurgle. Papa
Why
Nurgle,
wouldn't it be crabs?
He
I thought
loves
we
you
all
for
evolved
who
from
you are.
crabs.
Probably not. He will murder you just the same. But
Into
Papa
crabs.
Nurgle is about rot, pestilence, death, and decay. He is the end of everything. Him and Tzeentch do not like each other very much because where Tzeentch represents change and adjustment, Nurgle represents stagnation and death. He is all about miasma and pestilence and large bloat and pus and organs and
oh my God,
people
it's
just
Perrier!
being sedentary sloth. He is the idea that everything will rot and decay and die. Nothing is certain besides decay and death. All of us.
Okay. Grandfather Nurgle, you were the first one I thought of when I saw this. I'm like, oh, is your name based off of this?
Will end up the same way and broken down through just sheer never-ending decomposition. So the joke that Nurgle always loves you is generally because of that, because we all end up the same. We all rot and we all die.
I thought it was because they're
wither.
gamers.
That's Nurgle, and he's got a general theme of course, pestilence and different kinds of diseases and sickness and things of that nature. That's generally Nurgle. He's pretty easy to understand as well, and he chunk. Finally, we have the youngest of the Chaos Gods, and that is Slaanesh, also known as the Prince of Pleasure or the God of Unspeakable Excess. Slaanesh is generally referred to with sex, but it's not only sex, it's just that's a good avenue if you want to make stuff. Slaanesh is just the idea of the senses of the body being cranked to not just 11, but more like 17. So we'll discuss Slaanesh a little bit more when we talk about the
Sanguine is
Eldar,
very
'cause they done
similar.
fucked up.
If you don't know Sanguine's an Elder Scrolls Daedric Prince, and his whole thing is basically excess pleasure, and it's essentially hedonism to the max. Slaanesh is Sanguine and Molag Bal, the worst combination actually.
But it or whatever is mainly about just the excess of emotions, and therefore sex is generally a large part of it. However, it's mostly pain and torture. Lots of pain, torture, but sometimes sexually related or drug related. Lots of drugs. Slaanesh gets off on everything. Extremes in happiness, extremes in sadness, extremes in pain and sadism and masochism, and of course that goes along with the sex part of it as well. It's generally referred to with sex because of the color scheme, very purple, lots of exposed genitalia. A lot of their models have like exposed nipples and stuff, and that is generally the theme you go for from from a physical side, but it really embodies everything, mainly pain and also the excessive amounts of emotion. So when it comes down to it, you'll find a lot of them have things like spikes or whips or any kind of BDSM style gear, because it is unspeakable excess, the prince of pleasure, everything in excess to the point where it is just sheer frightening. That is Slaanesh in a nutshell. A little bit bizarre and a little hard to describe sometimes, but as we talk more about the Dark Eldar layer in this video, you'll understand it far, far better and far more than you'd want to. Now you might be thinking, why would anyone ever want to join Chaos? They all look horrifying, screwed up, and just frightening things, right?
But that's
well,
entire
the thing is that
universe.
of course, one, your mind is put into the warp and the Immaterium, so you can be easily swayed by chaos demons when they get into your head, especially if you're a psyker. Sometimes regiments of the less mentally strong people, whether they be civilians or say low-level guardsmen or conscripts, can be easily swayed by this and become chaos cultists and stuff, and they serve their dark gods and whatever god they personally prefer. However, and this might seem strange, chaos in their own right isn't necessarily evil. See, the warp is every manifestation of emotion and being, every soul, everything of existence. This includes all the good things. All the different chaos gods have another side to their coin. Khorne might be death, murder, slaughter, slaughter, but he's also got this weird sense of survival of the fittest, trial by combat, and honor. Khorne will never lie to you. Khorne will never stab you in the back. Khorne isn't about conniving and scheming. Khorne is about straight up mano-y-mano, you versus me, get in the ring, we're gonna murder each other hard right now. It may not be a good thing at the end of the day, but it is that other side of the coin. Him and Tzeentch generally don't get along because Tzeentch is that conniving schemer, but he's also about the idea of hope. Where there is change for your predicament. There is change for your problem. The hope of the galaxy, the ability to bend the world to your will, the idea that your
more
fate
like Marin
is not set.
Stagon. Marin Stagon is more about like destruction or revolution rather, though, which I actually no, I think it's more about revolution if I remember his like kind of motto. Destruction is just a very simple method to revolutionize everything. So I feel like, yeah, it's more like Tzeentch. But even then, the Marin's Dagon isn't as extreme in that respect.
In stone, but in reality that you control your own destiny and can control it whenever you want. The changer of ways, that is Tzeentch. And of course, Tzeentch and Nurgle hate each other because while Nurgle does represent stagnation, death, and decay, he also represents finality. An ending. The fact that you can be mentally at peace knowing that
I really
you
like these
will
polarities
end
between
and how
them.
you will end. Fear of the unknown, fear of change is not present with Nurgle. With Nurgle, everything will rot and die, and that provides that finality, that ability that this is over. We are all the same, and we will all end the same.
I guess conversely, another way to look at Nurgle is stability. Like a sense of like constance. Ah, fuck my eye. Something in my eye. Ah. It's elbow. Difference is the chaos and the Daedra is that the Daedra want reality to increase their power, while the chaos hates reality and wants it to not exist. So they want everything to be like an abstract concept kind of. Also, thank you, Orlok. Chaos is jealous of the real and wants to be real, does it? But okay, when you say real, do you mean physical? And tangible? Because it does exist. It's just not necessarily tangible, right? Because it kind of looks like a cosmic abyss in the warp. Chaos doesn't want to uncreate reality. The reality is a great game and they want to keep playing. Oh, that's cool. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's a cool way of putting it. There's a myth that... Oh man, I forgot how to pronounce it. Scene? Already forgot. Once won the war against the other chaos gods, but then nerfed himself to change the outcome. Tzeentch. That's what it was, I think. Tzeentch? What the fuck? I think... Okay. This proves nobody can read. That reminds me of Sheogorath, actually, except he was just shit on by all the other Daedric princes because he was too OP. So they made him Jiglag. Zinch. Chaos can only survive when beings produce it, but the victory of chaos would eventually spell the end of intelligent life. And if it's the end of intelligent life, does that mean that they wouldn't think of chaos and therefore they wouldn't exist? But I mean, even if life isn't intelligent, they can still have feelings, right? Given that he's a god of change, it's fitting that you're changing the pronunciation of his name. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna use as my excuse. It's canon.
We know the meaning of life. The meaning of life is
Zeech.
to live and die and rot. And with that, it brings peace of mind. Slaanesh is a lot more simple. While they are the excess of...
Oh, hey, why? Why is it every single time I get raided, it's always at an inopportune time? First, it's like me saying that orphans should die. Now it's this. Okay. Hi, Mabel. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Welcome, Raiders. Hi, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here to bully you, and a member of Glitchstars 4th generation Aerunia. And we are doing a Warhammer Reacts to Bricky's second video here. Every single Warhammer 40k faction explained part 2. Did you guys have a good time? Make sure to also check out Maple's channel and give her some love, okay? Well, I'm learning about the Chaos Gods right now. It said Zeech could have won the great game at one point, but he didn't as he didn't want to end. You know what? I get it for real. I get it. Secret Santa raid? Is that what you guys actually say during your raid every single time you read your raid message? Actually, when I think about it, I don't even remember how my raid message came to be. It's whoa, rat pack upon ye. I think it came from an image that Aki made one time. Siege is literally all according to my Keikaku. By the way, Keikaku means plan, guys. You change your raid message every single time. Okay, that's kind of cute. Nice to meet you guys too. I hope you'll have a good time here. In some books, chaos implies it existed before reality, and reality just solidified the warp. How can something exist before reality, though? Reality is just an existence itself, right? Do you mean like tangible? Because none of this is tangible. Did she really just debut her 3D model? You guys should check it out after the stream. I want to see it. I'll have to look afterwards. But congratulations to Maple. I'm sure it looks beautiful. The warp is a different reality compared to the normal space. Huh. So when you guys say reality, you're kind of referring to the warp as a separate dimension outside of the regular reality, basically, right? Is this where a lot of the unreliable narrator things like come into place? Oh, okay, I see.
Emotion. They are also the representation of emotion. Slaanesh embodies happiness. Slaanesh embodies excitement and joy and pleasure, not only in the sense of the physical, you know, bam style of pleasure, but also everything else like food and drink and air on your cheek,
it really is
and
sanguine.
Sunlight, the feeling, emotion and feeling. All of that is also represented with Slaanesh. So you have to ask, why are they always represented as super evil skulls and spikes on everything and want to murder everybody?
Yeah.
I don't really got an answer for you on that one. My assumption is that because mentally...
Is it just like a narrative bias? Bricky's wrong. Chaos are not about moderation and positive emotions. That's how chaos represents it in universe. But I thought... I don't think he says anywhere that it's about moderation, though. I thought he was saying the opposite. That these are the extremes. Because intrusive thoughts, Amaya. Oh, those are my worst enemies. Because I would think that we would think that chaos is bad because it has the ability to control humanity. Because humanity inherently has emotions, and that's part of what makes us human. And like the human experience. And that conflicts with the Emperor's control. It's not necessarily bad, it's just the antagonistic to humanity. No? Is that not the case? So Nesh doesn't feed on regular joy or a good cup of tea. Basically, he's saying that the true gods to represent that. Is that not true? Isn't true all about perspective though? So it depends on which media you're consuming from which party. Whether or not something is true. Mage is Sigmar, one of the champions of Slaanesh, is massively obese Glutos or Solian, Lord of Gluttony. Sorry, I just heard America, fuck yeah, playing in my head. Yes, before the war in heaven, the Chaos Gods were benevolent. It was mortals that corrupted the warp before the warp corrupted mortals. Oh my god! Guys, I'm so upset. I'm thinking of like the Dragon Age Dreadwolf, what do you call it? Tevinter Imperium fuck-ups right now. And everything to do with like the maker. Because I did not play Inquisition, because why would I play... Or sorry, not Inquisition, Dreadwolf. Because why would I play Dreadwolf? But yeah. That's kind of what it reminds me of. Where they got corrupted, and that's kind of like how the Darkspawn came to be. Classic people being as they are. The setting is awful, so the negatives outweigh the positives, and nicer setting to be the god of wonderful things. So it's basically a relative thing. So does this mean that during the Golden Age, part of the reason the Golden Age even came to exist was because positive emotions were like dialed up? Kind of? And that was stronger? Or what? Isha is a goddess of healing and life. She is basically the positive side of what Nurgle is supposed to be. Well, does it matter if it's just like in general? Like, does it matter who's Golden Age if it's just about emotions in general? 65 million years ago? I thought it was like, I don't know, like 10k. Okay, it's confusing. Here, let's just keep watching before I get more confused.
Worse thoughts, even if we don't act on them, and therefore they're projected in the warp more. That one's a little bit weird. I don't know. This is me spitballing right now, but I don't know. You need a super bad guy. You already got the Imperium of Man. You need somebody to be a little bit worse than them. So you got these. Honestly, who cares? I just want to buy like a bird magician. Look at him. So cool. So combining all this together on the tabletop, Chaos Demons are generally very melee based. They run in, go really hard. You have lots of summoning and conjuring, tons of spells. Generally a little bit frail, but they have special saves to make them a little bit stronger. You've got giant demons and smaller demons. You got hordes of little boys and tons of big guys. A little bit stronger. Conjuring, tons of spells. Generally a little bit frail, but they have special saves to make them a little bit stronger. You've got giant demons and small.
I want this one. I want to throw it at someone.
Smaller demons, you got hordes of little boys and tons of big guys. Demons are, as they seem, demons. Nurgle is slow, Khorne is super scary in melee, you've got Tzeentch, who are far more into psychers and spellcasting, and then Slaanesh, who is all melee, really fast, but squishy, but in lots of hordes of tons of melee and pain damage, of course. So overall, the demons are a huge part of 40k, and a massive threat to almost every single faction, with the exception of a couple. However, the big part about demons is also transferred into the melee and pain.
Yeah, by the way, if you couldn't tell, I literally have diagnosed ADHD.
Damage, of course. So overall, the demons are a huge part of 40k and a massive threat to almost every single faction, with the exception of a couple. However, the big part about demons is also transferred into the other 9 Primarchs we didn't talk about, which are the Chaos Space Marines.
What is the level of intelligence that demons have? Because here we see like the underlings, right? And these have tangible forms and stuff. Do they reside in the chaos? Because this is like the warp is like a chaos like abyss, kind of, right? Depends on the demon. I assume the higher rank or status you are, the more intelligent. Okay, yeah. As per usual. The bigger the demon, the smarter they are. Does that apply to all of them? Like where it's literally a size thing? I would assume the more humanoid looking ones are more intelligent too. More of a vast ocean. Oh. A changer of ways is more intelligent than any mortal, while a bloodhound of corn is a beast. Okay, so it isn't literally size. It's basically just
tons of
status.
melee. Huge part of 40k. However, the big part about demons is also transferred into the other 9 Primarchs we didn't talk about, which are the Chaos Space Marines. So Horus and all of his boys, all of them in the Primarchs, they have all also become Chaos Boys, and they all have their own special Chaos Legions, specializing in so many different things, just like the Adeptus Astartes, the Angels of Death, the regular Space Marines. Chaos Space Marines aren't a whole lot different than the regular Space Marines. They have the same armor, generally the same training and toughness. They just specialize in different kinds of things. And also a lot of the Primarchs have a...
Hold on a second. Oh! I was like, is that a corpse taped to his chest? I'm like, that's some Mad Max type shit. So, I'm confused. So, during the Horus of Heresy, 9 different Primarchs went along with Horus against the Emperor, right? And they were influenced by chaos. Are these the same dudes? Or no? They are the same ones? Oh, 8 Horus, including them, and 9. Okay, okay. And there were 20 or 21? I'm kind of confused as to why 2 and 11 are redacted from history, and then all these guys aren't. Like, what could they have done that was so much worse than these ones? You know, like, I know you guys said that is purposefully vague too, but I can't think of anything worse in this setting than going against the Emperor and siding with Chaos. Yeah, I want to know the real world reason. Did the writer working on the lore leave? 2 and 11 happened before the heresy. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Due to time dilation and the warp, they are the same Marines that betrayed the Imperium 10,000 years ago. In 29k. Fan build factions? Oh, okay, okay. For my self-insert, guys, that's where my OC goes.
In toughness, they just specialize in different kinds of things. And also a lot of the Primarchs have ascended into greater...
Actually, wait, there are no female Space Marines? Question mark? Or are there? I don't actually know. One legend you can erase while the Emperor and the Malkador were alive to do it. 9 after those 2 were dead. A lot harder. Huh. They can't handle the bioengineering? Oh. No female Space Marines because no female Primarchs. This is so sad.
Is it greater demons? They're demon Primarchs at this point. Gigantic,
Where's my
horrifying
representation, guys?
man-demon hybrids that are pretty awesome, if I'm going to be honest. They look really, really cool. But them and their associated legions that they are a part
That's
of
true. Space
are
Hounds
all
are
kind of
cool.
going out there and causing...
Sorry, I didn't listen to anything you
They're
said.
demon Primarchs at this point. Gigantic, specialize in different regular Space Marines. They have the same armor, generally the same training and toughness. They just specialize in different kinds of things. And also a lot of the Primarchs have ascended into greater... Is it greater demons? They're demon primarchs at this point. Gigantic, horrifying man-demon hybrids that are pretty awesome, if I'm going to be honest. They look really, really cool. But them and their associated legions that they are a part of are all kind of going out there and causing a large ruckus for everyone.
I don't know why this isn't registering to me.
Boys, and they, the Adeptus Astartes, the Angels of Death, the regular Space Marines.
Okay.
Chaos Space Marines aren't a whole lot different than the regular Space Marines. They have the same armor, the same training and toughness. They just specialize in different kinds of things. And also, a lot of the Primarchs have ascended into greater demons.
Okay, this is the part I was lost on, sorry.
Gigantic,
The
horrifying
Primarchs.
man-demon hybrids that are pretty awesome.
The
if I'm
original
gonna be
ones from
honest. They look
10,000 years ago.
But them and their associated legions that they are a part of are all kind of going out there and causing a large ruckus for everyone else. Considering the raw strength and firepower of a legion of Space Marines, imagine that entire legion just converting to chaos and immediately fighting you. It's generally pretty horrifying. There's a lot of them, so I gotta write them
Emperor
down. But
TTS?
you've got the Emperor's
the Emperor
children
text-to
with
speech.
Primarch Fulgrim, loyal to Slanesh. These people, they are some messed up people. They're just sensory overload, tons of drugs, tons of torture. And I think Fulgrim is a demon Primarch right now, and oh god, I am terrified to see what that man looks like.
Is there civil war kind of? Actually, I'm not sure. If you have the chaos is considered kind of like one faction, right, with sub factions, but simultaneously, are they actually unified or no? Because I don't actually know the reason why they're fighting either. No, they all hate each other. So when you have like Zeech's army versus like Slanesh, is it like a shoot on sight type thing? Or what? Okay, okay. Hi, new here. I noticed you're reacting to 40k factions by Bricky. Got me intrigued. I'm on part 2 right now, Cafe. It took me 3 hours almost to get through part 1 because I had so many questions. They're not unified, but they can work together. Horus Heresy was a plot by all 4 Chaos Gods to deal with the Emperor. Oh, was the Emperor that OP? So, okay, in terms of if you were to have a relative scale of power, right? How would the Emperor versus the Chaos God or gods kind of fit together? The Emperor stole from the Chaos Gods, actually. Oh. Wow, he's really OP if he stole from them then. Well, not just the Emperor, but their goal was a 40k setting. So they wanted to have this type of fighting constantly, basically. The Chaos Gods call the Emperor Anathema. A lot of the Chaos Warlords are pragmatic and don't care about anything but power, so they'll use anybody. Well, that checks out. Endless war and suffering, they need problems. Well, I mean, that makes sense because that's when you get the most of everything. People tend to evolve the most during war and advance the most because desperate times is desperate, you know, calls for desperate measures. Not to mention you're willing to explore more things that you would otherwise write off morally or whatever. I mean, that's how this kind of came to be. You basically, in establishing a setting like this, you throw all rules you would probably normally follow completely out the window. Hard to say, but the big E in modern lore was able to banish Nurgle's influence back to the warp, even from the throne, so he is hella strong. So even as a vegetable, he could do that? Emperor's power level is whatever is convenient for the lore at the time. Is this true, chat? Short wars, it's a key. The Imperium has been at war so long they lose more and more irreplaceable technology and resources over the years. But I imagine that if the Imperium was ever going to like truly lose, then the Chaos would step in, right? And they'd give them some sort of like bone so that they can keep going. Arguably, as a vegetable, he's stronger because he's been fed psychers for thousands of years, right? Is that how it works? Chaos hates reality first and each other second. They all want to subsume reality into themselves alone, but they work together against reality. What kind? Sorry, I'm eating an orange. Sometimes. Okay, thank you, Orlok. I still don't get it. It's theorized he is stronger in the warp, weaker in the physical. So if the Emperor were to abandon his physical body, theoretically, but have his soul encapsulated in something and then go into the warp, do you think it'd be OP? Like, even more OP? But that's also kind of against their policy, right? There's a misunderstanding. The Emperor does not need the Psychers. The Psychers are used up by failing the Golden Throne. He become the Dark King. Who's that? That's a very important question that we don't know the answer to yet. Man, I'm so smart. Some Sisters of Battle act a lot like Demons of the Emperor, which is interesting. I mean, everything is just two sides of the same coin, right? They're just like super zealous for a different cause. Okay. I will go next then, since it's too confusing.
At least on the tabletop, because the Emperor's children are not good people.
Oh, sorry, real quick. So does this mean that the Chaos Gods don't have a physical form? Or what? Chaos Gods are like 10,000 times more powerful than the Emperor? So it's kind of like the corporal existence or something. Do they want a physical form? Is that kind of what you mean when you guys say reality? Like, would they potentially get a physical form if they could... Wow, this orange is hard. What the fuck? Chaos Gods don't even have official artwork. They can't exist outside the warp. Oh, is that what you guys mean when you say that they... Okay, I'm kind of understanding. So basically... Would this be accurate? Chaos Gods are like basically like a gas that kind of is in the warp, and if they go outside the warp, they can still influence things, but it dissipates, and they want to not dissipate. Question mark? The fuck is with my orange? No? Damn it. Yes, but same idea. Basically, chaos energy they can manifest in the warp. I'm hearing such polarized views. Yes, Amaya, you're correct. No, Amaya, you're not correct. They don't really depend on reality. That's just fan fiction. Well, I'm not talking about depending, but existing. They just want to play it. They don't want to destroy the physical world. That's not what I heard 10 minutes ago. But I mean, that's how influence works though, right? So for example, if you have a concentrated gas and that is near someone, right? It's kind of like a game of telephone. The people who are further away from the concentrated gas will be less affected. It's the same way as like rumors. And rumors are belief. Kind of.
You've got the Iron Warriors, which are kind of like opposite of the Imperial Fists, with Primarch Perturabo, I believe is his name. They're Chaos Undivided. They just kind of serve Chaos in a general aspect instead of choosing one of the four. But the Iron Warriors are big on the siege and fortification, and they're basically entirely against the Imperial Fists and a major rival. Perturabo, I believe, is also still alive, and I'm also very interested to see what he looks like, because Demon Primarchs are badass. You've got the Night Lords with Primarch Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz is dead, which is good because he's a sick fuck. But the Night Lords are generally about terrorizing people and terrorism. They're generally about fear, and rightly so. You've got the World Eaters with Primarch Angron, still alive, also excited to see. Angron, if you think you've known an angry person, Angron is the angriest son of a bitch you will ever know. Angron removed parts of his brain that didn't make him angry, so he could be angrier. Angron. Fucker's mad. You've got the Death
That's
Guard with
hilarious.
Primarch Mortarion. They actually have their own special codex and their own major army on the tabletop. Or
Keep in mind that the gods and demons in general want to eat souls as a major motivation for them to invade the materium and kill mortals. Huh. So, do they need that for sustenance, or is it just desire? Also, thank you. Souls are energy. So, is this like extending their life force or their lifespan? All souls go to the warp anyway. They don't need that. They don't need souls. Wait, so what about the psyker souls that the Emperor consumes then? Do they just form like an amalgamation on his soul? Is this why you guys say that he theoretically gets stronger, even though he's a vegetable? That is the power of the throne that keeps him alive. So it's exclusively for the throne. It doesn't actually go to him. It goes to his life support machine. Huh? Okay.
Mortarion himself is actually one of the models. And look at him. Look at him. It's
detail on
so
that paint job is
cool
insane.
looking. Of course, Nurgle based, obviously. So very slow, but very tanky. You've got the Word Bearers with Primarch Lorgar. Lorgar is, I believe, still alive. I don't know what's up with him at the current moment, but the Word Bearers are generally the people who caused all the major problems in the beginning. At least I blame them for it. They're little assholes. You got the Black Legion with Primarch Horus. Get fucked, nerd. You've got the Alpha Legion with Primarch Alfarius Omegon.
Primarch Horus is dead, right? He was killed when he turned the Emperor into a vegetable during the Horus Heresy. Okay.
Chaos, I think.
Super
and then
dead,
finally, you've
very
got the
dead.
Thousand Sons with Primarch Magnus the Nerd. The Thousand Sons also have their own
Soul
book
Kill?
just with the Death Guard.
You guys say very dead. Does this mean that resurrection is something that is possible under the correct circumstances? How would resurrection be viewed in this world? Oh. He's not just dead, he was blasted out of existence. So, if you were high enough status or something, right? Would it be socially acceptable for you to be resurrected in some capacity? Because I imagine if they could resurrect the Emperor, they would do so. But the issue is he needs to constantly remain alive, because even if the Northern Star goes down, or North Star goes down for like 1 second, I imagine that's like donezo. Right? Celestine is an Imperial Saint. She has been resurrected multiple times. Oh, that's the one that Inquisitor is gay for, right? If you're powerful enough, you might get to come back from the warp. Well, define powerful enough. Do you mean like mental fortitude? Or what? If you're a normal human, probably not. If you're a Primarch, oh my god, miracle. Magic power? Like a psyker? Not really. You get resurrected but reincarnate, but some perpetually do stay alive forever. When you guys say magic power, do you mean specifically like psyker powers, like a connection to the warp? Does that mean Celestine actually has like a similarly powerful connection to the warp as the Emperor? But the Emperor is in a position where he can't die, whereas Celestine is in a position where she can. Oh, okay. So Celestine's position, she's at the, what is it? The CRPG, the church, right? How does she function in this world? Because we haven't heard about her. I don't know if we hear about her here, because human done. This is why people think living saints are the demons of the Emperor. Celestine is more confusing. She may actually be a warp entity, just one that is made from the belief in the Emperor. I see why there's a lot of like unreliable narration here, especially because if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, and baby, it's a fucking duck. I get it. The other were also capable of reviving themselves from the warp. I say because the Elder have serious problems now. Huh. You said that's a Celestian, she would chop your head off. That she's a demon? Some people are called a perpetual. Their soul is so powerful that the warp can't eat it, so the soul will heal the body and return it to return it. I think that's how perpetuals work. Do you get rebirthed from scratch? Do people recognize these souls? Similarly to how people feel uncomfortable with people with like the blank gene? Because I feel like people like that would have a presence that you could just like feel. You just reappear as a perpetual? Where? You just fucking respawn somewhere? The Big E is also an Eternal. Are Eternals different from Perpetuals, or are they the same thing? A lot of it is inconsistent, so it becomes hard for people to give a clear explanation, so you end up getting tons of different answers depending on what thing they read. That checks out. The same? Okay. Not people, but they recognize each other. Oh, okay. A Wolverine situation for Perpetuals? I don't know what that means. I watched Logan. That helps. Really, he just had like little clones of himself. The 1,000 Suns are literally just 1,000 guys who keep respawning, so the ones you kill in Space Marine 2 you may kill multiple times throughout the campaign. Oh. I don't know how I'd feel about that. 1,000 Sun is such a generic kind of term, right? But then you're also super special simultaneously. Emperor was a perpetual, as was Malkador. Almost every other perpetual hated the Emperor, though. Except for Celestine. How do you destroy a soul? Most perpetuals hide it like vampires. They don't want to be found. What does this remind me of? Reminds me of something. I don't remember what. Warhammer metaphysics are tough because chaos is in 3 settings and run by dozens of authors. Oh, so is this, when you say like 3 settings, you mean like the fantasy versus the futuristic one versus, I think there's one other, I don't remember. Wasn't the fantasy one first, but then this one became more popular, and so it kind of became like a golden child of the Warhammer franchise? Question mark. Also, thank you again, Orlok. Perpetuals can die if they get killed hard enough by someone more powerful. Fantasy, Age of Sigmar, and 40k. Age of Sigmar. You eat the soul, or you destroy its essence, or use it in a ritual to consume it as energy. If you consume it as energy, is that like a permanent stat buff? How come the Emperor didn't do that? Reboot fantasy. Oh guys, are you excited? I actually bought some of the Total War games. So does it say symbolism counts for a lot in 40k, and sorcery is basically when you use ceremony and borrowed power of a god to do magic? Wait, did you? Who's to say? Guys, maybe he's just cosplaying a vegetable. Give him a couple more 1,000 years and he'll be human again. To cast a spell generally, or break the veil between reality and the warp. One of the origins for the Emperor is basically a bunch of early human psychers combined their souls together and they created him. Is that like a fan theory? Question mark? You would have to kill the soul in the warp. It could be eaten by demons, for example, but it would still be in the past, and the time isn't a thing in the warp. So the guy that died today can move from the past to tomorrow. Are you a mobile man? What the fuck? Holy, I'm surprised I made it through those sentences. No hate, but like, wowzers. One of the in-universe theories. Okay. I see. Okay, let us continue.
Magnus is also a tabletop model. He looks super cool, as you can tell.
Oh,
And
you
they're
don't
all
want to
super
split it?
heavily
Okay, fair
Psyker
enough,
and
fair
kind
enough,
of
my bad.
Egyptian themed. They look pretty neat. But overall, with all of these Chaos Space Marine factions, you can play as a lot of different ones, but the main ones that you can really work at are standard Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, as well as the Death Guard and Thousand Suns, as they are the most fleshed out, especially on the tabletop at least. See this right here? This is a really good way to describe the Chaos Space Marines. What the thick-headed fools with their broken corpse of an emperor fail to understand is that not only can they never defeat us, but they cannot hide or flee or shield themselves from the triumph of chaos. They are finite and we are unbound, undivided. They must not err, or they shall fall to heresy. All who fall join our cause. Every imperial fool who dares to open his eyes is a willing recruit. They strive merely to hold back our fury and might, and it consumes them. Thus, you can see chaos is inevitable. We lurk not only beyond their grasp and at their gates, we lurk within the darkness of their souls, on the tip of their tongues, in their tortured dreams. We are them, but freed from the shackles of ignorance. We are them, grown strong, evolved. We are them, but so much more. As hardcore as that quote is, the saddest part is they're mostly right. Chaos is basically unkillable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, basically, they're not wrong though. In basically choosing to exist, you give an opportunity for chaos to get stronger, right? Emperor did not want to kill Horus during the battle, he even gave up and wanted to die. That's how Horus hurt him bad. But before the killing blow, a normal man stood against Horus and got killed. Does the Emperor love humanity? I know that sounds like a dumb question, but like... love, I feel like in this universe can look so many different ways. You know what I mean? Loves humanity is not individual humans for the most part. So like basically what the Space Marines do. So how would I think when I say love, right, I don't mean the traditional love. I don't think that's something within his capacity. You know? It's more like, I don't know, it's kind of like favorite child type thing. After that human was mega killed, the Emperor was mad, mega mad and obliterated Horus. The Emperor left humanity as a species, not humans as individuals. Okay, so basically, are you saying that when the Emperor was fighting Horus in the Horus heresy, he didn't want to kill Horus, but then he saw one of basically his children, quote unquote, kill his other child, and he was like, oh, this bitch needs to be put down. Because humanity is like above all. Okay. Was this because he saw Horus now as a threat to humanity? Or because he had some sort of attachment to humanity? Horus also wanted to force the Emperor to become a Chaos God while finding him. Chaos influenced Horus, right? Not actually Horus. He saw a single regular man stand up to Horus, and then Horus smote him after killing Sanguinus and thought, that's it, no more. I'm not gonna lie. That one dude that stood up to him, fucking Chad. It's very conflicted because there are passages in the book that shows he loves his sons, but there are others where he just sees them as tools. Is this like Invincible vibes low-key again? Where there's like a disconnect? Where you can have an affection for something, but simultaneously it's so incredibly beneath you in terms of its existence and power, where they're kind of like a pet, basically. There's a book where Robot Gorilla Man goes to meet the Big E when a space captain asks Robot if the Emperor still loves him. Robot says was a yes with a fake smile. Even after Horus killed Sanguinius, he still believed Horus could be saved. When he realized it was impossible, he was like, it's all over, the dream is dead, rip. Okay.
You could probably get rid of Space Marines, a decent amount, the Chaos Space Marines that is, but every soul that dies goes to the warp. Every Chaos soul will end up back in the warp. And depending on how hard you killed them, they will come back at some point. Every demon you banish will return at some point. Chaos is unstoppable. The warp is unending. And while maybe there is at some point some way to stop them somehow, the resources to do so, the requirements to do so, are so far beyond
that'd
the
be a
reaches
crazy
of
war of attrition.
man and the other races at the current moment that really it's just an unstoppable force that just keeps on coming and is just barely being slowed. Chaos is by far the biggest threat. They are without number, their legion.
Question: If everything has a soul, right, and every soul goes to the Chaos, does that mean that every Imperial Guardsman, every Space Marine, every Inquisitor that dies can go into the Chaos and then turn into a demon? Question mark? Or what? Anar. Uh-oh. Is there anything or any logic that determines whether or not they become, like, what species they would become afterwards, or if they're part of the Chaos? Faith can shield you, but most of the time, yes. That's why you have people like the Perpetuals, right? Oh, but hold on a second. If the Perpetuals are so strong that they just come back over and over again, are they just that strong in terms of like psychic power, or is it also a faith thing? Because they don't believe in, a lot of them don't like the Emperor, you guys said, right? Just Celestine. They're not faith-based? Okay. That makes sense then. But also the Big E may be protecting human souls from this. I wonder if actually the Emperor is even more powerful, but like some of his powers being diverted, shielding humanity from chaos. Is anything like that mentioned? Celestine's not perpetual? I thought she was a perpetual saint and she just keeps getting reincarnated. Not a traditional one? What does that mean? Is it because hers is based off of faith? Or what? Oh, they aren't psychers either. It's just a straight connection to the chaos. But I thought that being a psyker... Oh, no, but everyone has a connection to the chaos. It's just being able to access kind of that. Too complicated.
Are everywhere, and yeah, they're pretty scary. So, I promise, we're done with humans now. Let's talk about some Xenos.
The Eldar. Oh, you guys brought this one up a lot.
So let's talk about the Eldar, or also known as the Eldari, which are a super hyper-specialized and very technologically advanced race of, well, elf people. They were, as well, responsible for the creation of...
Question. Are we racist against these people? They're not human. They're kinda... Yes? Okay.
Slanesh, the newest demon god.
Oh.
How'd they do that? Creation, well, elf people. They were, as well, responsible for the creation of Slanesh, the newest demon god. How'd they do that? Debauchery on a world-ending scale. See, back in the day, it was just Khorne's.
Is this what you guys were talking about, the orgy? They just had a super, super, super massive orgy and then Slanesh was created? Actually? Okay, I was guessing, but like... I was guessing because it was mentioned that there was like an orgy yesterday when we were playing Space Marine 2, but I didn't think that would actually be the case. So this is how Slaanesh, who was previously not so corrupt, got turned into corrupt. Oh, okay, that's why Slaanesh is like the youngest, right? Okay. That kind of makes sense.
And the Eldar are very ancient. Millions of years. These Eldar, however, have a bit of a sensory
No, but okay. When you say Slaanesh existed, because Slaanesh always existed, right? And it's theorized that all the Chaos Gods existed before reality. But Slaanesh in the current evil, quote-unquote, form... Nope, wait, no to what? I don't remember what I said. Slaanesh is a brand new god. So Slaanesh wasn't created with the other gods. They're like way after. Yeah, because there's no time in the warp, right? So when you guys say newest, it's by the standards of reality outside the warp because there's no time in the warp. Okay. So I'm confused though, because you guys said the Chaos Gods were originally not necessarily, I say evil loosely, okay, quote unquote. When I say evil, I don't mean traditional evil. I mean more antagonistic in this instance, yes? You say they always existed, but then they got corrupted by humanity and turned into what they are now, which is what we fight. Yes? What I'm asking is, did Slaanesh like turn into Slaanesh, the bad one, through that and existed beforehand? Or was that Slaanesh's first existence? Is a war in heaven that corrupted the warp? I thought, okay. We'll just say that them banged Slaanesh into existence. Okay.
You know, every kind of pain or feeling that you have is a little bit amplified compared to the normal. However, with Eldar, as their race advanced so excessively and they became so self-reliant and everything became so easy, there was no requirement for food production anymore, there was no shortages, everything was basically done. Everyone was so comfortable, and that comfort breeded this weird sedation. And that sedation breeded the requirement for more and more debauchery. Debauchery!
So they basically had like a, what do you call it, like a kind of serotonin excess, and they needed more and more stimulation because they were constantly stimulated by the world around them in order to feel fulfillment and want to be alive, basically.
Acquired, you will end up down this road of pure debauchery. All of the senses the Eldar had that were so powerful, things like feeling, happiness, sadness, and just evil and good, all needed to be satisfied and satiated. And the desire to satiate these senses grew more and more with worse and worse debauchery. It started off with things like sex and drugs becoming so much more rampant because these are the first things you generally turn to when requirements for living are so easily accessible. It would get to the point that made Sander Cohen in BioShock look sane. All right, this is the kind of debauchery it led to.
I never played
it was
BioShock,
constantly
too scary.
satisfying and satiating these sexual and sadistic or masochistic fantasies that only elevate.
I have to say that whenever there's a society like this where they just reach utopia status, ultimately there are still some people above other people, you know? You're so brave, you beat in Silent Hill. That's true, and I'm playing Silent Hill again tomorrow, guys. I'm on New Game Plus Plus. I'm actually super excited to finish the game. I personally did not expect to enjoy it so much, but there's so much stuff I can commentate on, and so much symbolism in Silent Hill F that I really, really enjoy. But I'm wondering about, like, the status of the lower people. I want to know how that works. Lots and lots of power play. It's bad. Huh.
And elevated, and this was
I imagine they're treated as like sub-elven.
People started going down
Ew.
darker, more depraved, and more violent paths as time went on. However, some people didn't entirely take to that. Some
This
of
is
the
where you guys are
Eldar
talking
were
about
looking
them
at
being
this
split.
depraved species that they had become and said, no thanks for me, dog, I'm good. And they bailed. These are the craft world Eldar.
So these
They
are the
left
good
on
Xenos.
these giant continent-sized starships called craft worlds. They believed in learning the old ways of the Eldar and pushing away from this depravity and debauchery and going back to their main roots.
Goodness,
and so they would
well,
segment
compared to
themselves
the
on
other
these
ones.
giant craft worlds far in the outer reaches of space. They even had this thing called the Webway. Remember what we mentioned about warp travel with the Imperium? Well, the Eldar had something way safer called a Webway. And the Eldar Webway is actually like a pocket dimension.
Fucking
kind of
Protoss
thing.
players.
And in that pocket dimension, there were also more horrible, depraved groups and clans that would spend their time in
Wait,
there.
what?
And if you kind of thing. And in that pocket dimension, there were also more horrible, depraved groups and clans that would spend their time in there. And if you imagine the debauchery was bad already, these were debauchery X10.
Why? Hold on.
A safe. Remember what we mentioned about warp travel with the Imperium? Well, the Eldar had something way safer called a Webway.
Oh, they
And
all
the
had
Eldar
this.
Webway is actually like a
Not just the
pocket
craft world
dimension.
ones.
It's kind of thing. And in that pocket dimension, there were also more horrible, depraved groups and clans that would spend their time in there. And if you imagine the debauchery was bad already, these were debauchery X10. So all of this continued, and it bloated until Slaanesh just burst forth. All that emotion, all that mental, well, thought processes, I suppose, all of this in such a condensed space. Don't forget, this is all being shot, all their souls as well, into the warp. All this depravity.
So, okay, this is my imagery and kind of like my understanding. So because all the souls go to the warp and all the emotions, right? My, I guess, visual representation of this would be they had so much gooning and debauchery in one little webway type world, right? That they kind of magnetized onto one another to make Slaanesh, kind of like nanobots. Or like magnets. Or like atoms like bonding. Webway is different? Well, overall, right? But the concentration kind of like smashed them all together. Well, Elder Souls go to Slaanesh specifically. Now they do, but I guess since time is relative, they always did. No, but their emotions feed the warp, right? So... Yeah, but okay, there's no way that they weren't torturing people and killing them during sex. So... those would go to the warp, no? Yeah, like they definitely were. No, they used to go to their god of death, but Slaanesh ate their gods. So, when you say Slaanesh ate their gods, do you mean like kind of overwrote their gods? Because that was... I guess their primary emotions were Slaanesh kind of embodied? No, physically ate them? Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm doing okay, Callum. How about you? Thank you. Oh. Their dead also used to not stay dead. They used to pluck their souls out of the warp and stuff and put them into a new body. Oh. Okay, okay. So, wow, they must have been... I know he said they were really, really technologically advanced. But the fact that they could navigate the warp and have, like, the webways is, like, leagues above the Imperium, right?
right into the warp. So what happened? Boom! Slaanesh was birthed and killed off 90% of the entire Eldar population. Untold.
Wait, what?
So what happened? Boom!
Oh my God, genocide.
Slaanesh was birthed and killed off 90% of the entire Eldar population. Untold trillions had their souls ripped from their bodies and their actual fleshy bodies devoured by Slaanesh demons. The entirety of the Eldar race was eaten alive and their souls consumed to the Prince of Pleasure. All of them got fucked up.
So when it says consumed, that means that they became a part of her, and are kind of like, because they're yummy. Oh, what a great reason. Okay, so it's not like evaporated like Horus. It's just becoming part of Slaanesh. Wow, that's insane. Like the scale, not to mention, like, okay, the scale that Slaanesh would need that many when hungry, but also the scale that they had trillions and trillions of people, and they had like that much of a utopia, I guess.
It was so bad that it literally ripped a warp hole into the fabric of the materium called the Eye of Terror. That's literally this like quasi-horrifying gateway portal from the materium and the immaterium right next to Cadia. And it is horrifying. Oh. So this Slaanesh, also known as She Who Thirsts by the Eldar, slaughtered the entire population except for a couple. Those in the craft worlds were actually not affected by this as they were so far in the reaches of the galaxy. That crazy crack, that birth of Slaanesh, only affected the ones in the center. So these craft world Eldar were able to escape, but Slaanesh got their sights on them. Every time an Eldar will die, their soul doesn't just pass into the warp naturally. It goes straight to Slaanesh, craft world or not. What about those people in the web?
So does that mean that the Eldar can't be like reincarnated anymore? Because the soul just goes to Slaanesh? Or they get turned into one of her demons? So they either become a part of Slaanesh or they get turned into one of her demons? Question mark? So can the Eldar reproduce? And if they reproduce, does that mean that they just get a soul yanked from the chaos? I feel like... Huh. Like Hamlet's an uphill battle? Okay. And Eldar wear spirit stones that capture the soul before Slaanesh gets it. That's their only defense. Oh! Okay. So they're basically... Their souls are a finite resource at this point. Okay, okay.
Well, imagine that giant birth happening, but they were only able to just barely get a grasp onto you. Slaanesh was just barely able to hold on. These people are the Dark Eldar, or also known as just barely get a giant birth happening, but they were only able to just barely get a grasp onto you. Slaanesh was just barely able to hold on. These people are the Dark Eldar, or also known as the Drukhari. The Eldar population right now is so massively small. It is minuscule compared to any of the other most of the other populations in the universe. The Eldar are consistently having issues trying to get their population up because as their souls are constantly being hungered by from Slaanesh, they realize their entire species is doomed. And they understand it very well. Since the time of the fall, our race has been haunted by what we, in our reckless pursuit of hedonistic indulgence, gave birth to. Though our dreams once overturned worlds and quenched suns, we are now but fitful shadows clinging to the edge of existence. All the stars in the sky cannot blot out the hateful glare of the red moon's eye. The birthing place of the great enemy pulses with all the malice of a demon that is dreaming, casting its shadow over all we have ever done and all we ever shall. Every twisted strand of fate and casting of the runes leads me to this time, to this place, and it is clear that the final battle awaits me at the ancient Crone worlds, a conflict the likes of which has not been seen since the Monkai warred amongst themselves and their corpse of a seer fell to his traitorous son, is coming, and all my steps lead towards it, no matter that I walk other paths. I see the stars stained red with the blood of the Monkai, and though their wars do not concern me, I would gladly let them destroy
Monkai
one
humans.
another.
Okay, thank you.
I know that to avoid this fight is to condemn my race to inevitable doom, and though all I see is darkness, I know that I will not flinch from my destiny. And now let's talk about cute plastic models.
It's so cool how every single race just faces the inevitability of death head on. I mean, what else can you do, right? But it's still cool. The trouble with the elder reproduction is that they can't enjoy too much without attract Slanesh, which naturally slows down breeding. They have to ritualize it so it's not too much fun. Have you heard of a turkey baster? Monkey is a slur. Okay, knife ears. Demons are created from emotion/energies from the warp, not mortal souls. It's better to think chaos gods as strongest category of warp entities. And the biggest and most powerful ones, they have claims over various types of emotions. Elder guards were also warp entities. By eating them, you can think Slanesh took over claim on all Eldars. Huh. So how are immortal souls created then? Like, yeah, you give birth, right? But like, what is the process behind that?
Bro, I'm straight up not having a good time.
The first playable race we have for the Eldar are the Craft World Eldar, as living in those Craft World starships I mentioned earlier. And each of them have their own kind of Craft World, almost like a Space Marine Legion. Each craft...
Don't know, it just happens. That is the worst thing you can say to me. I'll be like, but why? But why? But how? You have a reason for this, why don't you have a reason for that? Shouldn't you be consistent about your reasons? If this exists, how come you don't have a, like, an explanation for this when it's so important? I don't know. What is soaking? 3 Explain video goes into more details about the reproduction. I'm not gonna lie, re-explained at this rate will definitely probably have to be in another stream. I'm not sure they've ever covered in the lore. It seems like a really important thing.
World is in itself its own special kind of group. And the Eldar themselves are very fast and rely a lot on trickery. They are squishy, a bit weak, but they're very in tune as psychers. Tons of psychers across the entire Eldar population, and their weaponry and abilities are fast and extremely hard hitting, but of course rather fragile. Understanding an Eldar's brain is an exercise.
I like this one. I like Glass Cannon. This one's me. I like this one. Someone please teach Amaya how a baby's made? Chat. Do you know how a baby's made? Actually, to be honest, if I was to be completely serious about this, I just knew how a baby was made. I never remember learning it. I was told it at such a young age that I just intrinsically knew, basically. Holding hands and turkey basters. That sounds right. Yep. Kissing? No. That doesn't sound right. Also, thank you, Bob.
Futility. They are all over the place in confusion and trickery on a whole galactic scale. Is
that true? Okay, wait, hold on. Usually most players are more concerned how well their side can kill the other side, not grow and build civilizations. Did you guys not think about this? There's no way you didn't think about this when you were like learning about Warhammer lore. For me, the big things I think about are the logistics behind it, basically. I'm like, how did this come to be? Why? I learned it on Newgrounds. Oh my god, Newgrounds. I fear Amaya baby RNG. Imagine how that come out. It's like someone pressed random in character creation. Something to note is he was just brushing over the faction, so if you want to learn more, you're going to have to look up specific race/faction lore. I would definitely Google it. And then I'd spend like 3 hours reading a Reddit thread. Do not ask the Eldar a question. They will give you 3 answers, all of which are true and terrible to know. What's that from? It's a very big hobby and every fan approaches it differently. What do you guys care about more? I'm curious. Here, let me do a poll. Heck. Let me do a heckin' poll. Yeah! Oh shit, I accidentally turned on my PS4. Back, heathen! Back! You will heat up my room. What do you care about most learning Warhammer lore? Logistics? How it's made? I guess I'll put these together. There you go. Participate in the poll, good sirs and ma'ams. I've been doing a 40k TTRPG for the last 6 years with friends. Have you really? That's so cool. I wish I could do that. But it'd be super overwhelming for me. Hey, go down. Oh man, I wish I could put the thingy down, but I can't. Oh heck.
They fight weird, they think weirder, and Eldar, in their own right, really rely on this to keep their species alive. They need to think about deception and the strangeness of what they do if they truly...
I broke it. I broke it, guys. Oh, can I log in? Hold on. Sorry, I can't see chat right now. Yup. That's me. That's my phone. I will verify. Not now. Sorry, I tried to type something in chat and it just... Sure, man. Whatever. Skip. When does this game get good, bro? Oh my god. It's still making me log into YouTube chat. Shit. Okay. I cooked it. It's cooked. It's cooked. Nar. This is exactly what I hate. Oh shit. I'm scared to reset my docs. Okay, it's stream elements. YouTube chat. Oh shit. Well, I broke it, guys. Yep. Never try to vote on your own fucking poll. Well, I guess I have to do multi-chat now. I do not like multi-chat. I was trying to vote in my own poll and it made me log in, man. And it registered my vote? Damn it. Now I can't even see my emotes. They're just text. Well, I had to. Because it was covering half my chat, the poll, so I went to vote.
Want to not be immediately murdered and slaughtered wholesale thanks to their entirely small population. However, I must say that it seems like their population is getting slightly better. These craft worlds hold millions upon millions of people. And as they continually, reproduce and have their craft worlds expand, losing a few people in battle, while hurts a lot, they aren't really losing what's extremely precious to them. It's not like every single death means the death of their species. It seems like they're kind of on the upturn a little bit. There's still a doomed race being sucked into Slanesh every time someone dies, but they are definitely doing a little bit better than they were before. Eldar are fast, cunning, and what they don't make up for in tankiness, they make up for in extremely advanced weaponry. They also call humans Monkai, which is something I mentioned earlier. That is a derogatory slur for humans in the Warhammer world. Why is it called Monkai? Well, it's because you can't, in your game, call people monkeys. On the tabletop, exactly what I said. Not very tanky, generally pretty squishy.
I'm just like, okay. Guys. So, how many, team games are there for Warhammer? Because I would not just call my teammates monkey, I would call them dog water. Damn knife ears. It's always them. Do you mean logistics isn't how Warhammer 40k lore as a product is made, or how different things Space Marines are made in 40k? The latter, frog.
Like trucks.
Well, just like in general, like tabletop,
fast, hit hard,
like
die
other games.
Fast. Exactly how it sounds. They've been good for a very long time, too. We bring only death and leave only carry-on. It is a message even a human can understand. Eldar. So, Drukari.
I see why we are
Eldar.
racist towards them.
Today's episode of How Fucked Up is Fucked Up. That's fucked up.
So those people I mentioned in the webway, in the super deranged cults and the depraved people of the Eldar, in the webway, they didn't quite get a hold onto them. Slaanesh like has them, but it has them on like by the pinky finger. And they're slowly being consumed by Slaanesh, but they found out they can stave her off by doing Slaanesh things.
Callum.
The Dark Eldar are by far the worst, most horrifying, disgusting, depraved, and brutal race in all of Warhammer 40k. These are entirely a group of people whose full purpose to save their species from extinction, to go into planets, raid them, and take as many slaves as they possibly can to torture them for 1, 5, 10, 20, a million years, because that torture will keep them from dying. They look very BDSM style too. They definitely have a lot more spiky.
How does that work? How does the torture keep them alive? I'm confused. Slaanesh loves it? Oh. Okay.
Bits, and they have a lot more of that kind of leathery black look to them. But let's say you are an upstanding Imperial citizen living life on a regular planet. You get invaded by the Necrons. The Necrons will shoot you with a deatomizer, and you will be destroyed in a millisecond, and that's it. Not the worst way to go. You are invaded by Chaos Marines or something.
This is why you guys
take
say
a bolter
they're the
shot
worst.
to the head or a chain sword across your stomach, and you get cut in half. Painful, but not the worst. The Orcs arrive. They beat you to death. Hurts, but, you know, whatever.
Simple as good.
They eat you alive. It's pretty rough. The Dark Eldar. The Dark Eldar. This is going to get a little graphic. I apologize. You pray you die. You don't. You are instead taken as a human slave. Your life will be endless work and agony, 24/7. They will make sure you can't not die, as your pain satisfies them. They will hook you up to all manner of torture devices. They will inject pain-based like stimuli drugs directly into your nervous system. They will slowly run razor blades across your skin. They will fillet you and just pull out your teeth and your fingernails one by one. They will remove your appendages and your skin and wait for it to grow back so they can do it again. They will murder and torture and use the R word, it rhymes with grape, your entire family in front of you and do the exact same thing to them. You yourself will also be rhymes with grape anywhere and everywhere possible. And this will occur for 20 years until you are no longer satisfying to them. And then you will be contorted, crushed, and twisted into some form of trophy, a fleshy trophy, or
wait, for how long?
Everywhere possible. And this will occur for 20 years until you are no longer satisfying to them. And then you will be contorted, crushed, and twisted into some form of trophy, a fleshy trophy, or a ring, or a couch, or a TV stand, or perhaps a wonderful hat, while you are, of course, still alive and breathing. And you will become a moaning, fleshy trophy for eternity. And that is what happens when you are taken by the Dark Eldar. They are the most depraved, most horrifying race.
The arms behind the guy are
when you
people?
for a moaning, flesh.
The ones attached to him, right? Like all these? I will say, at least Bondrewd had a reason. Okay, to be fair, they have a reason too. And it's their survival. But still! Technically there's a reason, I guess. Is there no other way? Is this like the most efficient way for them to do this? Oh, so they take pleasure in it. Oh, but I guess that's the whole thing. They have to take pleasure in it in order for this to like be as effective, right?
For eternity. And that is what happens when you are taken by the Dark Eldar. They are the most depraved, most horrifying race in all of 40k. They look the part, and they do it
They could have just
so they
not been
all
massive
don't die.
dickheads.
They are
Could've,
literally
should've.
forced to do this, because if they don't, Slaanesha's grip will get harder, and they will have their souls pulled away. So long as they keep doing this, Slaanesha's like, "You're doing good, man. You're doing solid. You keep that shit up, you elf-eared bastards." That's the Dark Eldar. That's the Drukhari. They are horrible. On the tabletop, they're
you know why we
actually
kill
kind
the
of like
Xenos?
Eldar, but
Yeah, I
more
thought we were just
extreme.
racist. Turns
They
out
are
we're
even
racist
squishier
and they're
than the
shitty.
Eldar, but they hit generally even harder. Fast attacks, skirmishers, really quick, speedy, like get around them, do a lot of damage, get away kind of stuff. That's most of the Dark Eldar. Look up the definition of Grim Dark in a dictionary. You'll find a picture of the Dark Eldar and Sev from Republic Commando. A quote from Mr. Vecht. "We are the lords of despair, masters of terror. Dread and agony are our meat and wine, and they are plentiful indeed." Dark Eldar. Let's talk about the Harlequins. Clowns.
What's the matter, Andy? Don't you want to have some fun?
The Harlequins are a
was a
bizarre
meal.
race of Eldar.
Figure.
They're demonic clown performers. They're like a weird mix of Sander Cohen from BioShock and Jin from League of Legends, but in a more
That's my
clown
boy.
theme. They're artists of death and perfecters of their craft. They do not belong to Craft Worlds or any of the weird Drukhari people. They guard something called the Black Library, which is this giant tome of never-ending knowledge deep in the heart of the Eldar Webway, and also guarded by their god named Kegorok, I believe is how you pronounce his name. He is the laughing god, but it's the Eldar's laughing god? And these are the Harlequins, the Harlequin clowns. These are Eldar clowns, okay? So imagine the things that an Eldar, these depraved individuals, would find funny. And this is the god of that. It's a horror clown. These are gods of horror for us normal people. For them, they're like, oh, it's so funny. They're all dying horribly. Honk, honk. They're very bizarre and difficult to describe. They've escaped the ruinous powers of Slaanesh somehow, but their main thing is guarding that Black Library. And the Harlequins just... they're demon clown performers. They're barely any models on the tabletop. They're good in melee.
Those models look really cool though.
They're demon clowns. I'm not sure. I got a quote. "It is too easy for an Eldar to embrace the obscene virtues of chaos, for Slaanesh is nothing more than a manifestation of the Eldar mind in its most wild and unconstrained form. Human morality is meaningless to the Eldar, and to the dark side of the Eldar mind, all life is to be expended."
Imagine Ser Gorath, but if he was a theater kid. More of a theater kid than he is now. So basically, okay, what I'm getting is these, the Harlequin are like, oh, you guys are lowbrow humor. We're the sophisticated humor. Kind of. Elder spies working in service of their trickster god to possibly play a long game against Slaanesh. Oh, but their god isn't... I'm kind of confused as to how gods, the gods exist outside of the chaos, because they're not chaos gods, right? Sigorak is the last surviving elder god, and he's fighting 5D chess against Slaanesh and whatever through dance moves. All gods are chaos entities. Then why are... So the other ones, like Crone and Zeech and Slaanesh and Nurgle, are the main four? Mathengod was the only Eldar god to survive free and intact. Huh. Not all are chaos. Oh. But, so all gods exist in chaos, but not all gods are chaos gods. Question mark? All elephants are gray, but not all gray things are elephants? Chaos gods are capital G gods. Sigorak is lowercase god. Okay. But all gods exist in the warp. All gods exist in the warp, but not all gods are chaos. What does chaos mean in this context? Does chaos mean super powerful or what? Well, I will understand nothing. Just those specific four gods? Okay.
At a whim. Cruelty and generosity are but the impulse of a moment. Beauty and sensuality are virtues that can be expressed in bloodshed just as easily as in song. To an unfettered Eldar mind, there is neither sanity nor madness, but merely a wave of perfect existence fulfilled by its own savage momentum. They're very strange. Harlequins, Drukhari, Eldar, they are an anomaly that make humans seem completely easy to understand in comparison. They range from rekindling their civilization to horrifying murder and also clowns. They're all over the place, but honestly, they represent quite well and are rather interesting, especially with the whole Slanesh murdering everyone bit. So, yeah, Eldar. Now, bugs.
Ma, they following me, Ma. They following me. The bugs.
The bugs.
The Tyranids. Now, you want to talk something a lot more fun, a little more simple than all this crazy Eldar shenanigans? Let's talk the Tyranids. They're bugs. Do they look like Zerg? Hell yeah, they look like Zerg. You want to know why they look like Zerg?
Ghost
because
assassin
they were
playing in my
actually
head.
supposed to be
Oh! Look who it is! It's Kerrigan!
what Zerg were. Apparently StarCraft was supposed to be a 40k game in the beginning, hence why they look so much like Eldar, Zerg, and the Imperium of Man. Like, kind of Space Marine-y, those Marines, huh? They look a little bit Space Marine-y to me. Maybe. I don't know. You really fucked up on that one, Games Workshop, didn't ya? Tyranids are a giant infestation of unfathomable proportions.
Chaos wants to fuck
These
reality
are
warp equal to
giant,
play.
extremely bio-advanced hive mind organisms that are basically all about absorbing as much biomass as they possibly can to evolve and mutate to be extremely potent and powerful and kill and eat anything in their path. They are probably the least evil faction in all of 40k because all they want to do
They just
is
nom.
eat shit. They want to nom nom the entire galaxy. They hangry and we food. Also, this Tyranid hive mind has a presence in the warp. In fact, Tyranids in their own right have a massive presence in the warp. They have a thing called the shadow in the warp specifically, where when they are coming in to invade a planet, they have this weird ability to kind of cut off the warp on all the psychers on that planet. And how do you get help across the stars? Well, you need the warp, because you need that for interstellar travel. And the warp specifically, where when they are coming...
Sorry, I tuned out for a
presence in
second.
the warp. They have a thing called the shadow in the warp specifically, where when they are coming in to invade a planet, they have this weird ability to kind of cut off the warp on all the psychers on that planet. And how do you get help across the stars? Well, you need the warp, because you need that for interstellar travel. So with people unable to call for help from the Tyranids, these are just easy pickings. And
The hive mind is such a massive psychic presence that it fucks up everything around it. Oh, I guess because it's all like homogenized, right? So is it kind of like a signal scrambler? Then it fucks up everyone else's connection to the warp?
an entire giant Tyranid hive fleet comes out of orbit and just will massacre, absorbing all that biomass and turning them and all of their other Tyranids into even more advanced monsters. They come in so many for their massacre, absorbing hive fleet. Tyranids, these are just easy pickings. And an entire giant Tyranid hive fleet comes out of orbit and just will massacre, absorbing all that biomass and turning them and all of their other Tyranids into even more advanced monsters. They come in so many varieties too, all based on what is important. Tiny little ripper swarms for scouting and having little dudes eat people up, to the Hormagons, Termagants, and Gene Stealers, all the way to the Hive Guard and the Exocrines and the
Gene
Swarm
Stealers?
Lord.
Well, okay, so do the Gene Stealers, it's not specifically for like stealing Primarch genes, right? I assume Gene Stealers take like the best parts of someone's genetics and then they like absorb them. That's what I think of when I would think of a gene stealer in this context. They steal genes.
Hive tyrants and their giant battle fleets, and even something as crazy as the Hierophant Bio-Titan. The Tyranids come in all forms and sizes depending on what they require. They are extremely good at anti-biological weaponry. There is no way you can plague them or blight them. They have extremely strong armor, carapaces and such. Tyranids are nigh perfect organisms and are pretty spooky when it comes down to how they handle all of their genetic material. Keep feeding them, they'll keep evolving. They keep on creating new horrifying organisms to spread across the galaxy. And you know what the most terrifying part of the Tyranids is? We might be surrounded. There have been like around 6 or 7 Tyranid hive
these are the
fleets.
gene
Behemoth,
stealers.
Kronos, all these different kinds of hive fleets. And they've all arrived in the galaxy from different points. Different sections of the Milky Way galaxy have had different Tyranids come through. And that is horrifying. Because as far as we know, we could just be surrounded on all sides by Tyranids. The only reason you may not hear a whole lot about Tyranids is because it's a little bit hard to have a bunch of story off of one hive mind genocidal monsters. All these giant...
So is it like nigh impossible to corrupt the Tyranids with chaos because just like their overall will, because their hive mind is so strong underneath our galaxy? What does that mean? Gene stealers are both a Tyranid unit and the head of a faction in their own right. They're like infiltrator unit that spawns a rebellion on infiltrated worlds. Interesting. Okay. Malanthrope is a thing that eats the genes quickly and immediately applies them into the gene pool, but gene stealers are the kind of like a vanguard. Oh, so they do have something like that. Interesting. They don't have a soul. They're not really sentient. Doesn't everything have a soul though? So does this mean like if you have like an individual like Tyranid mongrel, it doesn't have a soul, or does it have a lower value soul? It is near impossible. I know one hive ship that was corrupted by an iron warband, but an entire hive fleet can't be corrupted. Not everything has a soul? Oh. So would a gene stealer have a soul? Do any Tyranids have a soul? They share one big one, and that's their collective consciousness, kind of. So, for example, if Tyranids, since they're hive mind, right, and they're all just one being, for example, a gene stealer would just have more dexterity. They would be like the fingers in a hand, and they would... Like, if there are a million hands on the Tyranid existence, a gene stealer would have maybe access to a whole hand, whereas every other one would be like one nerve in a hand, kind of, in terms of function, and like in terms of independent thought. Soul implies emotions. Tyranid is not operating on emotions. They operate on basic or pure instinct. Oh, okay. So emotions are the distinctive element of that. Well, I was talking about like, because for infiltrators, for someone to infiltrate something, you need to have some semblance of like unique thought, I guess. Also, thank you, Mangoes. All the gods would be like Daedric princes, but the 4 chaos gods are like the 4 corners of the House of Troubles. Evergore. Sorry, Derpy. There are intelligent Tyranids, though. But I don't think they have emotions. I see. So, for example, there's a type of Tyranid called the Lictor. There's lots of Lictor bodies, but they're all the same Lictor. So is that the same soul? I don't know. Also, hi, Jade!
And bugs swarming in, killing and eating everybody and evolving. Oh, I mean, as cool as there are, there's some cool characters, the Swarm Lord, Old One Eye. You can't really have a whole bunch of major character-based stories around them.
Okay, question actually. If you had one singular baby Tyranid, right? and you put that bitch in a box, like a completely sterile box, would it still be able to evolve? It can't. It doesn't have any like biomass or anything to consume. So probably not, right? Is every single Tyranid capable of evolving? Like some sort of matching game? Depends on which one it is. I was talking about like a Tyranid fresh out of the womb, like a basic ass one. Is there a way to sever the connection from the hive mind with a Tyranid, or would it just like sit there like a doll if that happened? Doesn't evolve on its own. A new one spawned would be changed. The evolution is done on knee by knee basis. The hive tyrant you guys killed yesterday, after it died, it screamed and makes all the nids lose the connection to the hive mind. Oh, I do remember that. So do the others start acting like a bug? Okay. So they're basically kind of like nodes that strengthen the connection on like a circuit board or something, right? And then when you delete those nodes, then the connection is severely weakened and severed from the rest of them. Okay.
As awesome as they are, they're simple. They want to eat you. They want to eat you and absorb your biomass. They are simple bugs. If you want something a little bit more complex, talk gene stealer cults.
I can have all the pot I want, I get around faster than walking, and wherever I need a seat, I can just sit on my balls.
Need more
Gene stealer cults
Stop,
are a special
my PTSD.
brand of Tyranid that can slowly infect themselves into different kinds of society. And by infecting them, they can rise up to where they all pray and believe in these regular humans, pray and believe into their Tyranid hive mind gods. And these brood lords and believe up to into different cults are a special brand of Tyranid that can slowly infect themselves into different kinds of society. And by infecting them, they can rise up to where they all pray and believe in these regular humans, pray and believe into their Tyranid hive mind gods. And these brood lords and I think they're called patriarchs all can turn an entire world all based into gene stealers, and these are called gene stealer cults. An entire hive world of the Imperium can be turned into nothing but servants of the Tyranid masters just by infecting them and screwing with their genetic code a little bit. They also have this cool like Mad Max look, which is really neat. They are definitely one of the bigger threats to the Imperium besides Chaos. I keep saying biggest threat to the Imperium. They're up there though, because you, dingus, stepped on a bug in middle school. Asshole. There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale. And all we can do is to try to stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salvage our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us, it must know us as nothing but prey.
So for the gene stealers, when he says like pray to the gods, that it's everything kind of operates under the belief is power, right? So belief in this context is kind of, would it be like psychic energy that fuels the hive mind? Kind of, and people don't realize they're doing it, and it makes them stronger? Question mark? It makes them believe the hive mind is a god. Gene stealers have a tongue, sort of. They can lick people with it and infect them and give gene suggestion that changes them into 3-armed hybrid bugmen over time. Oh, you guys weren't kidding about the forehead kiss. It's a psychic beacon that calls the hive mind here to feast. Oh my god, they're porting in. More of a psychological trick to get them to lay the groundwork for invasion of the hive mind. More so, the gene stealers see us pray to the Emperor and adjust it to have us pray to the hive mind, simply as a side effect of transforming them into bugmen. I'm kind of confused as to how subtle this process is. Gene Stealer cult prayers basically resonate into the warp and sound like a dinner bell for a high fleet. So it's basic. This kind of just like, I don't know, changing their subconscious with a lick or something. Is this just like basically subliminal messaging towards humans that they encounter? Can they only do this with humans, or can they do this with like other races too? Like, can they do this with Xenos? Or is Xenos too smart for that? They start a cult that rises to weaken a planet before the High Fleet arrives. They believe the fleet is a god that will come save them as a side effect to justify the uprising. Oh, so it automatically puts them on their side. Gene Stealers infect someone, then that person has children. They all start working to revolt and welcome the Tyranids. Damn, it's a genetic cult! Theoretically, they can use against anyone, but humans are the most abundant and effective. Okay. They can't do with orcs, because orcs will notice a Gene Stealer acting unorky. Because they also have... Do they also have like a powerful hive mind? They can do this with other species, but humans are particularly susceptible, being prone to messianic thinking and having a rough society that can incentivize uprising. Tau? I saw someone say they really hate Tau before. Okay.
Tyranids.
I still don't 100% understand, but...
But are they as cool as the orcs?
Every screen's gone red! That means I'm super fast!
Orcs, 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 orcs. I fucking love orcs. So, yes, the green monsters, the green tide, the green skins. These orcs, they are in fact a race in 40k. The orcs are as exactly what you expect them. They have archaic weapons, they're big boys, they have axes, and they have got big old teeth, and they want to kill everything, and there are so many of them. The only reason they haven't taken over the entire galaxy is they can't stop murdering each other. Orcs are so cool. Orcs don't have philosophy. Orcs don't have existential crisis. What matters is who's the biggest orc. You listen to that guy, because he the biggest orc. He big orc knows best. You win through the power of imagination.
Yeah, these guys are great.
Of all the races I have battled throughout the galaxy, the orc is the hardest to comprehend. They wage war with machines that should not work, care little for strategic gains, and are just as likely to slaughter each other as the enemy. How does one battle an enemy that defies all logic?
It basically is just like, yeah, they're so fucking unhinged that we just don't get them. That's like the scariest thing. No logic, no system, nothing you can comprehend. They just do. These are the ones where you guys are like, they believe red go faster, so they paint their stuff red and they go super fast.
As an orc, you're...
Wait, so does that mean if someone is coated in blood, they get faster? Is this like an actual... Guys, why aren't they just like changing their skin color to be red then? How come people don't have like blackout sleeves of like red? They're all green because green is the best color. Is green actually the best? When you guys say about this, then yeah, it makes sense. Because green you guys all typing green is best is so cute. The more arcs there are, the more they believe something, the more powerful it becomes. Also, green is the best. So that's what everything comes down to. Green is best. Orcs are naturally too aggressive and dumb for the Tyranids to infect and humans to comprehend. Green the best. Okay. Guys, I'm kind of green. Am I the best? I'm teal.
Enjoying life. You're enjoying the life you're given. Your whole life and job and purpose is to get up and beat each other to death because you can. The biggest orc is the man who understands everything. He is the boss. And orcs have this really weird, like, big, dumb stereotype British
Amaya's
accent,
honorary
which is
orc,
just
thank you.
hilarious to me. Those are orcs. You fight. You like to fight. Your whole purpose is to fight. You wage war because you want to wage
shut the fuck
war.
up, you're
You
damn
got
bad.
your boss over there, and you better listen to the
Almost.
boss, because if you don't listen to
Sorry,
the
I'm
boss,
trying not to
the
get
boss will
canceled.
squish you and make you an example for the other orcs, and then you can't fight because orc dead. And orc dead is orc dead can't fight because orc dead. Orcs, they scrap together machines out of parts that don't.
Oh my god. Fucking yikers. That was weird. Super weird. Like, I think that that person that phoned me was actually drunk. Like, actually. I am... They were looking for someone, and I'm like, that person doesn't exist here. There's no one by that name. And then they're like, who is this? And I'm like, I'm blank. And then they're like, oh, I'm looking for blank. And then they gave a different name. They gave like 4 different names. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. Okay. What we were talking about orc. Oh, I was basically saying that the spelling of orc is so funny. And it's like, obviously it's on purpose, but the orc with the K is just way funnier to me.
Wage war because you want to wage war. You got your boss over there, and you better listen to the boss, because if you don't listen to the boss will squish you and make you an example for the other orcs, and then you can't fight because orc dead.
Actually was
and
called
orc dead
orc.
is orc dead can't fight because orc dead. Orcs, they scrap together machines out of parts that don't make any sense, and because they believe, they have the mental imagination that that
really the
machine
power
will
of
run,
imagination.
it'll run.
It's so funny to me. So, okay. Is there like what would be the word for this? Like, I don't know, like is there some sort of kind of like metaphysical power that actually influences their, I guess, the real world or reality to cause things to work? Or what? It's all psychic. Oh. Basically, orcish cultural memes impact the physical world. Can you imagine if you gave the orcs TikTok? What would happen if you give the orcs TikTok? Orcs in social media. Oh my god. Basically, the stories of them just yelling bang when they run out of ammo. That's great. It's the warp and their gods Gork and Mork. It's a little less powerful than he describes, but it's more lubricating reality than changing it. Low level psyker stuff on an individual level, but with trillions of people, trillions of AAA batteries, you can recreate the sun. Oh, okay.
If that machine's out of gas, you're driving that machine with your fellow orcs, and the biggest orc is behind the wheel, and you run out of gas, some orc behind you like, oh, Zog, we're out of gas. And the big orc is like, no, we're not. I filled the fucking gas tank up earlier. And all the other orcs are like, oh yeah, you did do that. And then you turn the fucking mech back on,
this is the one
and it
for
works
me.
again.
This is
Does
it, guys.
Have gas?
You can just
Probably
gaslight
not,
the shit out of
but
everybody.
It works. The power of imagination. They paint things red because it makes them think they goes faster. They paint things purple because it's the sneakiest color. You want to know why? You ever seen a purple orc? Didn't fucking think so. Orcs are also like ancient as hell.
I'm kind of confused though. Does this affect other things though? For example, if orcs thought that like yellow made you go slower, right? And they threw yellow paint at enemies, would that actually make the enemies go slower? Orc get bigger, stronger, more intelligent the harder you fight them. They were from the war in heaven, and the Necrons, you'll see them very soon, were ferocious enemies. The orcs that were brilliant and massive and called crocs. Quarks? Well, it affects none. Purple is a meme and non-canon, but it's okay because it's funny. Oh. If enough of them did it, it would start to have an effect on you. So this is how rumors get out of hand. Orcs were chasing blood angels, but because the blood angels are red, they ended up going faster. Oh. Interesting. Okay, thank you, Count Sakula. I like your name. Yellow is the splodiest color. Blue is lucky. Black is tough. It's theorized that the Emperor is immortal because every human keeps saying they're sent by him when fighting the orcs for thousands of years. What? Oh! That guy actually... Someone mentioned this theory earlier, like at the beginning of stream, that the Emperor might just be alive because of the orcs. Blue is lucky and ultramarines are blue, so basically GM has an in-lore explanation for plot armor. Oh! White is scary? There's a guy named Yarek who got more and more badass because the orcs thought he was unstoppable because he kept killing him. Also, it can affect everyone so long as it's in the correct amounts.
The Eldari time frame.
Back then
when
you can throw a bullet, you can do both. It's called
larger and
paintball.
scarier and far more intelligent. Now they're just orcs and they're big, dumb, and they smack things, but they're pretty spooky. They're not very well armored, but they hit really hard, and it's called the Green Tide because...
Wait, so if you en masse believe someone is not dead for the orc army, can they just like infinitely respawn? How does that work though? Because, wait. Orc souls still go to the chaos, right? Or the warp? But they aren't influenced by the warp? Huh. Garrick and his band of orc fanboys. Thank you, monster. Orc souls go be with Gork and Mork. Oh, okay, so they don't go to chaos. Do they go to the warp, though? Our Gork and Mork are in the warp, right? But they aren't part of chaos. Right? An orc can be beheaded, but as long as the orc doctor can put the head back on, they can be revived. The doctor. You have to spell doctor with a K if it's in the same sentence as orc. In Warhammer Fantasy, entire cities have been saved from orc annihilation because someone was smart enough to say, "You're the best, but that guy over there in another continent think he the best." This is so fucking funny. The worst thing is having Nid fighting orcs, because orcs will get hyped up and multiply, and Nids will eat them and multiply. Oh, I see. Orc psychers are called weird boys, but aren't they all technically psychers? Do you mean like psychers as in like more powerful psychers? Orcs are bioengineered weapons by a race of ancient species, so they kind of are weird, but they exist from when the warp was calm. Okay.
Because there are so many orcs. There are about as many orcs as there are Tyranids. Maybe more. Who knows? But they keep on, murdering each other, so it's not too bad of an issue. Orcs are entirely comic relief. Their stuff is slapped together. That makes no sense. Their vehicles don't work the way they're supposed to, but they work because they think it works.
Okay, so question. If you have I assume that orcs have levels of intelligence, right? So if you if you are a more intelligent orc and you don't believe something, but you're the boss of these dumbass orcs, right? And you're like, guys, you can shoot lightning from your asshole. And you tell them that. And they believe it because you, the bigger orc, said it. And the orcs are the best, right? If they believe it, but you don't believe it, but you just told them to believe it. Oh, they don't know. Oh. So is this kind of like a Dwemer short circuit situation if they realize that more intelligent orcs typically suffer from depression? Shut up. Okay, wait. So, is this like a non-zero sum or like a zero sum type thing, right? Yeah. Okay. So they just stop. It stops working. Oh, they were designed to never understand it. So what if someone spoke to them and told them this? You need to convince billions of orcs. Oh yeah, because the belief is so deeply ingrained, right? That you would need to say it en masse and convince people en masse. Orcs don't read because the first orc that learned to read invented philosophy and then killed himself. Is that canon? It would need to be really big and green. Otherwise, why would they believe you? That's true. That's important. I see. There was an orc that went back in time to kill his past self so he can have two of his favorite clothes. What? These are such like hyper specific situations. That's so fucking funny.
Because they imagine that it works. Orcs care only about who is the biggest orc, and they will follow the biggest orc. And then if they want to be the biggest orc, they'll challenge the biggest orc. And then when they go and they issue a wa is just war in orc. They murder everybody and everything in this giant tide of green orcs who are just excited to be hitting something. They don't care that they're hitting Eldar or the Imperium or Tau or anyone in between. They're just so they get to beat shit up. That's orcs. And on a tabletop, they are a total coin flip, and they're really fun. I have never met a salty orc player. I have never met someone who plays orcs and is ever just a bad guy or that guy.
Yeah,
orc players have this kind of fun to them because when you play them, you are completely submitting yourself to RNG. So here's the thing. Guardsmen, Imperial Guardsmen, when they shoot, they roll a dice, and on a 4 up, they'll hit their target. They have a 50% chance. Space Marines, pretty good. They hit on a 3 or higher because they're well trained. Adeptus Custodians, they hit on...
There's at least one canon occasion where there were orcs working on fixing a depressurized part of a ship, and the others joined them and asked how they were breathing in a vacuum. The unhelmeted orcs that suffocated. The best part is, please tell me there is an animation of this where it's voice acted and you could just see that happen because it's like just like the most innocent question and it fucking kills them all. So does this also like, if from that context, it can affect like tiny areas, right? If that makes sense. Oh my god, it is Looney Tunes, Nemo. So the radius of belief can vary depending on who is part of the scenario, right? So if it's something that like you only just think of, something that just occurs to you, the people in the immediate vicinity will be affected, but not necessarily everyone else around it, right? Because that's what I imagine happens there. Orcs are comic relief. Yes, the much needed comic relief of this this series. Especially after we did the the Xenos. As an add to that, how on earth did the second orcs tell the first orcs about the lack of air when the sound doesn't work in space without the air? someone used sign language. It's just like a cycle. They're like, how are you breathing? Unhelmeted orcs die. And they're like, how are you talking? But they say that with sign language, right? To the other orcs. And then they immediately can't speak. They're just built different, I guess. You have to guess like everyone around you stop believing or change their belief or question their belief, basically. Interesting.
Because they're just super well trained. Orcs, they hit on a 5 or higher. But if they roll a 6, they get to make another shot with anything. From the dinkiest pistol to the biggest rocket launcher. It doesn't matter. Half of their stuff will blow up on a whim. One of their medics, if you roll a 1 to heal someone, you fuck up your surgery and you just kill an orc. They're so wacky and silly. But the thing is if you roll...
This reminds me of my choose your own adventure. Like, actually. In the choose your own adventure I did where I went to prison because I was a terrible teacher and my students, i.e. you guys, were breaking me out of prison. I think it was Hero. It was Hero and Spartan that were trying to escape afterwards, right? And you guys, one of you guys was so scared that you pissed your pants running from the popo. And then Hero rolled low and so he slipped and he fell and broke his neck on his own piss, I think.
Well, you roll high and you keep rolling high, you are going to crush people. And if you don't, you lose.
How can you nerf RNG? No.
That's what happens when you
RNG's
play
RNG.
orc. It's a coin flip, which is why you can't be a salty bitch when
You
you
did
play
have a
orcs,
couple lucky
because
rolls in there, though.
things won't go your way. It's just the roll of the dice. You're playing a dice game. But if you're gonna have fun and you want to be stupid and you want to be silly, you're gonna play some damn orcs. But on the opposite side of the fun part of this, let's talk about the Necrons.
The world is playing chess and the orcs are playing Connect 4 and still win the chess match. That's so funny to me. Thank you, Mangoes. If Wa is dumb, then why is it made of Wa? Oh my god. Maybe, hold on. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly look at my Steam and see what I own. Because I know Stim was recommending me some factions to start with for Total War. Let's see. Da-da-da-da. Total War. What did I get? I know I bought a bunch of DLC. How do I see what I own for this? I know, but aren't orcs in this one too? They're just different? Yeah, because isn't there... I thought there was a DLC that had them. Did Sim recommend Bone Daddies? I'm not sure. I don't remember. Storefront and add-ons. Yeah, I'm looking there. Complete your collection. Oh no, these are different. Oh. I have Shadows of Change. See all. Oh shit. Oh, I'm missing... I have Ogre Kingdoms, Blood of the Blood God 3, Champion of Chaos. I thought that's like Corruption of Champions. Forge of the Chaos, Tamarkan, Malachi, Elspeth, Skulltaker, Goldfog. That's on purpose. Gorbad, Mother Astankia, Yuan Bo, Changeling, T'Challa, Ashlyn, and Sail. Gorbad? Oh, okay, okay. That sounds orky. I was curious. Where is it? Doko doko. There. No Daka? Oh, is there one like that? Where? Damn it, I just closed it. I would have thought that I got more. But I guess I just got the ones that were on sale. Maybe not all of them were. This is for Total War 3. You'll need to watch the man with the bad pancreases video later on Warhammer Fantasy. Ooh! Can someone send that to me, please, in Discord, by the way? Or just through Maros, or at me on Twitter. Because I will forget. By the way, if you guys want to hang out with a chill community, my Discord is very active. So, hee. Alright, where were we? Orc. Oh no, we were on Necrons now. Ooh, we're almost done.
The Necrons are spooky, scary skeletons and very grimdark again. They have a much more fleshed out lore than before. Back in the day, they were just
so
undead
many of you guys
Egyptian
took the
space
microverse,
Terminators,
please.
and they still look that way, but now they actually have a story. So way back in the day, you had the Necron tier. Kind of see a theme here: Eldari, Eldar, Krork, Orc, Necron, Necron tier. So the Necron tier were this race of generally
rigged ass quiz.
kind of shitty
okay,
people.
Karen Beta.
Not because they were personally shitty, because their lives were awful. They were ill-fated to a horrible existence of like radiation and a terrible planet they lived on, and everything just really sucked. Being a Necron tier was just really depressing. They really were looking for immortality. They were extremely reliant on the hope that they would eventually find the key to living forever and just stave off this horrible nature that they were thrust upon them, and therefore they could become the most dominant race in the galaxy. And they found this group. They're called the Old Ones. Imagine them kind of like the Forerunners in Halo or the Xel'Naga in StarCraft, right? These Old Ones were these strong,
oh, this is the stuff he was
much omnipotent
explaining
beings.
at the very beginning of the re-explained video, right? I think so. Welcome, Mr. Meow. Welcome, Vaporwave. Hi, Raiders. I hope you guys had a great time. Hello, I'm Amaya Whisper, your information guilder leader. Yeah, your snarky information guild leader, here to bully you, and a member of glitchstars 4th generation Aerunia. I hope you guys had a great time. We're just nearing the tail end of every single Warhammer 40k faction explained part 2. And then we'll probably do re-explained maybe next week or something. I imagined. Yeah, because I was saying that the re-explained one starts around this, right? Basically. The not nice people on a not nice planet. So it's just basically a recipe for disaster. Because Necrons are basically at the very start of the timeline. How's it go again? You guys said the Golden Age, Dark Age, 30k, 40k, right? Was that how the order? Also, check out Vaporwave's channel and Mr. Meows. The Necrons have more of a soul than... Wait, GW? Nani kore? Hmm? These are the race that started the war in heaven. Oh! Okay. I see. 60 million. Long before that. Oh. Interesting. Everything bad is basically of Necron tier's fault? Oh. You know, it's good to consolidate blame.
And they, of course, knew the key to immortality. So the Necrons went to them and said, please, show us your ways. And the old ones said, piss off. Not really. They were a lot more humble about it, but they did not want to share their secret of immortality with the Necrons. The Necrons, of course, took this very well.
And then they went to
waged war with them, kind of under this
dudes,
united
right?
banner. The Necron different dynasties didn't really like each other, but under this one man, the Silent King, he thought the best way to unite his race was to do this giant war with the Old Ones out of spite for them.
Hey, can you help us cure our Omega Turbo cancer? No, fuck off. That counts for an entire race of space cancer patients. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, but like... so that was their whole thing, why they're miserable in a miserable world. Why are they, like, sick? Are they just, like, inherently born ill? Or what? Except Necro origin is 60 million years back, and now we're back in 40k. Canonical toxicity. Oh my god, are they the origin of monkeys? Calling people monkeys? Super active sun. Oh. So they actually have cancer. Oh my god. That's why their lifespans are so short, because they have the super sun cancer. Okay.
Keeping the secret of immortality to them. This was known as the War in Heaven, and this is actually like a multi-stage war, because during this war
and this
heaven,
was the
they
war that
discovered
corrupted the chaos
star
gods.
a whole new race of people known as the Catan or the Catan. These star gods were also very much like old ones, almost omnipotent beings,
And these
they
were the ones
too
that lied to the
had the key
Necrons.
to immortality. And so the Necrons went to them and said, "Hey, can you help us fight off the old ones? Can you help us kill these old ones, you, the Catan?" And the Catan said yes. And in fact, we can help provide you with the immortality you so desperately seek. So the Silent King of the Necrons decided to make a pact with the Catan to allow them to accept this generous gift of immortality.
The star gods are weird. They're not warp entities, they're physical gods. So the star gods, are they like their own population, or are they like a council group of gods and they're collectively known as the star gods? Oh, they created the chaos gods. But I thought the chaos gods were twisted forms of other gods aside from Slanesh. Slanesh was born via Goon. En masse Goon. How could the deceiver lie to them like that? That's what I'm saying. How did this possibly happen? They're entities that literally live in the stars. It's a race of star eaters. There's 5 of them. That must be really awkward if they break up. But you don't really have a lot of options. Like, you just... like... what do you do? All chaos gods were born similarly to Slanesh. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, I guess those things would probably be more before the other ones. There's 5 of them left. There used to be a lot more that eat each other. Do they get stronger as they eat each other? But if they're gods, are they just like a god race, not actually gods of individual things? Or what? They're immortal, they don't reproduce that way? Why not? The chaos gods have their positive aspects, but the war in heaven sort of corrupted them. Because what is felt in real space is felt even stronger in the warp. But I thought that they were all spawned into existence through that. Oh, sorry, my... oh, oh no. That is bad. Uh-oh. Ah! This is not great. 1 second. Shit. Where is it? Hold on. I dropped like my mic. Oh well, I guess my mic kind of fell. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is stinky. Actually, this is very bad. I need to find it. Oh, wait, no. I have unfortunate news. Okay, so my mic arm, because it's downwards, right? Gravity slowly pulls it down, and part of the mic arm detached, because it's just like, it goes down. Hold on. I saw it fall here. No. Oh, this is why you should clean your closet, people. Ah, found it. Okay. Just put you back on. There you go. Is it here? Maybe it's... ah, okay. Damn it, I dropped again. Ugh, okay. What a specific thing. I don't even know This thing was getting unscrewed over time. There you go. And you go up here. Great. All fixed. Ugh, there's oil on my hands now. Okay, sorry, what were we talking about? Something about the star gods? Well, Catan 8 stars and control delete the entire star system, so it's easier to just call them gods. So they're basically just like god levels of power, but they're not necessarily concept gods with control over concepts and like an intrinsic link to them. There's a Catan called the Outsider that might be the strongest thing in the physical galaxy. That's what the Tyranids are running from. Oh, interesting. I see. Okay, so they're just extremely powerful.
Upon them. But this, of course, had been a horrendous trap, and the Necrons were dragged in chains to this biotransference where their flesh was stripped from them, replaced with nothing but a metal hollow shell, as their souls were ripped from their body and fed to the Catan. And the Catan fattened up. They got chonk on the souls of the Necrons. As this was their plan all along, they consumed the flesh and souls of the Necron tier and turned them all into...
So do the Catan have no sense of unity? Catan are basically the manifestation of order, anti-warp, anti-chaos. How do they get access to their souls, though, if the souls go to the warp? I'm confused. Absolutely no unity. You haven't heard of the flay wounds, have you? No, I have not, Scarecrow. Like, Corn doesn't get that humans have to grow food. He's just pissed off you're not shedding blood. My bad, dude. They caught them and ate them? How do you catch them, though? I mean, I guess the Xenos have the soul capturing things to avoid Slanesh. I'm trying to figure out logistically how that works. But I mean, I guess if the Xenos can do it, then they can do it. Yeah, but I know they're gods, but like... It's hard for me because souls are like not tangible. Don't think about it too much, it's too late.
To unwilling robotic slaves just to serve their will. And then, with their new-founded Necron army, they pointed their guns at the old ones, and the Catan continued their domination of the stars and their genocide.
Catan are from a time when the warp was a common thing. Really? And the Necron are really weird. They have this thing that is more real than the Materium on the other side of the warp? What? So there's like a third area? Flay ones are essentially Necrons who are very, very hungry. Oh, and thirsty. But they're skelly bellies. So the soul is tangible in 40k. Not exactly an organ, but it's something that's quantifiable. Quantifiable isn't necessarily the same as tangible though, right? No? Oh, but I guess... Oh, I see what you're saying. You may not be able to physically interact with it, but you can interact with it directly to some extent, basically. Okay, I understand.
Complete and full genocide of these old ones. The old ones did their best to stave it off. They even created other races, the Eldari and the Orcs. Complete and full genocide. Pointed their guns at the old one, then the flesh and souls of the Necron tier, and turned them all into unwilling robotic slaves just to serve their will. And then, with their new-founded Necron army, they pointed their guns at the old ones, and the Catan continued their domination of the stars and their genocide, complete and full genocide of these old ones. The old ones did their best to stave it off. They even created other races, the Eldari and the Orcs, to try to fight off the horrifying Necron army and the Catan above them. But there was absolutely no possible chance for them. And the old ones were absolutely extinguished across the galaxy. Their entire race completely removed. Full-on 100% genocide. However, during all this, the Catan, so just infatuated with their victory, started fighting each other for fun, for sport, and for small differences, doesn't matter. The Catan, with these overpowered people, they're gonna eventually hit each other at some point. And as they began just menially fighting each other, the Eldari and the Orcs actually started pushing on the Catan's borders a little bit, giving them a little bit of a run for their money. And as this continued, this is when the Silent King, who retained his consciousness, decided to leap into action and start a full-scale revolt against their Catan masters. And this revolt was bloody, as the entire Necron army was surged off to destroy these star gods. They were able to, just after...
If the Necron don't have a soul anymore, and they don't really have their bodies anymore, and they're just like... Are they like robots? Because their souls were consumed, right? Okay. So they kind of reproduce. Have you ever played / heard of Soma? I played a little bit of Soma. So they're kind of like, there's a consciousness in them, but not all of them, because a lot of them are like zombie robots. I see. They do use weapons that have the machine spirit, so Chaos does see them that way. Huh. So... Okay.
After suffering horrendous losses, were able to turn the tide of the war. And they took these Catan and they blasted them. Because as these star gods are unkillable, they were able to break them into thousands of shards and entrap them in giant stasis vaults to now actually be slaves to the Necrons. And with the Necrons having the entirety of their old gods enslaved to them, they realized that soon their race was about to be attacked by the overcoming new races, the Eldari and the Krorks. And so what they did is they retreated into giant stasis tombs in order to preserve their energy and their strength for when one day they would be reawakened and they would be able to rule the galaxy that was rightfully theirs. And then some dingus Adeptus Mechanicus guy diddled with a green console, and now the Necrons are back and they see all these primitive races on their lawns and they think, get the fuck off of it. The Necrons are back, super advanced, and they are here to reclaim the galaxy that they so rightfully believe is theirs. Now at tabletop, they're a lot like that. Tons of undead Egyptian skeleton robots that when they die, they just get right back up because they keep on reanimating. Hard to kill, tons of crazy stuff. You can use the Catan themselves as units to fight with. It's pretty cool. The Necrons are one of the three...
Are there any conscious Catan left? Or no? Like independent ones. The other explained videos is a thing more like a timeline format, so it's easier to understand compared to the old video format. I feel like I would probably get the other video more having watched these.
Three major events in 40k: the Horus Heresy, the Fall of the Eldar, and the Awakening of the Animating hard fight with. It's pretty cool. The Necrons are one of the three major events in 40k. The Horus Heresy, the Fall of the Eldar, and the Awakening of the Necrons are all pretty substantial events.
Nice.
The Fall of the Eldar and the Awakening of the Necrons are all
Horus Heresy, Fall of Eldar, Awakening the Necrons, and then before that is the War of Heaven.
Pretty substantial events. And the Necrons themselves are pretty dang cool as well. Here's a good quote from a wonderful Dawn of War game. "Lucky creatures, as long last you have found the tranquility of death, I was like you once, clinging to life and blind to the truth. When I uncovered the truth, I too shuddered and paled with fear. Deep in these catacombs, I was remade. Here, my brethren slumbered for eons while the living grew like weed. My Lord knew this day would come. He had plans for us all. We would purge this world once more. So come, poor victims of life. We will grant you tranquility in these crypts. Kronos will be a tomb world once more. Necrons are also pretty smug. Trays in the Infinite especially, a little dickhead. But speaking of dickheads,
apparently the Emperor's Sword can somehow permakill a Necron. Why wouldn't they be permakilled anyway? They don't have souls. Right? So wouldn't they just be dead anyways if they're killed, like permadead? Trazen Oricon is doomed Yali. Who's this? A reanimation protocol? Oh. Oh, let me Google this. Trazen and Oricon. Are these... Wow, I'm seeing a lot of... So much ship art. This one looks like a Harlequin novel. Pausers.
Poor victims of life. We will grant you tranquility in these crypts.
Trazen is a historian that collects people. Oricon is a time travel that will time travel to win arguments. Just like me, for real. I recommend reading The Infinite and the Divine. That was recommended before, too. I think I was talking about learning, I guess, about the little things in these.
Kronos will be a tomb world once more. Necrons are also pretty smug. Trays in the Infinite especially, a little dickhead. But speaking of dickheads, last race, let's talk the Tau.
We made a fucking Wookiee.
The exact formation of the Tau Empire is not
These are the
entirely
leaves?
understood. However, a long time ago, many thousands of years ago, in the 40k world that is, some Imperial navigation vessels were going around through different areas, and they saw a primitive race, blue people, smacking each other with sticks and stones. They thought, nah, dumb Xenos race, who gives a shit, and they bailed. Then this giant warp storm occurred right in that major area, unable to be breached. Then, once that warp storm 6,000 years later subsided, hello, those little sticks. Well, they decided to actually have no war of any kind and all just unite together under one flag of the Tau Empire. And now they have gigantic starships and Gundam robots and lasers and railguns and mechs, and they are here to ruin your day for the greater good. That is generally the Tau Empire. They have this kind of feeling of this homogenous group.
Oh, is this the group you guys said is the one group that kind of wants to end all the wars and stuff?
All species can go underneath the banner of the greater good. The greater good is their idea of the fundamental increase and help of all. In fact, they are most likely the most like the Covenant in Halo, where they have the overarching prophets, being the ethereals, who are actually kind of dicks and like to pull at strings a little bit, but then you have all these different races directly underneath them, and they all work together in this big group as this large, foreboding race that tries to spread their weirdly pseudo-religious influence across the galaxy. The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him, his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and equate him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. That is generally the Tau. And if you're kind of wondering like what their mainly big shtick is, well, they're all about big robots and mechs. They have laser rifles and rail guns. And they got giant mechs with tons of missile.
If you know Star Trek, it only would be Cardassian or Romulan evil. I do not know, but I was just thinking it's kind of like Crusades.
Pods and heavy rail rifles and rail guns and burst cannons and ion accelerators and void shields and all this stuff. And that is generally what the Tau's all about. But you're probably thinking, Bricky, this doesn't sound that evil. This doesn't sound very grim, dark Warhammer. And you'd be right. The Tau Empire really don't have that much of a horrifying, grim, dark style like everybody else. They're much more younger, new age thing. In fact, they're probably a lot less evil and a lot even better than they are now back in the day, because they liked having like that good guy faction. But a lot of us who really like the dark, depressing style of Warhammer didn't really like it that much. So, see, the Tau get a lot of hate, and a lot of that hate isn't necessarily unjustified. It's mainly from a tabletop perspective, but as you can see from all the visuals I've shown you recently, they don't really fit in the 40k universe very well. They lack that super dark, dramatic, kind of high gothic level the Imperium has.
They even tried diplomacy with Tyranids at one point.
Grungy stuff that Chaos
the important thing is they tried though.
And the Necrons and the Eldar have their own specific style as well. The Tau really do look like something out of Gundam. And while that isn't necessarily a bad thing, it does definitely not fit too well. There's that. There's also the tabletop problem. In tabletop, Tau are horrible at melee combat, but exceptionally good at ranged combat. So they blast everyone from really, really far away, and they have a million rules to make it so that it's nearly impossible for you to get into melee combat. So it basically just forces you to bottleneck the game into one specific gameplay style, which is gun to gun. And if you're doing gun to gun, they're going to win every time, because they're the Tau, and the Tau are really damn good at shooting. So it's one of those things that make the Tau generally rather hated, and a lot of different reasons for that, both from style and such. But this is actually one of the things I wanted to end this video with, is that the Tau, while they have their issues, you should not be discouraged from playing them. I'll make plenty of Tau weeaboo jokes, of course I will, but it's all generally in good fun. Anyone who legitimately doesn't want you to play a faction is an idiot, and you shouldn't be giving them the time of day. You pick what you think is cool and what you like. In Warhammer, especially now, factions get better and they get worse. They grow and then they fall. You should only be playing what you think is cool. You like the look, you like the models.
Fun fact, if a human world is too resistant to the Tau, they detonate a massive, dirty, bombing low atmosphere and come back in 20 years with a cure to cancer? What? So do they not just like annihilate anyone who doesn't submit? Because it sounds more like they want to peacefully indoctrinate you.
If you're talking tabletop, that is what you should be going for every time, is what you think is badass, because things change all the time. But the universe of Warhammer has so much going for it. Every faction has something interesting, every character has a story, and there's a million stories to be told. The universe is vast. And
when I say peacefully, I mean alive. That's literally what I mean. I just mean like the bare minimum. Not like, hey, we're gonna keep offering you incentives. No, the incentive is nothing. You live. What I miss a lot. Well, I mean, you guys said that one of them tried to, I guess I tried to like engage in diplomacy with a Tyranid, right? Or Tyranid. So when I say peaceful, I mean alive. So basically they give you a chance to join them and completely assimilate, and then they indoctrinate you. Right? Is that not correct?
Exciting.
So that's what I kind of traditionally had in mind for an empire. They also tried diplomacy with the Dark Elder, and the Dark Elder accepting Gigascam. Well.
And while it is dark, depressing, and horrible, that is the damn charm. And out of everything I've told you in these two videos,
They sent a diplomatic delegation to the Dark Elder with predictable results. I hope that they died. That's better than
why so many of us are so into this series and why we like it so much. Because with so much variety, such an expansive universe, and so much that can be done, you can find yourself having a pretty great time. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it has been informative to you.
They
If
got
you'd like to see more of me,
no,
Bricky,
they're a
you have
lunchbox.
twitch.tv/Bricky for my streams. You have my merchandise site in
Yeah,
which
guys, go to Bricky's channel. The link is pinned. I mean, I'm sure all of you guys have already done this, but of course, still.
I was wearing all of my merch, but underneath this because I had to wear this so it wasn't black or white for the green screen, which is a little unfortunate, but it's fine. If you'd like to see merch, it is in the description. Also, if you'd like to support me on my Patreon page at patreon.com/Bricky for more videos like this, then that would also be wonderful. So Twitch, merch, Patreon, anything if you want to support, that would be fantastic. I'd appreciate it. If not, I'm just stoked you got all the way to the end of the video, and that is enough for me.
We did it, guys.
We're going to be having some more
And
content
thank
like
you,
this out
Bricky,
in
for
the future.
the great
Thank
content.
you so much for
We'll be
sticking
watching
around this
more
long
Bricky's videos,
and being with
maybe
me
next
through
week
this
or
pretty
the week
rough
after,
time.
depending.
That's, I think, all I got. Also, before I go, let me leave you with my favorite Warhammer quote. He who scoffs at the power of the las gun has never ran through a field of 1,000 of them. Bye-bye.
Amaya would make a great rogue trader. Really? Why do you say that? Alright, let's see. Which are your favorite? Which one do you guys think is my favorite based off of everything I've said thus far? So are we gonna build and paint minis? We'll see. We'll see. I say Amaya is clearly a rogue trader. You're an Aldar? Dude, do you hate me? Orcs? I did enjoy orcs. They are very silly. Cause red is the fast one. I like how it's just like overwhelmingly orcs. Bricky does a regular podcast called Adeptus Ridiculous. Oh, that's a good name. Maybe I'll check it out. I'm not really a podcast person, but I've been trying to get into more of them so I can stay off my screen. No. You finish your glitchstars or glitchstars rite of passage. Thank you, Banana Chicken. I was going to do it before, but I was like, I'll wait. Cool idea, Theo. Red is the fast one, but green is the best. New Sisters of Battle. Definitely Dark Eldar. What do you think of me? Okay, aside from orcs, what do you guys think I like? Here, let me take what do you call it? A look at the factions. And then we'll go over here. And something oh my god, is it all playing? Is it playing all of them now? Oh no, it's just like okay. Oh, let's see. Warhammer 40k factions. Is the lore this extensive for fantasy as well? Let's see. Fantasy has rats. Oh, Vermintide. Yes, I forgot. I have Vermintide too. Sometimes I play Vermintide. I get sick though. Motion sick. I'm trying to think. I think probably aside from orcs, I don't even know if orcs would say they're my favorite. I think they're the most amusing, right? But I think in terms of like my favorite faction or race, it would probably be within the Imperium of Man factions. Sorry, I need like a list for me to register everything. Imperial Guard, please, thank you. I do like the Ultramarines Marines a lot. Okay, I can't pick a favorite, but I really like the Adeptus Mechanicus. Holy shit. Adeptus Mechanicus, the Ultramarines, the Inquisitors, and the Sisters of Battle. You just like human slop because you're human? Wow. This is the kind of fantasy racism that you should subscribe for. I think they're all very cool, but it's just, I guess I'm basic. I feel like Ultramarines, you need to see more of the different chapters and legions. They vary quite a bit. I think it's also because there's I've been exposed to that the most. You know what I mean? I've seen the most quote unquote like individuality and personality from the, what do you call it? The Imperium. You know? Maybe change your opinion if you watch Bricky's chapter video. Yeah, it's very possible that it would change. Mind you, this is me forming an opinion based off of my limited knowledge of Warhammer. So there's a lot of information that I'm missing out on that could change my opinion, basically. Smurfs are the most boring ones, to be honest. Of course. Yeah, I haven't watched like the other videos, and what do you call it? I actually don't know anything about the other races or factions aside from what I learned here, basically. Rule of cool is a very respected role in the community. Just go with what you think is cool. I think everything is cool, but of course I'm gonna think some things are cooler than others, you know? I have a non-canon homebrew Space Marine chapter. Do you want to see the video? You can send it in the suggestion channel in Discord. Maybe I'll check it out. The Horus Heresy books. And then what was the other one? Something... Was it Infinite and Light or something? I don't remember that book that I was recommended. Do you plan to react to a starts at some point? I don't know what that is or who that is, but I am open to suggestions. If you guys have any suggestions regarding Warhammer, I am an open book, and you know better than I, so I'd be willing to check out 99% of things. Infinite and Divine, yes, thank you. The whole point of Warhammer is getting obsessed with a specific group. Well, I do have hyperfixations. It's a short film done by one guy and it's fantastic. Is it like one of those animated fan ones that you guys are talking about? Honestly, nids aren't that strong, but I like them and they're fun to play, so I roll with them. The only 40k faction I collect. I think for me, for example, one reason I really actually in StarCraft 2, my favorite faction is the Zerg, but that's also largely because of Kerrigan. So, yeah. I just think of that one scene where the little Zergling is coming up to Kerrigan when she's sad as fuck, and then she gives it a little pet, and I'm like, oh my god. Little Zergling. Have you guys heard that StarCraft song? There's no way you haven't, right? Hold on. It's like, hey Commander, can you unplug me? Just for a minute, I need some privacy. Yes! This one here. Set off and stretch your neck out. Oh, let's to her head safe house. Oh shit. Okay, there we go. Did you hear that they'll be announcing a new StarCraft shooter this year? Yay. Yay. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. But if it's great, great. Oh my god, the video was 11 years old. What's wrong with it, man? It's not even that old. Also, this song is a banger. I need some privacy. Old slop, shut the fuck up. Wow. It's kind of trippy to see these old, I guess these old... what is the fucking word? This old footage. Armor getting rusty. She found that she never had. Her young ones were just as bad. May a love like theirs find me someday, guys. Maybe one day I'll have a gym. How old is my favorite animal I become? Bleach Envy? Dude, have you guys seen The Boy That Murdered Love, AMV? I'm only 28. I'm not that old. Have you played the first Space Marine game? No, I haven't. Is it online too? I assume so, because it's very similar. I heard it was very similar to the second one. Put my gun down. My seat's getting heavy. I'm only 28. 28 is young. Is it not young? Let me have this. StarCraft miniature game is getting big announcement tomorrow. What's a miniature game? Like a tabletop? Do people still... Actually, StarCraft still has a pretty active, like, competitive scene, right? At least for Korea. Almost 30, which is very much in demand. I suppose so. Donna seems kind of dead. Is it really? Will you react to 40k memes? Sure, why not? Okay, for new people here, hi again. I tend to do kind of whatever content. A lot of my content ends up with me commentating a lot, especially if it's on psychology, which is part of why I personally really enjoyed playing Silent Hill F, and I think other people really enjoyed watching my Silent Hill F playthrough, because I commented on a lot of the, I guess, issues in that. But yeah, I will definitely be doing Warhammer content in the future. It's not going to be the only thing I do, but it will be there pretty frequently, I would say. Probably at least once a week or every other week. Would you consider playing other Silent Hill games? I'm not sure. It's definitely something that I would consider, but I think it would depend on which one. Probably. You also have to take into account that I get very ill playing a lot of games. Have you ever played Soma? I did, but it's spooky.
For me? If you haven't finished the campaign of SM2, I'd really suggest going back to play through SM1. It's actually good, gives context, and you fight ORKs.
Orcs. I'll take a look at it. Would you guys want to see the campaign streamed? Oh, hold on. Also, thank you, Spartan. Space Marine. Guys, Sexercise is on sale. What platform is it on? Is it on Steam? I only see the second one. Yeah, guys, I searched up S and then Sexercise came up. Is it on Steam? Really? It's not showing up. Hold on, let me look at the publisher. Maybe it'll show up there. Greedfall, Atomic Heart. No, sorry. Look at the developer. Is it the same studio that developed it? Well, I don't own it. I'm just looking. I only have the second one. I remember it all. Being trapped like coal. The air was so dusty. Her armor getting rusty. She found that she never had. Her young ones were just as bad. Oh, it's on sale! I don't wanna know what she did. She is not who I am. Oh, okay. Sure, I'll add it to cart. What else is in my cart? Paddle, paddle, paddle is in my cart. Okay. Yep. Oh, is it a different studio that developed it? Okay. Oh, and publisher. Oh, they did Company of Heroes. Okay, I see, I see. If you like psychology, Rogue Trader might be interesting. It's CRPG in 40k setting. Actually, I bought it so I could play it. The only thing is, I have like an injury, so I try not to use my arms too much outside of like controller stuff. So I'm not sure how much I can play it. So it would probably be a pretty sporadic playthrough, basically. But yeah, I really am excited to play Rogue Trader because I watched the Salt Factory's video on it. I didn't finish it because I didn't want to get spoiled, but what's his name? Is it Heinrichs or Henrichs? He's so fucking attractive. I can't even explain how attractive that man is. Like, when he talks, holy moly. Actually, so insanely fucking hot. I can't. His romance, from what I saw, is really, really good. You talked about StarCraft. Do you like RTS games? If so, Dawn of War is a 40k RTS game. I have Total War. My favorite RTS game is actually They Are Billions. Does anyone know They Are Billions? Please say you know They Are Billions. It's a bit more of a niche RTS game. You do? Yes. I love when people know They Are Billions. I'm not the best at They Are Billions, and when I play RTS games, I fucking pause, okay? I really, really love They Are Billions. Oh, okay. So basically, They Are Billions is an RTS where you are humanity defending, you're like the last bastion against zombies. And you have to fight off like, well, it depends on whether you're playing the campaign or not. Campaign kind of sucks. But if you're just playing the regular mode, right? Which is what it started with in like early access, and then they added the campaign later on, and then people didn't like the campaign, and then I think the devs abandoned it, right? But the mod, it has a lot of mods, right? But I don't know if the community is still active. But anyways, basically you are trying to expand and take over the map, but at certain days, because time passes, at certain days the waves of zombies will come. Right? I feel like Amaya would love Frostpunk. I do love child labor. I am not as much of a fan of Frostpunk, but I do have Frostpunk. Yeah, and actually, They Are Billions is quite hard and it's quite punishing because your buildings have a separate health bar, right? And that health bar is an infection bar. And so when that infection bar goes down, it creates more zombies, and then they spread to your other buildings. So it's very, very punishing. Yeah. And there's also a sound system. So like certain units are louder than other units. And so they will attract zombies from like further away. And there are different types of zombies that will just fuck you up. Similarly so to like Left 4 Dead. Basically. It's really good though. I highly recommend playing They Are Billions. Tons of fun. There was a fantasy version that came out kind of like it, but the setting is also kind of steampunk-ish, basically. Yeah. Not sure how you yap about it though. Yap about which one? Sorry, They Are Billions. Chat introducer to Reggie or Grim Creeper. Nuh-uh. I think chat didn't want to overwhelm me because I'm just getting into everything, but yeah. Aside from that, I do like XCOM games, but RNG does not like me. Like, RNG really doesn't like me. So... RNG is my biggest nemesis, to the point where it's like a running joke, and it has been a running joke for years. That I have terrible RNG. If you guys have suggestions, you better write them down elsewhere. Mechanicus is an XCOM game without the RNG. Like a total war game. Guys, and watch time wins. Let me look it up. Mechanicus. Action. Become as you. Just getting visions. Come on to slowly do. Oh, this looks cool. Yeah, this does look like something I would like. Is there a story? How do you have this without the RNG though? Yeah, these are the tech priests. I like the tech priests. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't really be a Total War game if there wasn't a story to it. Yeah, remember it all. What is the life below? What is this? City building underwater. That's so cool. I found what you never had. You know what? Speaking of stuff, has anyone ever played the hero RTS genre matchup? There aren't too many of them, but I really enjoyed them when I was younger. I used to play a ton of Spellforce. Has anyone played Spellforce? Yes! 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 Thank you! League of Legends, shut the fuck up. No, I loved Spellforce when I was a kid. I used to play so much Spellforce and Dungeon Siege. Hero RTS, it's basically kind of like RTS, but you also have individual units that function as like heroes or like party members, kind of. Yeah, so it's kind of like a mishmash of like an RPG, and then there are quests and stuff too. Dawn of War 2 is like, is it really? It's actually very uncommon nowadays, so it kind of makes me sad. Dawn of War. Oh, it's on sale. You guys are making me spend money. Oh, but it's 80% off. I like a saving the money. Actually, StarCraft is a little bit like that too. Now that I think about it. Plans for minis? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But a good chance, yes. The frequency, though, I cannot guarantee because it's hard on my body. Also, you don't mind Grand Strategy mixed with The Sims? Another game that has been infecting your company makes is... See? Oh, Crusader Kings 3. Oh, that's been on my list for a while, but I'm like, I'm doing so many things. Yeah, so dusty. Our armor getting rusty. Dude, Heinrich is so fine. Holy shit. I tried... Okay, after I watched the Salt Factory's review halfway through, I started looking up TikTok edits of him. That's how I knew I was cooked. Blizzard games are far off of the Spellforce, but they're getting there. What do you mean? In terms of scale? Crusader Kings ever the backlog fantasy. Dude, I am down bad. I'm down bad. I have some saved. I made a channel specifically for him, but there were not that many. It kind of made me sad because I saved my I save stuff in like a channel and I sort them by my interests. Like a lot of them. Hold on, I have a Warhammer one. I only have two. I only have 2 edits. Oh my god. This is so sad. I heard that they were going back and adding stuff and they were gonna maybe do a Rogue Trader DLC, which I really hope that they go back and add voice acting because it's kind of... No voice acting for the romance is kind of... Yeah. I don't expect the whole game to be voice acted, but like... I feel like at least the personal missions and stuff should be voice acted in a CRPG. Like 100%. You know, if you're gonna voice act anything, you should fucking voice act those. IMO. But yeah. Like the RPG elements are very limited. The whole gameplay is not really differentiating between RTS and RPG. Oh yeah, that's true. Like I mean, I think in StarCraft you can't really make dialogue decisions, but I think in Spellforce 2 you could, if I remember correctly. Yeah, most of the older games I played were like... let's see. I played Black and White 2. I really liked Black and White 2. Neverwinter Nights. I had a huge crush on Bishop. If you've ever played Neverwinter Nights. That man could do things to me. Dungeon Siege I played a lot of, but I don't remember a lot of too. Sometimes I play Mind Magic, but I did not get to play a ton. Man, you couldn't Spellforce. Don't know how much it affected the story, to be honest. I could be totally wrong on this, but I feel like it affected a decent amount because you had family members and stuff. But I'm not sure. Also, I found the world of Spellforce to be very interesting too because it was cool how you could like all become family. Because there was like this blood bond thing that you could enter in Spellforce. So Rogue Trader is unlikely to get more VA. Owlcat's policy is just to add more chunks of narrative rather than VA. However, their next Warhammer game, Dark Heresy, is likely going to be full VA. I hope so. Because I tried playing Tyranny and I like reading, right? But Tyranny was a lot of text. Like, when I say a lot of text, I mean a lot of fucking text. There is so much text in Tyranny, dude. I think you can miss some party members if you can give them enough Dragon Blood. Yes. If you haven't played Spellforce 2, I think there's also a Spellforce 3. But Spellforce goes on sale decently often, and the world is actually pretty interesting. Going back and doing 100 powers plus a VA for branching paths would be a huge undertaking, and they're not Larian. No, but like you could do it for at least like the room talks when you're speaking to them in private for romance dialogues. That wouldn't be nearly as much. Speaking of test-based RPGs, have you ever played Planescape Tournament or Torment? No. I played Corruptions of Champions. Planescape. Oh shit. Planescape Torment. It inspired Disco Elysium? Oh, I played some of Disco Elysium. Sorry, Homeless. It's not finished though. Man, I miss the old aesthetics of older CRPGs. They were so charming. I like that you had more party members. You're never gonna finish every time myself. I'm sorry, I'll try. You know what? Actually, I might move it to members only, to be honest. Or just Discord or something. Now that I think about it, I could move it to members. I don't remember what happened in Disco Elysium last time. This game actually looks really, really good for a game that came out in 1999. Is this on Steam? Probably, yes. Did they make a port? Or I guess not port, but... Oh, it is. I will add to wishlist. Ow, my ears. Probably gonna have to restart. No. Ugh, I should remove Destiny 2 from my library. I wonder, if you remove Destiny 2 from your library, does it get rid of all your progress? No, right? I know that some of the people that worked on the original Disco Elysium are moving elsewhere, and they're working on a new game. Okay, that said, I am going to call it here. If you're new here and you had a good time, make sure to follow, subscribe, stick around. Tomorrow I'll be doing ASMR, and then I'll be doing my Silent Hill F playthrough afterwards. But next week, what do I have on for next week? I'm not sure. We will see. Anyways, let me see. How long? I'm looking to raid someone. Open your heart, feel like a lady. It's nice to meet you too. Thank you everyone for giving me so much information and explaining so many things to me. It was really fun learning about Warhammer, and I'm excited to learn more in the future. That said, who should I raid? It's hiding her soul. I don't wanna know what she did. She is not who I am. That's what I thought. Okay. I think I will raid into Mina, who is currently building a model kit of Shadow Fox. Oh, that's a train penis. Okay. Yeah, don't forget to follow, guys. Penny, something dark inside of me, dark familiarity. Okay, and then there we go, and then we'll raid on Twitch. Oh shoot, Oh, dang it. Says you want her back soon. Come scarce and few. Where is it? Oh, darn it. Oh, hold on. Let me say thank you. I'm so sorry for gore. Oh, and then I will do this. I will say my thank yous. I did not forget. I'm so smart. I'm trying to form better habits. Which, speaking of which, you guys are always free to use my tags on Twitter and I will look at them. But thank you very much, Bob. Thank you, Meat. Thank you, Hinko. Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Aki. Thank you, Salt. Thank you, Soda. Thank you, Lemon. Thank you, Nocturne. Thank you, Mac. And thank you, Wiz. Boop. Damn it, my stupid heart. Okay, anyways, bye! See you later. Tomorrow.